What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at?
Take everything!
We make a killer team. The powers of light nevermore.
Sugar.
What are you aiming at? Let the devil out!
Powering up. Bombs away. Maximum pulse.
You made me angry! We are undefeatable!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and welcome back to What's the Meta. We're more than halfway through the group stages of Stage 1 across the Ignite globe at this point, and the meta footprint the Devil Dinosaurs left us has settled somewhat, so according to the data, what are the teams discovering? We have to talk about what stayed the same, and the top two kings of the meta are still exactly the same. Gambit is pretty much the priority when it comes to a first ban. We don't get to see him. I think we've spoken about him enough, we all know why. And Devil Dinosaur is still number 2. Teams are protecting Devil Dinosaur because everybody else is, The stats sort of line up that if you have Devil Dinosaur and the other team does not, you have a pretty decent win rate. So they're protecting Dino because when one team gets him, that team usually wins because he's so easy to incorporate into a composition. He's very good at shutting down some of the more like brittle duelists that want to be a little bit more divey. And so he's just a great character to sort of put in the middle of the map and honestly just build around. With the damage that he deals, the damage that he blocks, and just the way that he's able to stall and fight on objectives, yeah, Devil Dinosaur is pretty good and one of your mainstay vanguards for the time being. That's all standard. We could see that in the games that we saw last week, but what has actually changed? When it comes to big winners, there's none more so than Rocket Raccoon. He didn't just become more popular, teams discovered just how to win with him with how he plays. Obviously, he's been buffed over the last couple of seasons, is looking really good. The likes of Be Right Back as just an ability are very useful in these like long drawn out team fights where it gets hard to eliminate anybody because you've got the likes of Devil Dinosaur. Get a pick on Devil Dinosaur, or Be Right Back instantly brings him back into the fray. Yeah, it's going to be frustrating. The team up with Star-Lord is obviously very good because Star-Lord got buffed, and the fact that Rocket is very good with his survivability. The fact that a Daredevil or a Black Cat can jump on him, try to eliminate him, and he's able to sneak out goes to show a lot of what the strategists can do to make sure that they don't get picked off when it's important. Resource generation, the Arn Amplifier as an ultimate for just damage boost for everybody is a key thing to win out some of these long drawn out fights where there's so much sustain. And Rocket can put out a good amount of damage, but he can obviously put out a metric ton of healing too. So yeah, Rocket is one of the main winners when it comes to how much he is shot up the rankings when it comes to not only a protect priority, but also a ban priority too. And his win rate when one team gets him and the other one doesn't is pretty high. One of the highest that we've seen so far. Like almost 2/3 of the time high. So yeah, he's good. And because Rocket got stronger, one of the characters that benefits from him the most and is also a pretty good answer to him got stronger too, that being Phoenix, Jean Grey. She's very good at destroying the deployables with her ultimate. She benefits from Rocket's resources. Damage boost into a solo Jean Grey when you're running triple strategist is a great way to actually find eliminations in high sustain. And he just synergizes really well with Phoenix, as pretty much become one of the major options for a duelist outside of Star-Lord, now that Elsa's sort of fallen out of the fray. And because these two have shot up in popularity, some of the other options that were trying to contest them have fallen down a little bit in the choice order. And one of the major ones actually for losers is Black Cat. She remains a popular hero for teams, but we're not seeing teams nearly spend as much like capital guaranteeing access to her. Her protect cost, she was a common like, we want to protect this character so it doesn't get banned. We're going to try and one-side it if we can. That hasn't really worked. Like the win rate is still pretty underwhelming, like under 50%. If a team gets Black Cat and the other team doesn't, they don't win the majority of the time because other stuff is banned out as an option. So Black Cat just isn't providing that much when it comes to the draft. It just seems that teams are still playing her, but they're like, there's no point protecting her because it just isn't that worth it. And also, we're not going to ban her because we want to get some of the other characters out that we've mentioned instead if we can. It just feels like Black Cat is fine, but she's not super strong that we need to get rid of her fine, or protect her in this case. She's just not been treated as a hero that you must secure. But she's not the only one that's sort of dropped down. Like White Fox's popularity has gone down, Captain America's popularity has gone down, Luna even, who's quite high up in the rankings, has dropped a good chunk, as has Ultron, who isn't seen half as much as before. Not because they're objectively worse characters, it's just because Rocket and Jean Grey are demanding a lot more attention from teams, and that sort of attention needs to come from somewhere. I am really curious to see what we see in like the last week of groups, considering at least for like EMEA in Americas, there's a month we're going to have Cyclops in the game when we get to stage 1 playoffs. So the meta is going to change a lot. So I'm excited to see what this last week of action is going to give us before we go into season 8.5. But I hope you found this interesting. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the action.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Meet the Rivals. Today, I've got a guest with me. I've got someone who I've known for a very long time. We're talking about Zenstari, the Vanguard, out here representing Gen G in Pacific OCE. How are you doing, Zenstari, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, Lager. Thanks for asking.
Happy to have you here today. Now, let's just get into it. You know, we want to know, how did your esports journey begin? How did you end up on Gen G in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
As most of you know, I came from GZ. Well, you know, I went on to GZ as first as like the little introduction of my little career, I guess. And then after that, we went unsigned, went to Chopper Mag, went to Atlanta, did pretty well as an unsigned team, and got the green light basically that Genji were, looking to put us on, and here we are. So, yeah.
Respect. Well, you've been competing very well right now, top of the region, but outside of competition, what's your profession?
This type of thing is my job at the moment. I don't have any extracurricular activities, or I did have school, but I don't have it anymore because, I had to prioritize this a bit more in the moment than school. So I have, dropped out of high school to pursue this a bit more efficiently. Yeah, other than this, I don't have any other profession.
Right, that's fair play. Fully committed to the grind. We respect it. Now, in the MCU, do you have a favorite film or TV show?
Look, I honestly do really like the Moon Knight show, but my favorite categorical of Marvel heroes would probably be the Fantastic Four. I don't know, something about them just reaches out to me a bit more than any other heroes and whatnot. So
a choice to make. What is your favorite hero to play?
Overall, everyone knows that Venom and Groot are my most standing out heroes that, I'm known for back in the day. But at the moment, Season 8, Devil Dinosaur is going to be up there. I'm not going to lie. Even though he's OP and he's broken and whatnot, he's still really fun to play in the current Season 8.
Hey, that's all it is. It's all about the fun. But, who's your least favorite hero to play against?
It would depend. I feel like to me, it all depends on the player. I don't have a preferred hero not to play against. I mean, Penny is kind of annoying, but it all revolves around the player. But I think Venom, good Venom players are annoying. I think it'd be annoying to play against the Venom. I'm not gonna lie, or a Cap.
Now, which hero do you wish you were good at? Someone that you feel like you're not good at, you want to be the best at?
I think it would have to be Captain America. I think if you're good at Captain America, I think you will carry at least 95% of your games. The hero is just such a high impact hero, it's fits well into the meta at the moment. His ult is really good. Yeah, I think I'd be way better if I got better at Cap than what I was at the moment. So
that's a good shout. Good choice. Now, you've watched a little bit of Marvel, maybe even read some comics. What hero or villain do you want to see come to Marvel Rivals?
Maybe I think Carnage would be cool. Expand on that symbiote roster a little bit more. I feel like it could. I feel like I would see how they would work around that. Seeing that they could kind of do maybe the same abilities, but because Carnage is a bit different than Venom, could expand on that a bit more. But I think that'd be pretty cool to expand on that symbiote roster a little bit.
I like it. I wouldn't mind seeing Agent Venom as well one day. It'd be pretty cool. Mix it up a little bit. Now, speaking of mixing it up, what's a new team up you want in Marvel Rivals? Maybe you want to give your favorite hero something cool.
I would honestly not mind them bringing back the Spider-Man Venom team up. I can't think of a new proper team up, but I would prefer a really good old team up to come back than them having a new team up and it's just absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm saying? It's just...
Which hero would you nerf to bottom tier? Absolute worst in the game.
I'm going to be a bit biased about my own role because, some people say that Tank has the highest impact and Tank is the most OP role in the game, but I'm not going to lie. I think we've got to tone down Black Cat a little bit. Her kit is really cool, but I just think that the damage output that she has is a bit high for what she can do as a character. I think we might have to tone her down a little bit. And Phoenix. We got to stop buffing Phoenix, I'm not going to lie.
I can agree. Well, who would you buff? To the top tier. Who needs that buff? Who should be up there as strong as Phoenix even maybe?
This is hard because honestly, I wouldn't mind Magic. I think really sometimes Magic could be a good contender to be a decent hero in some situations.
Now, you spoke about him earlier. What's your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the... No bias. I think Devil Dinosaur is one of the most overtoned heroes that they've brought on release. Maybe I think on release Gambit is a bit better. There's always the heroes on release is always they're always stupid and they always take a while to tone down, at least until 8.5, and then they're still not even that toned down. But I think Devil Dinosaur is probably one of the most fun heroes that they've released in a while for especially me as a tank player. You know, the infinite overhealth, the sustain, the grab, the bubble, even the ult as well is really good and it's really fun to use. I think there's a massive skill ceiling in it as well. I'm not gonna lie, even though it's pretty basic of just sitting main and you know you can grab people and beam and whatnot. I think the skill ceiling is very high as well. So I do really like the new hero that they brought out.
That's a good shout. Well, speaking of new heroes being brought out, what are your predictions for what role Cyclops will be?
Look, they did what did they release last season? What Black Cat, White Fox.
Yeah.
They did what Angela, blah blah blah. And I think
yeah.
I think yeah, Daredevil. I think he suits the DPS role. He just has to. If he's a support, I think they're doing something wrong. If he's either a DPS or a tank, it suits him because it's just for what he's known for. It's too much to put as a support. It's just yeah, you just can't. You just can't.
Currently, you're in the process of stage 1 for Ignite in OCE. How do you feel about the current meta as a whole?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit, maybe a little bit messy. I think for some teams it's very straightforward, but I do think the comps that you can play around Dino is very experimental. You know, as you see in some of our games, we play the Rocket Atom. I don't think that's overly a strong backline comp. I just think that, you know, with the dive and with the sustain that Dino has at the front line and Adam Rez and, you know, all the other contenders, I think that comps like that can get really experimental. I think there's no really there's obviously a definite meta, but some people are still figuring it out. You know, there's new things that people learn that are good and what's bad and what can work every single day.
Now, let's talk hypothetical scenario. If you could compete in any other region besides your own, where would you go?
I think every person that you would interview would probably either pick EU or NA because it's just the most competitive, but it also is almost the most highest player count. So, you know, there obviously is a whole bunch of skill ranges that differ going into a highly populated region like that. But I think it would probably be EU or NA that would obviously show the most.
Okay. Well, let's add on that. You know, let's say you had to swap teams with another pro player for just one stage. Who would it be? Any region.
It's completely hypothetical. So I'm just gonna be straight honest. I would maybe swap like myself maybe for Vinny to go 100 Ds. I think 100 Ds is a good team to, you know, participate in and whatnot. You know, their players have had a lot of experience, but yeah, I just think that 100 Ds is a good team to move forward with and whatnot.
Who in Ignite is your rival? Who's that one player?
Look, I mean, you know, every person I talk to that's on the other teams, we all have banter and whatnot. I just think that for me personally, it would have to be someone on my role. You know, you can't banter someone with the DPS role. You can't banter with someone on support. It would probably have to be maybe Tinny or Isaac on Kanga or Donald or Beast Node on Chiefs. You know, you just balance out the playing field. You know, got to have that ego on each side.
Now, a little bit of a fun one. You know, what city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN event?
I think somewhere maybe like England would be cool. You know, I just think for everyone it'd be cool to get that type of you know, knowledge around the world, and I think England would be a cool country, or you know, whatever it's classified as to go to. In NA, I think maybe like California or something, or either one of those two. You know, maybe it'd be fun to host a tournament in a really big state where everyone can see.
Why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Well, I mean, I've been gaming since like I was little. You know, I got my first Xbox when I was 5, and I always loved playing games and whatnot. So I just think that having this opportunity to finally have something done with what I've always wanted, you know, not even just going pro, you know, just loving playing games since I was little, you know, I kind of do it because of motivation, because of that. And, you know, now that I've came so far, you know, there's no point on going out of it after, you know, not getting what you want. So I think it's just the whole factor of motivation and, you know, support really that keeps me going in this. Just wait until mid-season. You know, we're gonna get a different placement than 5th and 6th, hopefully a bit higher, and with the meta will changes, you know, and we're gonna be the kings of Pacific. I bet that. I bagged that.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Zenstari, and everybody at home. Congratulations once more. You've officially met another rival.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you came rival ready because we've got a three-way standoff for the last ticket to the Stage 1 Pacific Playoffs. One slot is still up for grab for the 6-seeded team here in Asia, and a score needs to be settled between two of the teams competing for it. For a lot of the teams tonight, it's all about playoff seeding, but for Rival Esports, Loyalty, and N1 Hex, it is do or die. Hello, Rivals, and thank you all so much for joining us here for the final day of the Stage 1 Asia group stage. My name is Diatonic, and I'm your host for these last 5 matches, and I am joined by the dynamic duo, the 1-2 knockout punch of CB and Matsy. Guys, the finish line in the sight here for the group stage, and a lot of teams going to sit very comfortable tonight, but a couple of them have a lot on the line here.
Especially in the first 2 matches. Real quick, I want to take just a moment and wish a very happy 6-7 to all of you guys out in the audience who celebrate.
No.
Make sure you tuck in, you know, get however you choose to celebrate. You can celebrate with some banger narratives and some good old-fashioned Marvel Rivals esports with everything on the line. You set it up perfectly, Diatonic. I don't know how to even add to that, because yeah, it's literally do or die for all 3 of these teams. The first 2 matches of today are going to be must-watch for a variety of reasons, and I cannot wait to get into them with you, Matt.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into it either. Just like our favorite costumes right now, we are going to be leading our allies in with grace there, but spare no mercy for those who cross you. Command the battlefield in style with Iron Man's Iron Samurai and Mantis's Mandy Celestine, the Greeters costumes, and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. It's available right now. Heed the call of glory. It's time to show them what you're made of.
Of course, you know, esports action. What would esports be without the teams who play the game? So you should show your love and your support for those teams by copping the team partner bundles that are live in-game right now. Whether you're a fan of EMEA, you know, maybe you want to grab a Virtus Pro 1, or you're a big Pack fan, cop a Gen G or a Reject, whatever it is, show these teams some love. They deserve it. They've worked hard for it. They're putting on a show for you right now. You can gear up with your favorite team's bundle, showcase your loyalty, and take your esports spirit into every match.
Showcase your loyalty indeed, and a word you're probably going to be hearing a lot tonight. Big stuff happening in Asia last night. Loyalty, a team struggled throughout the preseason, a lot of Stage 1, picks up their first Ignite win and turns the entire region on its head. Now potentially looking at a slot in playoffs, but we are going to find out if they will make it there. It's the last night, and a lot of the teams, you know, kind of chill night, kicking their feet up a little bit, playing out these last couple of games they got. But yeah, we have a lot riding on this one, and I'm very surprised. I cannot believe we ended up here in a round robin stage like this, the final night. We're still trying to figure out who exactly is going to playoffs. But yeah, it's been a really long road here, guys, and for some of these teams, even the last stop is full of some treachery and some stakes here.
I will say, like, we've had the monkeys with the TI-82s and the typewriters trying to figure out what's been going on. We're a little bit more well-prepared for different situations than we were for OC preseason, but it could still very well be a similar situation. But nevertheless, we are here in your group stage. This is the last day of Asia group stages. All of these teams are vying for a chance to make it to the playoffs, the big show playoffs, where they are going to meet with the top 2 teams from OCE. That's Gen G and the Chiefs, and we finally get to see what happens when these 2 regions collide, and we get to figure out who is even going to go beyond that. Who are the best of the best in Pacific? I can't wait to find out.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming for that crossover here since that Pacific split, and we're going to find out among these 2 arms of the Pacific region who stands on top. Dream matches all down the line. But of course, after tonight, we do have a couple of weeks break here. Teams going to take some time to prep themselves. OCE teams, maybe some time to break off that ring rust and get ready to put boots on the battlefield once more. But Matsy, you know, obviously we've all got our dream matches lined up, but that's kind of the question is who emerges victorious and it all starts as per usual from the draft screen. We've seen a lot of double dinosaur saves lately, a lot of Rocket Raccoon bans. Anything you're expecting to see here on this last night?
Pure chaos. Scarlet? No, I'm just kidding. We're not seeing Scarlet Witch, but it wouldn't surprise me to see a little bit more of the same there. You know, I think we're going to see the Devil Dinosaur come through. It wouldn't surprise me if some teams might shift focus a little bit, go for that first on the ban lock there, and let the Gambit through, maybe to spice things up. You know, if you want to absolutely go all guns blazing into the last day of competition, why not spice it up and try and see if you can go for the one-sided Gambit there instead. But all things considered, I think it's mostly just going to be more of the same. Like, you might see a shift in target focus to shut down some of the more high-priority duelist players, let's say. Like, for example, in the Z10 match, they'd probably be trying to focus down Exy if you're on the RVL side there. I think that's second last match of the day, if not mistaken. So, yeah, I'm thinking that that's the direction we're going to be heading in this time.
I got a little bit of beef with Triple AD, by the way, for going for the insta-protect on the Rocket twice and then not playing him with how strong he is. Like, I'm hyping up how strong of a protect that is, and they get it twice, and they're like, what if we just play Vibrant Vitality instead? Ooh, there's an idea. And then they lose. And it's like, come on, man, come on.
Decisions indeed. Yeah, Rocket stocks definitely up here. Plenty of Rocket Raccoon on deck last night as well, and it seems like the one-sided Rocket sometimes has been a death knell for some teams, so I imagine he's going to be in the mix here as well. But yeah, maybe be on the lookout for a couple surprises. There may be a little bit of limit testing from some teams here tonight. You know, last opportunity, especially for teams at the top of the leaderboard where, you know, no sweat here tonight. They've got an opportunity to maybe try out some stuff and get themselves ready for those playoffs here in a couple of weeks. That aside, though, of course, maps on deck. You know, we've had a little bit of an absence. It's made an appearance every once in a while, but the pack special, the map 2 Museum of Contemplation, has been missing. My heart has had a Museum of Contemplation sized hole in it, as we haven't gone to it as often. But yeah, I'm curious if we're gonna see anything out of left field. You know, there's some maps I feel like that still haven't been picked here in Stage 1 somehow.
That hole has been stuffed with a couple of lower Manhattans here and there, and that's always a very interesting one, a bit of a curveball, but I think some teams are getting a little bit more used to it. But there are a lot of other convergence maps that we haven't really seen a whole lot of lately. Like, most teams have completely forsaken the symbiotic surface. Hall of Djalia, like, comes out every now and then. A lot of teams are probably going to also try and pick Central Park. I know that's a safety pick for a lot of these teams. And then Convoy is its own thing altogether. Like you said, you're probably going to see some Museum of Contemplation. If we go to 3 and we got to play all 3 out, that is, again, it's one of those maps where you can literally play anything that your little heart desires, and you can get away with it if you're good enough at it. It's a good skill check map. It's a good comfort map for a lot of these teams who feel like maybe they are the weaker in the matchup, and you know, they want to give it their best shot. They don't really have a good, like, back pocket strategy, something like a Spider Islands or an Yggdrasil that's really crazy and out of left field.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some teams have kind of a strong identity with some maps. You know, we've seen XOXO01, for example. They sometimes have gone to a Rocco, but we haven't seen that nearly as much in Stage 1. It does seem like teams have kind of found kind of a crossroads with these maps, or a place they all come together. And, you know, some have been missing. Like last night I was saying, we need a milk carton. We need a missing. Where is Midtown? What happened to Midtown, New York? Mayor Fisk, we need you to hop on this, because
I don't think you can put an entire city on a carton. on a milk carton. Like,
well, you know, I have seen Tales of the Fantastic Four where entire city blocks go missing sometimes.
That's
but
also, isn't that the plot of WandaVision? Isn't that also like how that starts too? Like, she just takes over a whole town? Like,
Yeah, a little bit. You know, some reality erasure happening there. But last night here in Asia, some serious reality erasure, or some reality shifting here. Loyalty, a team dropping 24 maps in a row since the start of the preseason, not only picks up their first map win against Rival Esports, they win the whole series 2-1, and now leave us in this situation. The Burgers on up to Reject. Those teams are mathematically safe here. They will be punching their ticket to the playoffs. But Rival, Loyalty, and N1 Hex are kind of caught in this very interesting 3-way dance. Matsy, I fear to think what's going to happen tonight, because it's starting to look like some preseason Oceania action.
Yeah, it's the pack special, right? You know, they're looking to go for another tiebreaker. We'll see you guys next week. Just kidding. No more tiebreakers, all right? We've done that dance. We ain't dancing it twice. But we are going to be dancing our way into our series today. So we've already alluded towards some of the excitement on its way. But CB, how are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling like these first two matches are going to be the most important, specifically match number 2, Loyalty versus N1 Hex. Let me paint the picture for you. If Loyalty win that map, or sorry, if they win that matchup, they qualify. Just easy as. They've managed to best both N1 Hex and Rival, so they get to just sneak their way in that 6th seed. However, if N1 Hex wins that matchup, then a whole different amount of time, like who even knows? We've tried like going down every angle and we can't say with certainty what will happen. What we can say is in order to give themselves as much of a cushion as possible, Rival somehow, some way have to find wins against both Reject and Zero Tenacity, whether it's just map wins or series win. A series win would be phenomenal, would make them a little bit more safe, but map wins are gonna have to be good enough because that's a tall ask.
Yeah, I mean, it's Rival and Reject tonight that have the double headers, but for Rival, 2 deadly opponents in both Reject and Zero Tenacity. The front half of their schedule definitely loaded in their favor, some more even matchups, but it feels like they just weren't able to pick up the wins early on in Stage 1 that they needed to, and that's led them to tonight, where now they have to start taking wins off of teams that aren't very likely to give them up here. And, you know, I think we were doing the math beforehand. You know, I got the TI-87 out here on my desk, and it does seem like there's some potential for a Rival to get in the mix here tonight, but they need to take down both Reject and Zero Tenacity, and they are up at bat first here tonight. Of course, bringing the 6 Double Dino special back 1 or 2 more times for us here in Stage 1.
Ooh, Dinos bringing out the thunder all over again. You always love to see the creative approach from RVL, but speaking of creative approach, it's going to be Reject trying to reject their further entry to try and punch their ticket with certainty into the pack playoffs, and being forced to face off against the top of groups right now in your first match of the day is a terrifying concept, I gotta say. And Reject, you know, all their stocks are just continuing to go up here. They think that the rest of the region is just not even able to meet them or exceed them at all. Their only real competition, they believe, is Gen G heading into playoffs. So we'll see if one of the other teams is going to be able to show them what for.
I mean, if that team is not Rival, which, by the way, nobody else in the entire... Like, I was literally just looking back at all of the matches that we've played. No other team has managed to take a single map off of Reject all stage long. So trying to get that first map win for Rival Esports is going to be a tall task. They essentially have to do what no one else has done in order for just a little bit of extra breathing room in hopes of qualifying for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Reject has not dropped a map since the grand finals of the Asia preseason, so quite a hot streak for them. Map that was missing from action last night, Burn T'Challa. Liger, if you're out there somewhere, you're getting your wish here. It's the opener tonight, but that's kind of the question is this the start of the Rival snowball? Can they crack open this impenetrable shell that Reject has kind of built for themselves? I mean, what's the over-under here? How can they possibly take down this top team?
I think it's going to depend on Reject maybe getting complacent, but we have not seen any such thing happening. RVL have they played very well in a lot of their series, but unfortunately, they have either gone down 0-2 or 2-1 in their matchups, and they haven't been able to get a whole lot of map wins here and there. So we need to see what that dominance that they showed us in that matchup that they won against N1 Hex, and we also need to see Reject have an off day. You know, they're sitting at the top of the pecking order. The worst I think that they can hope for at this point in time is a tie with XO for the #1 seed. So, you know, like, does it really matter to them where they end up? I think they want the top just for bragging rights, but if they don't want it bad enough and Rival are able to somehow squeak out something, there's not no hope, but there's not a lot of it.
Yeah, there's going to be a difficult time ahead of them, to say the least. But, you know, when you've got nothing to lose, that's when the craziest things can happen, right, CV? So we'll see what they are going to be able to deliver, as right now, RVL have given them a single-sided rocket. So that's going to be troublesome, I think. Yep. And I like the response with the Star-Lord there. You know, they're making sure that they won't be able to take advantage of some of the things that you can play in combination there. And they do have Mantis for themselves, which is good. But I guess it's just, again, that give and take situation in the draft here.
I do kind of feel like Reject, though. They're pulling no punches, trying to go for that one-sided rocket, because we talked a little bit during the explanation earlier about just how strong that rocket can be, and, you know, when paired up with things like the Star-Lord, but you don't even really need the Galactic Legend to pair with the CYA. It already just does so much damage that if you play around it and you coordinate around it, you can just burst anybody down, and it's going to be a very strong tool in Reject's arsenal, and one that RVL are going to be wishing that they had. But a one-sided Mantis isn't a bad way forward either. It does open a lot of doors when it comes to triple Stratus compositions. Loki will not be amongst them, but Luna Snow and White Fox are both available, and I do think that would be a pretty solid lineup. You do also have access to the Ultron as well, so you can go for a more front-loaded damage kind of situation. However you want to play it, there is a strategy in play for Rival Esports. They're going to have to execute it, though, against some of the best in the world in order to do it.
Yeah, going to have to give it their absolute best shot, you know, try and see if they can beat that David and take down a Goliath here. They will be looking to lock things down on to Burning T'Challa. And we get to take a look at some of the beautiful landscapes all over again before we kick the battle off here. But I'm already feeling confident in what both teams kind of bring into the fold on this one. I do like to see, you know, a little bit of a change up from Reject here. Looking to play into something like Penny Parker of all things. Can definitely keep the mission area on lockdown for themselves there and really shut down some of the mobility that can come with something like Spocky there on the Black Cat or something else. But nope, they're going to be playing into the Devil Dino. No Penny, no worries. In fact, nope, it's going to be Captain America this time. So they're playing, guess, the hero. But now we're going to zero in on this matchup, CB. Let's get ready to go.
It's just a full-fledged dive composition that's going to be coming out from Reject. And I do think Rival Esports with this triple strategist lineup can absorb a dive pretty well, but without the Loki, it's going to be a lot harder. I think that's why they tried to go for that particular target ban, but we'll see as Rival Esports looks to try and wrap around here. But Finale getting in there, right into that back line, taking down Lick, and Sunghoon is good for a bit of a cleanup onto HK Mario. And I mean, it doesn't really get much quicker than that. Gargoyle, good entry on that one. Very little splash. I'll give that one a 10 out of 10, and I will give Reject the first capture.
Yeah, nice early secure coming their way there. And shut down some of the terrain as well, just to nullify some of the lines of sight. We'll be scouting ahead as well. I like how Gargoyles keeping control of the corners there. Their teammates able to explode upon the others, and they will dive straight in, trying to shut down the strategists accordingly. Proxies goes down. They look to follow suit with even further full focus on to the Ultron there. Zep does escape, though, not before shutting down Yaki. So a nice give and take situation here. They almost catch Piggy, and RVL actually having a bit of a resurgence onto this. Finale, though, is ready to try and snap things back into proportion, and they will succeed. Lick goes down.
Yep, and without Lick there, I mean, you're going to be lacking in healing, and Sunghoon taking down Netra as well, and this is kind of what dive compositions do, right? If there's even a little bit of discord between yourself and your backline is just going to get picked apart like a rotisserie chicken, and Reject making a whole meal out of it. Zept is able to get a couple of trades here and there, but it's only a little bit of a pressure valve. Like, they're alleviating some of the pressure, but not fully able to come out from underneath it as Finale looking to try and keep it on, trying to take out Zept, and will do just that. Yaki getting back into the fray, taking down Lick, and this is about as brutal as it gets. Finale still not being dealt with. HK Mario just trying to chomp hopelessly in so many different directions, but he is not getting any meals today. Rival Esports now down 75% and counting, and Reject are starting to come up on ultimates. It's only going to get more scary from here on out.
Yeah, it seems that it's a clash of terrifying moments here, and will be more right around the corner as Reject continue to solidify their position over the mission area. Looking to play a game of Portals, it would seem. The Zap attack here, almost shutting down a Zapped onto this one, but they will sustain through it. Rage of Ultron are coming out and won't give them any pains here. So we'll be able to force the issue there. Freedom Charge barging ahead. Yaki going down, though, is a good opportunity here. Piggy trying to match that Freedom Charge as well. So Reject do have a lot of ores to sustain through whatever RVL's bringing here. But I like how they're trying to take it to them right now. They needed the shift in focus, the shift in momentum, and it's working out for them at the last stretch.
Yeah, but they're playing so split. They're going to start to force resources out. We're going to have the Soul Resurgence on one side, a Dance Floor on the other. This is going to be that Feast of the Abyss. Going to take down Proxy, shutting that Soul Resurgence down. And now Rival has to just drain the ult bank, everything coming out. And they need to start finding some elims in order to make it worth their while. And So far, none have come through, but Yaki is going to let that double out. There's 2 big KOs now coming out, though, for Rival. They may be able to find the flip here, and indeed they do. They'll get themselves on the board, but Gargoyle is not done making himself a problem, taking down Lick again. Call that getting your licks in. Calling card now going to come out now from Finale and taking down Spocky. And just as quickly as it came, it will go back the way for Reject. As a portal play now going to come out from Proxies. Rival Esports want to try and hold on to this for dear life as best they can. No ults to speak of on either side, and at the very least still in the fight, but again, Lick is just left all alone, and Finale will be having that.
Yeah, they'll be having that every day of the week here at Netra. We'll be able to ground them, be seated as Netra and co defeat everybody in the Reject camp right now. And Netra locks it down for the triple. The ripple effect for RVL here. Portal coming up though. Piggy does not want to allow them any further progression. They're scouting before they go for this one. And now it's time for the pursuit.
Now the adaptation of Rival Esports paying off, specifically Zeft on that Daredevil and Netra on that Captain America. They're able to be a 1-2 punch, but now Yaki in a bit of a devil's duel and will win that duel with Zeft. And again, Lick getting 2 split, trying to help out the team from an off angle, but Gargoyle finds him, takes him down, and Reject, they are frankly furious that Rival Esports have even managed to get this much percent. 63% is all they are going to allow, not a penny more, and that'll be Reject taking Imperial Institute of Science. And Rival Esports did manage to catch Reject off guard there and get a little bit going, but as soon as Reject realize they collect themselves, they snap back and they just take it.
Yeah, take it like it's their birthright there, and we'll be able to shut it down in the beginning. Will Rival be able to bring it back in this next portion, though? That's going to be the big test for them. I liked how they managed to take control of the mission area towards the end there. It showed that they did have at least a little bit of momentum behind them. They were able to collect themselves for a time, but just weren't able to prime up early enough to keep it close. See if they can deliver some kind of focus into the early stages on this one, though, because they can play around the Freedom Charge here. You know, they're closer to having more tools at their disposal, and if they can go first onto this one, really just burst past them, it will disengage Sunghun and Lastro from being able to have access to their ults here, sustain Reject through it. So RBL could have an opportunity here, especially being able to let the Devil out soon, but we'll see who gets it.
I think having let the Devil out and Freedom Charge is good enough for Rival Esports, but they have to play it very wisely, and they also have to be on the lookout for Gargoyle's Feast of the Abyss. Without a strategist ult, even with the anti-heal, like, you're just not going to be able to burst, you're not going to be able to live with all the burst damage that's going to come through there, so they really need to scout that out and not let him get a big chomp. We're going to go aggressive with the Freedom Charge and hope to try and force out a strategist ultimate, but Lastro doesn't even have one right now, so we're just trying to play around this Freedom Charge and get as much value as we can. Maybe we get an Elim here, and Zeft will get that Righteous Cross onto Finale. It's a great way to open things up, and Rival Esports might even get the first cap here as they have 2 guys on the point right now capping, and indeed they will, and Reject are going to be happy to concede that one because they know they can take a more advantageous fight soon with that chomp now coming out from Piggy, but Netra's still able to get Sunghun somehow, some way, and as the dance floor comes out from Lastro, Yaki can go on in and start to retort. Zeft wants to let the Devil out, but it is a very lonely Devil. This Devil has no friends, no more teammates, and no more say in this fight as Reject are only going to concede a scant 20% and maybe some change to Rival Esports before they take this point.
Yeah, well done from Rejects there. They adapt around the fight accordingly. Sure, RVL got a little bit of early momentum there, but they were able to shift that focus back in their direction, and now they've got the ult advantage that they need here, so can definitely look to stampede their way forward with the Devil Beast Rampage, maybe even play around the Kuhio Unleashed. RVL, though, might actually be able to progress forward too, as they've now shot down Sunghun. That's a great start from them. Finale good on the trade as well, but Zeft is trying to go for the back cap here. I see what you're up to, buddy. Let's see if they can lock this one down as they try and work together to shut down Lastro. Full send on that strategist, and they are going down. More to follow in a second, though, but Finale still in play here. Spocky's going to try and match them with their own calling card.
So that's 2 men down. Spocky taking down Gargoyle, and now catching Sunghun off on the respawn. Not able to win that duel outright as Piggy is there to deter this Black Cat from getting any more fearsome. And Rival Esports do find the flip, get themselves past 40%, and they are in control, and they get to hold on to Lick's Fateable Worlds going into this next fight. It's going to be the Fateable Worlds versus the Kumiho Unleashed, but not a whole lot else. You do have to keep an eye on Gargoyle's Feast of the Abyss, though, because he will build up to that one and go for an aggressive, but we know how aggressive he likes to be with this ultimate. If he manages to chomp down on proxies or catches anyone outside of that Fatal Bolt Worlds, or even the anti-heal just bursting through it, it is going to be a nightmare for Rival Esports, so they have to try and play around this carefully again. They're going to go aggressive with the Fatal Bolt Worlds, and they might be able to get Yaki, as Yaki is on a sliver of HP, and HK Mario is like a cat just like, or sorry, like a dog just barking up at a cat in a tree.
Wonder what they'll find up there. I'd have to call Groot on the case for that one. We'll see how it all goes, though, as HK Mario ready for whatever they're going to throw at them here. Taking a bit of damage for the whole squad will be the Freedom Charge to bring them right back up in order here. Zep now looking to cause some disorder. They shut down Finale there, and they're not even done. Playing around, forcing the dance floor on into action, and it's going to be the Devil Beasts looking to rampage forward. A lick goes down though, so could it be a bit of mortality being faced for RVL now? Not going to be able to sustain any further through it. May just have to concede. Go next as Gargoyle absolutely shreds them apart with a quad KO there, and they will lock it down right on the edge.
I think Rival Esports, like, even though it looks kind of shaky, they still played that pretty well because they do kind of force Reject to feel a little bit more comfortable than they actually are, and Rival Esports are able to build up to 99% and force out that Fatal Bolt Worlds from Lastro at the tail end. So I think you'll take that going in with this next fight. You're going to have Zep with Let the Devil out, and again, Sunghoon holding on to that Kumiho, the only defensive utility. In fact, one of the only utilities at all that Reject have. It's a ticking time bomb, though, as Yaki 86% to his own Let the Devil out. And Zep has to try and take the initiative, but Lick has been dealt with, and Devil Beast Rampage now for HK Mario. They're doubling down on trying to find these elims, but they're just not coming through. Yaki in a duel with Spocky is going to clean him up, and Finale will take down Proxies, and this is Reject coming ahead in this fight. And if you're Rival Esports at this point, you got to abandon all ships, just take the reset and go for one more fight as Reject take it to one fight territory.
Yeah, take it to one last opportunity here, and it's going to be between them and RVL to decide, will the map be coming to a close, or will RVL be bringing it to a third capture point here? We jump straight through the portal and get ready for the next phase of combat here. As the calling card comes out from Spocky there, they're already trying to lock it down in the back line, but they're cut off from their team's heals, so they're not going to be able to sustain through it. Lastro and Co. blasting on ahead here. Devil Beast Rampage, last thing standing. Kumiho Unleashed keeps them in the fight for a second here, but RVL are just crumbling and will be stumbling over. Reject their opportunity, reject any form of recovery, and that's going to be map one in the bag, everybody. Reject on top.
Lastro is just too good, man. Lastro is just built different. Spocky goes in with that calling card, and Lastro takes the duel, says, you what, mate? I got you. Just takes him down with a little bit of primary fire and finds, I believe, a triple, might have been a quad towards the end of that one. A very well-deserved MVP for one of the best strategists in the game right now. Bro is cooking on a different level, and I mean, I gotta give credit to Rival Esports being able to take that one 99-99. Like, there's a world where maybe they end up winning that one outright, but it's all in that duel. Lastro getting that KO onto Spocky, shutting down that calling card before it became a problem, and Reject find the solution.
Yeah, they will be able to find the answer to the equation there, and off to a great start for themselves, but pressure's going to be on to RVL now to figure out what they can try and achieve into the second map in competition here. You know, do they take it towards the museum? Do they take it towards Lower Manhattan there? Or do they shift or focus entirely? Maybe look to go towards Araco for a change. I'd love to see it. I don't know if they will, though.
Yeah, I kind of feeling like, I don't know about you, but I'm already kind of contemplating the next map. I'm in my contemplation era, and I think they are too. It's just kind of what you do when you're a lower seeded team going up against a team like Reject. You try to go for like a comfort pick and hope to try and catch him out with what you are practice, what you are good at. It's the same, like every hero shooter, it's the same where, you know, you just have like that one map where you practice it over and over again and you feel so comfortable on it. It's the one you're the most confident on, and you don't really have the ability to branch out too much. But I kind of feel like Rival Esports, if they want to get a map win against Reject, they need to try and find a way to branch out. They need to try and change the equation. They need to hit him with a curveball because, I mean, like I said, they got to get a map win. They got to give themselves some breathing room because that Loyalty versus N1 Hex game, their fate is no longer in their own hands. They got to get one here or there, and wherever that map win is going to come, it ain't that one. It ain't Burn It T'Challa. That one will not be yours. So yeah, what's it gonna be?
Maybe it's map 2, you know? It's map 2 or nothing for RPL right now. And I mean, RPL need as many map victories as they want. Even if they don't get series victories, they just need stat padding right now in order to further their chances heading towards the end of the final day in contention here. By the end of today, you know, we lock in everybody for our pack playoffs. We've got the upper side kind of sitting comfortably, but it's the lower side, which is really worrisome for all of the teams involved.
I will say Reject do look quite comfortable though in that matchup. Even, you know, like they're not even really at their full power. It's a pretty comfortable map victory for them. And chat, I hope that you are quite comfortable, because we're gonna go to a quick break and we'll be right back with map number 2 on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Hurry up! Bombs away! Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable!
Well, one map away, and Reject continues to pick up where they left off last night. Another win in the column for them. Not exactly what Rival was looking for, but did seem like they made some capture progress here and there on Burn It T'Challa.
Yeah, they managed to catch Reject off guard a couple of times. Like, it was not 100-0 on either one, and even a 99-0 on Stellar Spaceport. And I think, you know, if Rival Esports, like I said, if Spocky had won that duel with Lastro, you know, maybe you're able to just roll that momentum on through to a sub-map win, take it to the third point, and maybe you catch Reject off guard again, because, you know, I hate to say they look complacent, but they look a little bit complacent. They're not really being tested right here, and Rival Esports are showing them that you do need to take us at least somewhat seriously.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's all about finishing strong here tonight. And of course, for Rival, like we talked about, you know, they need to pick up some map wins here. Really need to try and turn to the tables. They're going to take us to Old Reliable in Convoy here. It is Yggdrasil Path. Matsy, all of us had quite the visceral reaction here to this one, but yeah, kind of a surprise welcome back here.
Yeah, it's the classic, you know, we're going back to the Taylor's oldest time on Yggdrasil Path right now, and I love it. I can't wait to see what these teams can do on this one, you know. Maybe this is Rival's last hope onto this, and hey, take hold of it. If this is where you feel comfortable, full send it.
I think against a less flexible team, this might be a really smart choice, because, you know, Reject showed a dive composition on Burn It T'Challa, and dive is just not as strong on Yggdrasil. It's a lot more front to back favored. So if you manage to get yourself another triple strategist lineup like you could in the pick and ban phase, you're sitting totally pretty here on Yggdrasil Path. Problem, though, is that Reject are Reject, and they are by no means one-trick ponies.
No. They're not one-trick ponies at all. They're a really flexible team. You know, they can play around basically any role. And I mean, that's what makes or breaks a lot of teams at the top. You know, you think about Gen G at the top of OS. They can play basically anything, anyone on any role. And Reject, they're one and the same, you know. And now, we're going to see some of that flexibility put on Showcase into the ban draft right now as the Gambits are gone.
Yep. And there's going to be the double Dino Protect coming up from Rival Esports right away. If you're going to try and play front to back, you want to make sure you have one of the best anchor vanguards in the game at your disposal. I do also kind of like the Phoenix ban that comes out from Reject. One of the high points of a lot of these teams has just been the Phoenix play. You know, when it comes to kind of like the lower half, like the upper echelons, they have their hit scan players as well, but Phoenix, if left unchecked, can just run rampant, especially in a situation where you're not able to dive her because the map doesn't really allow for it. So both teams gonna snipe that one outright, and there's the Rocket Band coming out again, and Reject now have an opportunity to get that one-sided for the second time, and on a map like Yggdrasil, this time you might even need to use it.
100%. I think that it's really going to be a big difference maker for them in fights, having access to that CYA and not having to deal with a Phoenix, for example, to just absolutely shred it with an Ensong Inferno. It's open season, you know, you can power your team up to just decimate your opponents again. I mean, Reject, they took advantage of it before, they're going to do it again here. RVL, again, you know, just trying to put focus around the Mantis. I get it, you know, you can play around the damage amplification there, play around the speed boost, it's great, but Reject already showed that in this kind of composition out of the draft before, they were able to push ahead, and they're just looking to just bring out the exact same recipe all over again here.
Yeah, both teams coming out with the exact same recipe. It's literally one for one the exact same band draft that we saw on Burn and T'Challa. But kind of like I said, like I feel like it works a little bit better for Yggdrasil than it does for Burn and T'Challa. It's a lot less dive friendly, a lot more front to back favored, and you know, Reject are privy to that. If okay, you want to go for the protection of the Mantis, this is one map where you cannot let the Vibrant Vitality come out in full force. So a Loki ban there, I think, is really wise, and we'll see how Rival Esports end up wanting to play this. They're going to be first at bat on the attacking side, and they've got to set the bar. They've got to go for a full completion map, because you got to imagine when the sides flip, Reject are going to be steamrolling on through points A and B, and maybe we see a contest on point C, but you got to try and pump the brakes at some point.
I'll tell you what, I wish Reject's composition they showed at the start of this, not that the viewers could see, stayed as it was for the whole match. Unfortunately, we won't get to see my favorite hero, Hawkeye. Not today, but maybe another day. Maybe when he gets changed, if he gets changed. I'd love to see that. But for now, we are getting into the map, everybody. Last Row are going to be bringing it out strong on the Loki, and definitely eager to see many of the unique angles. They'll be looking to place some of their doppelgangers onto this one. I love that Finale is bringing out the Elsa as well here. You know, it's a lot of open space. Can take advantage of the Glotch Rocks really, really well here. So, need to see how it all plays out, as they're already dishing out a ton of damage from a distance. And I like how Yaki is just scouting here, making sure that they can keep every angle covered, just in case RVL try and slip behind them here.
I do also appreciate the Loki Rocket backline that comes out from Reject. Like, once upon a time, that would be a troll pick for a Loki, but so much value has been coming out from CYAs lately that, you know, having a second one doesn't hurt. And that one is going to hurt. It'll be res right back up, but Finale is going to be feeling that one. Good early KO from Netra, who's managed to claim the high ground with this Penny, and now Finale coming back with a vengeance. Oh, he's angry now. He's going to go in and take down Spocky, keep his backline nice and safe, as this card has already rounded the first corner here, but as it starts to get a little bit more up close and personal, that's when Finale is going to really start to shine with these up close shotgun shots. And Lastro going to get in there as well with a parting gift for HK Mario and a first successful defense for Reject.
Yeah, looking to just lock things down as quick as they can. Here, it's going to be the Yaki Show. Double flow with more to follow here. Finale getting the double-double. Maybe looking to make it a triple if they lock this one down. They played very patient there. Just looking to just take in the moment for a second. You know, gotta love it. Maybe they're on vacation with these KOs.
I mean, they definitely feel like they're on vacation. Like, this does not feel like Reject are really clocked into work today. They are out of office, and you know, you're dealing with their like automated email replies right now. It's about the tempo that they're playing with right now. Rival Esports, you know, they've taken so long now that there's going to be another BRB, so that early KO onto Finale really doesn't mean anything anymore. All right, you can find him again, doesn't matter. He'll be brought right back up. HK Mario is going in deep to try and find a little bit of pressure with the laser beams, but is already pressured back. Netra also trying to keep a hold of that high ground with the Penny and create an angle for Spocky to go on in deep with the White Fox there from Proxies and maybe find a pinch onto somebody, but a big Angie Dinosaur is not quite the dive target you're looking for.
No, you don't want to be between that one, otherwise you might get stuck in the teeth there. But Feast of the Abyss is going to be the first thing out. RBL adapt around it accordingly. Just calm on this one. Got a Mischief coming out as well. Can bring the CYA into play if they choose to. Not going to abuse that just yet though. Yaki finding Lick there, looking for more around the back as well, forcing RBL as far back as they possibly can onto this one. They will succeed, get the double, and are going to force the issue. Now a minute and a half to spare on this Reject. They got plenty of ults to play with. RBL almost the same. It could be last fight territory if this one drags out.
And they've already made some swaps. Netra giving up on the Penny Parker, which, you know, I didn't hate, but it kind of felt more like concepts of a plan, not really a fully fleshed out one, and it wasn't being executed properly. So over onto the Captain America, I think is going to give him a little bit more breathing room, especially if this breaks down and goes into overtime, because then, you know, by then he'll probably have the Freedom Charge, give Rival Esports maybe a second opportunity, a little bit more breathing room. We'll see. Oh, what a breathing shot there. Spocky getting caught out again by Finale. This guy just cannot get access to the backline because Finale has stuffed him out every single time, and now Rival Esports, with less than a minute, have to take this next fight either down a man or wait for him to come back, and they're going to choose the former.
Yeah, and it's great they can take advantage of the vision afforded from Yaki there as well. You know, playing around the Claymore there, the vision. But Blackrock's going to be coming out right now. Yaki trying to shut them down. A lick of now balls and are looking to follow up. It's Spocky out of town. Oh, they're not even done. Not even close to being done. Yaki is trying to shut down the White Box there for Proxies. Desperately trying to clamor about, but it's going to be the Yaki show all over again at KO City, and they are a full-time resident. Netra at least finds a KO back on the Gargoyle, so might be able to claw a path forward here, but I mean, they desperately need one with seconds to spare here. They've got a Freedom Charge to try and barge in, CB, but that's all they really got going right now.
And two big Vanguard ultimates coming out from Reject before long. Piggy's got the Rampage, and Gargoyle's gonna have Feast of the Abyss. Piggy's gonna already let that Rampage rip, and Netra, some assembly required for these particular Avengers, but Finale is in the interest of disassembling this entire team composition right now with one shot into the backline onto Lick, and now there is nothing that could possibly stand in Gargoyle's way as he runs roughshot over the rest of Rival Esports. It's traded out again, but it's just not enough. They need to find something. They need to find something final, and not just Finale, because he will be back before long. And Yaki is going in there, just raking right through, taking down Netra. And as it all starts to break down, a poor play from Lick to give Rival Esports just a little bit more of an opportunity, but Reject are taking that opportunity away from them. A God of Mischief now coming out from Lastro, a token ultimate that doesn't even matter because Rival Esports just don't have the manpower to keep this cart rolling, and only 57 meters to their name, and Reject have a pretty low bar to clear.
Yeah, I think it feels like they only have to do one push-up to get past this one, you know? It's that kind of vibe right now, but RBL, you know, we've seen them bring out some high sustainability compositions before. I feel like they could just try and afford themselves maybe a triple under this. Maybe they go a whole other direction. Looks like Lick is actually going to be playing onto the Jeff. We have seen Lick bring out some great Jeff play into the past there. So curious to see if it's going to work out for them this time. Love how Zeft is hovering the Mr. Fantastic as well. It could be the time to get bouncy, you know, bring out that Brainiac bounce. And Spocky bringing out Old Faithful there. Haven't seen much magic play from Spocky since they were on Xavier Hope with Navoy in the past. So great to see that they're still bringing out Old Faithful there on that melee-based duelist. And they're playing around the team up with Proxies as well on the Strange.
I mean, I don't know that I would necessarily call this a strategy, though. This, to me, feels like Rival Esports are just kind of throwing anything at the wall to see what sticks at this point. Like, they came into this knowing they weren't going to beat Reject. Like, it's Reject. No one else has managed to take a single map off of them, and you know, on this this map pick, only being able to get around that, like, first corner, that is a tall ass to try and hold them. So Reject also coming out with some shenanigans. Sunghoon over on the Iron Man. Somewhere Liger is somewhere he is horizontal, and all right, the portal didn't exactly work out for Reject. I do like the I do see the vision, although I prefer it if it was in portrait rather than landscape.
Yeah, I think they're going in a different format there, but maybe they'll get the aspect ratio right in the next one. Still, Sunghoon are going to be raining down hell from above there. Good on the Iron Man on this one. Curious to see if the Invincible Pulse Cannon will get full charge here, and they might find some impact off that. They're just raining down absolute chaos from above there. Gargoyle does go down, though. Yaki getting the shoddy action out as well. Those poor strategists not having any affordability of life there, and they will go down again.
Yeah, I don't know how you can just let Yaki go on a couple of zipline adventures into your backline and go for a flank shotgun Punisher. There might be an opportunity for a recontest here from Rival Esports. They do have a couple of members still alive, and there's an option to swap to the Doctor Strange. They're not taking it. Instead, Zeph gonna swap over onto the Spider-Man, and Spocky going in there, trying to get something done with that sword. Will cleave Yaki and Twain, and gets a nice double, making a triple onto Gargoyle and Piggy as well, and Reject may have gotten a little bit too cute with this attack as Rival Esports bite back.
Yeah, bite back in a big way there. Great triple down coming at you from a Spocky and go there. Finale, though, is playing Duelist Luna in the back line, getting the KOs. Nobody's looking behind them, only front and center. Netra will be able to bite back, though, so well done on the Venom there. Gonna see if they can get anything else out of this. Rival are pretty close to a lot of ults as well, so if they want to sustain through this, they got options there. But what terrifies me the most out of this is Yaki getting close to a final judgment.
I mean, there's that, and you might also get your wish. Sunghoon is getting close to that pulse cannon. Zeph's gonna go in and try and stop it from coming out. Not today. He will be able to take him down, and I'm not sure where that Jeff ultimate from Lick. Oh, he got two! Lick got two! And Proxy is there for one as well. Lick does have to give his own life for that one, but that's another fight win for Rival Esports. What are we watching, Matt?
This is Rivals to the end of time, CB. We're going wild on it. Piggy has an in-step available in a second as well. I'm terrified of the explosiveness that's going to come from Reject in a second. Like, we know they're able to get something, surely.
We know Piggy's Jeff. He has said it carries, and it might be the carry that Reject need right now. Here comes that pulse cannon. It gets blocked by HK Mario. What a block coming out, but the final judgment from Yaki may be the final death nail. Darkchild gonna come out from Spocky with a Feast of the Abyss, but it's just not enough to burst Yaki down as he just keeps putting in the hurt. Rival Esports, though, do have the Kumio unleashed, and that will keep them alive for the time being. But here comes that Jeff ult from Piggy, and the carry comes through as he carries Spocky and Proxies to a watery grave, and the Kraken impact from Gargoyle goes crazy, and that is going to be Reject, putting Rival Esports in the dirt where they belong after playing with their food for a good long while. It was a entertaining Yggdrasil, but Reject, they were done playing around by the end of it.
Yes, they locked back in towards the end of that endeavor there. You know, they got to play some creative heroes, but alas, they will be able to dial it in when it mattered. So, Yaki will be taking away the MVP onto that one. Well deserved, you know, they've done some really great work into this, and will be able to secure that victory. So, well done, well played from them and theirs onto that one. 12 finals for Yaki, as a matter of fact. So, goes to show they put in a lot of hard work there. And very, unique from RVL. I was very impressed with some of the heroes they tried to make work. You know, we saw a great triple from Spocky on the Magic there. So great to see Old Faithful could still get it done when they needed to.
That sure was one of the maps of all time, I gotta say. It was definitely a pleasure to get to watch that one all unfold. I hate to say for a moment Rival Esports gave me hope because I was like, surely not, right? Surely we're not this so far off the goop that we're gonna win with a Magic Spider-Man lineup or Magic Mr. Fantastic, whatever other rhyming threats you want to come out here with. Reject are a dominant team. They still have yet to drop a map. They go flawless up against Rival Esports. They got one more series later on tonight to try and keep that golden group stage afloat and carry that momentum on into the playoffs. And for Rival Esports, whether or not they even get to show up to playoffs, it's not in their hands. The next series is going to decide their fate, and maybe there is a chance, but only if Loyalty do not win and only if they can get a map win up against Zero Tenacity. And I don't know how I feel about that about that particular prospect after seeing that map. Diatonic, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, for Rival, this is the exact situation you never want to find yourself in a round robin, when your fate is essentially out of your hands and is all up to a completely different match, because, yeah, a lot of Rival's playoff hopes now gonna lie in the hands of match number 2 on the card tonight. That's Loyalty versus N1 Hex, but, you know, there were some moments of hope here, some bright spots for Rival Esports, and, you know, we saw a little bit of testing here and there, trying to push their limits where they could, but just not enough, and now Reject, they they live up to the namesake yet again, rejecting everything but victory and are now 2 maps away from a perfect run through this group stage. But of course, with Reject taking another win, we have an interview on hand with one member of the team. We've got Coach J-Mac on the line to tell us a little bit about this one and maybe give us a preview of what's in store for the match later tonight. Hi, J-Mac.
Hello, hi again. The player was too shy, so coach interview again.
No problem. I understand. How are you and the team feeling? How do you guys feel?
I think this match after we correct first AST, yeah, in group stage. So yeah, very happy. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
You as the coach, let me ask. We all know Piggy on Jeff. He's the carry. How did you coach him to be so good at Jeff?
I don't know. I don't want to he play Jeff more in the next game. Hey, don't say he Jeff because he feel he's good. So yeah.
He got a 2K at the end. He's pretty good. He told us his Jeff is carry.
I don't think so.
I'd love to see it. And I guess, yeah, we saw some very interesting hero picks towards the end there. But why did you guys play Iron Man?
I think interview after I need to ask Sungwoo because player, if they block defense in first point, yeah, they just say, okay, guys, let's go. It's our time. Yeah. And they just pick and they just play.
I love to hear it. They have a mind of their own. But you have one match left in the group stage against Triple AD later tonight. 2 maps away from a perfect group stage. How do you feel about the match against Triple AD? Any thoughts?
Just we don't think Triple AD is hard, but we just keep focused last round and just don't clean finish. Yeah, finish clean. Yeah.
Yeah, finish strong, of course. Yeah.
Well,
Coach J-Mac, thank you so much. Maybe we'll hear from you again later tonight if your players are too shy to talk. But thank you so much for coming on and talking to us. Always
Thank
a
you.
pleasure. And yeah, tell Piggy, play more Jeff.
Okay. Thank you.
See you.
He's not telling him to play. He's not relaying that message. He's just gonna pretend he didn't hear that one.
The inmates running the asylum on Team Reject clearly at this point, but hey, we've seen it in action before. Piggy, as always, the carry there, but yeah, love to see the Jeff come out again, and of course, yeah, Reject taking this one 2-0. So the clock advances on arrival. The bell tolls for them once more. Their fate now lies in the hands of the next match we will have coming your way right after this. Don't go anywhere. It's Loyalty versus N1 Hex, round 2, following up on their preseason encounter. We will see you in just a few minutes.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. Audible my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, yeah. I feel it skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 없이 뛰어가 fly mode Be breath free shining flying high Feel the spark of flight mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight Gonna burn the night out Every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide Right through the starlights 차가운 공기선을 realize 지금이야 take flight We're dancing on the moonlight 손을 꺼버려 turning up the heat get it We're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's sweet
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? We make a killer team. The powers of light never fall. What are you aiming at? Let the devil out!
Well, with Rival dropping the series to Reject, now the 6th playoff spot from this Asia arm of the Pacific region is definitely up in the air, and it may all come down to our second matchup of the night with Loyalty taking on N1 Hex. And guys, we talked about it a little bit at the start of the broadcast, but Loyalty last night took their first not only map win here in Marvel Rivals Ignite, but their first series win and blew the whole field wide open. Now, N1 Hex, the only ones potentially standing in Loyalty's way between them and a playoff spot. I can't believe they have this last second opportunity to snag one for themselves.
Yeah, it's that simple. If they beat N1 Hex, whether it's 1-2, 2-1, 2-0, doesn't matter. As long as they beat N1 Hex, they are in. They have bested both Rival and N1 Hex, so they clear them both. They get that 6th spot. But if N1 Hex wins, then like I said, it opens up a ton of different time streams where N1 Hex could potentially qualify off of map differential, because the head-to-head wouldn't matter because we'd have a 3-way tie. That's why I think Rival still, you know, they're going to have another opportunity later tonight to maybe try and give themselves some breathing room. But I think, you know, even they kind of feel like it's not in our hands anymore. It's all between these two teams. And very fitting, Matson, because we have a bit of a feud developing between these two teams from preseason.
Yeah, we do. You know, they've faced off before. They're ready to, you know, battle it out. They got the fists ready. You know, they're ready to go into fight mode there. And we'll see
Not
how
to be confused with
things go.
flight mode. Totally
very
different.
different. Very different.
That's a different one. We just heard a bit of flight mode, you know, but no. We're going into fight mode, you know, straight out of the Clobbering Club into the server here in Ignite. They're ready to fight and give it their all. But we're going to take a look at our rosters again, and they are looking good.
Yeah, looking a little bit different if you caught these teams during the preseason. Both of them went quite through a big rebuild between preseason and stage one, so things have definitely been looking different for both teams here. Loyalty won a series win here in stage one. N1 Hex still looking to close one out and looking to do it here tonight against Loyalty in what is kind of a burgeoning rivalry like we've talked about. Maybe just a pinch of bad blood between the two of them. They did, of course, cross paths in the preseason, but a little bit of an asterisk on that match as Loyalty ended up with a disconnect, had to play map 2 on a 5v6, and of course that ended up going N1 Hex's way. So we'll see tonight if the tech issues align here, if Loyalty will muster the whole squad here and be able to turn the tables, because after last night with their win, it is really up in the air here, and would we really have it any other way in Pacific? I mean, come on.
If this was like a Meat Sports kind of situation where they have that keys to victory graphic, for the first one for Loyalty, it would be keep all 6 players in the lobby at all times. That is their number one key to victory, and then the next, you know, the next couple of steps, they all kind of come and go. But this team N1 Hex, you know, I have kind of become a bit of a fan of this team watching them throughout this stage one, because you can tell by the way that they play that they really do want to get that first win. They've managed to get map wins against the Burgers, against Triple AD, and even against Zero Tenacity. Those are all crazy punch-ups for a roster that is on the brink of elimination, but they have yet to be able to confirm. They have yet to be able to go back-to-back, get 2 map wins in a series and claim the victory. If they can do it here for the first time, they will throw the bracket into even more disarray, and I kind of want to see that.
Oh, pure chaos all over again, Diatonic. You love to see it, don't you?
I was gonna say, you took the words right out of my mouth. Pure chaos indeed. It is gonna all start on Burnin' T'Challa one more time here. And yeah, you guys are right. I mean, this one on paper is pretty much a dead heat. Of course, N1 Hex last night took a map off of Zero Tenacity. Quite an eyebrow raiser for the team. And you saw in their roster lineup, Louis on the Moon Knight, absolutely influential in that matchup. So definitely gonna be looking for him to kind of carry the team here. And it really feels like both of these teams to some degree have kind of come into their own. They found the superstars on the team, and now it's just about rallying around them and enabling them to do what they do best. CB, Matsy, you guys got the call on this one. This is going to be a banger for sure.
Yep, and it is going to be the match that I think is the most impactful, that is going to decide the bracket, decide whether or not Loyalty will have that 6th seed in the Pacific playoffs, if they have a date with some of our OCE pals, if they end up meeting a reject in the first round, which I think would be, you know, quite the welcome for them, or if N1 Hex managed to do the impossible and set us to yet another 3-way tie for the bottom, only to be broken by our various tiebreaker rules. Never underestimate the Pacific region when it comes to, you know, having to run through the entire rulebook just to figure out who goes where.
They did it. I can't believe it. They did it. They actually banned the Dino first, so we might see the Gambit Protect. I talked about this at the start of the broadcast, and here it is, CB. N1 Hex gets single-sided Gambit. Oh my goodness, I feel like an oracle right now, and I'm here for it. N1 Hex, lock it in.
I just saw your brain expand, like your head is like 3 sizes bigger. You were like seeing into the future. I would have never predicted that these teams would ever in a million years let that one through, but Loyalty, clearly they've got a strategy, because you don't let that Gambit through unless you feel super confident in one thing or the other, and it seems like the Double Dinosaur is going to be their way forward. But as we've talked about before, when you let the Gambit through, you've got you've got a whole checklist of things that you have to knock out. The Loki, the Star-Lord, both pretty high priorities. I don't know if Loyalty have a Rogue, so you could probably get away without banning that, but there's other things that you're probably going to want to stop. You know, the Daredevil, I think, is another pretty high priority. If not that, then the Black Cat. But we shall see. We're going to have a Phoenix Protect coming out from N1 Hex, and I do kind of like that as well. I mean, there's a lot of, like, I'm not even sure what to make of this. Like, I kind of like N1 Hex's look here, but Loyalty, like, it's aura. Like, it's aura to just let the Gambit through at a stage like this. When you got this much on the line to go for a play like that.
Oh, yeah. They're feeling confident as ever into this one. They're just like, you know what? We can deal with it. We don't care what you bring here. We're going to try and exceed it in every single way. But it looks like there's going to be no Rocket on deck this time. It's going to be the Battle of the Phoenixes here. And very keen for the last ban as well. Is it Mantis? Is it Loki? Do we see the double Loki ban? Nope. It's going to be Mantis. So, Vernon T'Challa is locked in, folks. And let's see how it all goes down.
It is a full strategist sweep in the bans for the side of N1 Hex. So Loyalty do not have access to the Gambit, the Luna, the Rocket, or the Mantis. And that is a lot of very high priority targets that have been taken out. So kind of looking at the way this all plays out, you're kind of looking at Loyalty and being like, all right, what do we play? Like, you kind of have access to Loki Invis. Maybe you go Cloak Invis. Like, aside from that, like, it's really hard to mount a particular strategy when you don't have a solid backline, and so many of the other very strong things aside from the Gambit got sniped out away from you. So I don't know. Like, I like the aura from Loyalty to go for a play like that, but they still have to try and find a way to adapt. I'm struggling to say who came ahead in this ban phase, but I think it's N1 Hex, and it's kind of hard to argue against that when they have access to the King of Thieves and so much more at their disposal.
Yeah, and speaking of the King of Thieves, they got a pair of thieves. You know, Black Cat coming out as well for them here. So, need to see how these players will fare with that at their disposal and maybe more. I like how Joey's playing into the Strange here, paired up with the Invis. So, pretty good. They're playing for some early Portal Warfare there. See if they can scout out the front side of things, is try and stage themselves for an early fight here so they can see everyone's going through the main point of contention, and they're looking to meet them and greet them with open arms here, trying to see if they can put them in harm's way.
I think that portal might have even split off a couple of members of N1 Hex. If they can isolate and clamp down onto one of them, they could try and find an early Elim here, and it looks like it is going to be D-Spooky, and Bumyoung is there with the Phoenix shots. Blaziken is trying to return the favor, and will do just that with a shot from on high, and with this high ground advantage, you kind of like N1 Hex's chances in this one. Loyalty will find the first cap of the mission area, and will be happy to do so, but N1 Hex, if they can find a couple more picks here, they should be able to find the flip quite easily.
Yeah, should be able to lock themselves in here. They do have the Banhammer at the ready, so if they need it, they can use it, but it is going to be NRX there, shutting down JZZ7. See if they can catch anyone else as well. Still a damage over the top there. The flip hasn't come through. Banhammer goes down. Wins go good with that one, and they will find KO for KO here on N1 Hex at long last. To branch it ahead here, but they're taking a bit of damage up front as well. Loyalty are not looking to concede this one easily. They're looking to keep fighting on and take the fight straight to them, but Blaziken blazes on ahead there, and now things all starting to crumble down. They lock in the double and are looking to get even further. Loyalty sent tails between their legs there as they're on the retreat.
And they already spent the Strange TP, so, I mean, if N1 Hex go all the way up to 99%, Loyalty might not get an opportunity to recontest. They fought so hard to try and keep that one in contention, but losing the flip and then trying to fight that one out for so long is a blunder that might come back to bite them, and it is going to bite them back quite hard, as in all that time, Exile has built up to that Royal Flush, and it is coming your way, and there's going to be an End Song Inferno as well, and you better remember this song. It's going to be stuck in your head for quite some time. Blaziken actually goes the opposite direction, doesn't find any Elims off the back of that, but now Gamebo going in with that Galactic Legend as Blaziken just hits him with one quick tap, puts him down, and Loyalty are so caught out there. They do turn around and deal with NRX, and they're able to take down D-Spooky as well, so a slight man advantage as N1 Hex have to tuck their tail between their legs and give ground. High ground indeed for Bumyoung, who's going to take down Blaziken, and Loyalty are back in the front door. They have kicked it in, and they should be able to find the flip.
Yeah, great work off the back of the Stampede from an X's there, and to see if they can take some further territory forward as well, not allow ease of access back to the mission area for N1 Hex here. I like how Bumyoung's there playing from a distance as well. They've got the End Song at the ready if required, but not going to give it as yet, as still just holding steady. M1 Hex, they're not looking to get dicey with it either. They're not looking to go for any flank actions. It's just all hands on deck here. Agamotto up front, locked down, and Song straight into it. And they are doing the best they can, but Winsger and Co get the ebb and flow here. They are going to be able to lock down every which KO. It all falls apart for Loyalty. And now N1 Hex will be able to take it right back before the lead was stolen.
And it's all because of that Eye of Agamotto from D-Spooky. The fact that he's able to catch on to Jay-Z meant no invisible boundary to protect from the onslaught that was coming their way. And the rest of the team, they saw that Invis was stunned. They bursted them down so fast that there was no opportunity for it. Now, sure, it's going to come out this time around, but it's only going to try and help you prolong this fight. It's 85% and counting. NRX gets caught out, and so does Winsker. And maybe you don't even need the invisible boundary. Maybe you just go for a good old full frontal assault, and they will do just that. Joey going in there and trying to take down D-Spooky, and he'll do that with a little bit of extra damage off of that. Just off of that Psychic Spear. Invisible boundaries now coming out for both sides. Zen1 Hex are able to get one trade, but they're still down a man. And Song Inferno now coming out from Blaziken, and they'll be able to take down Jay-Z, but Joey on the other end has managed to take down the entire back line, and Loyalty are winning this fight with control of the point. D-Spooky gonna come back through with a strange TP, looking to try and build up that dark magic, get another big Maelstrom, but there's just no big beefy target, so Anaxes is gonna present one, and there's the Maelstrom. He'll burst him down. Whizger coming back into the fray, taking down Joey. It's gonna be another portal play that comes out. Loyalty have managed to buy themselves just enough time. They're coming in with a Galactic Legend. Gamebo looking to try and find something with it. Blaziken wants to snipe him out of the sky, and a Raging Royal Flush will aid in his ability to do just that. D-Spooky going in with another Maelstrom, taking down Mumhyung, shielding himself with a Psionic Seduction, not falling for the Wily Charms, and we have a disconnect! Loyalty have lost Necrobe, and N1 Hex will take the first point. Oh, Loyalty, you failed at the first key to victory. You gotta keep all 6 in the lobby.
Not again! Not again!
Not like
Not
this!
like this! Oh my goodness. What a tale it is unfolding before our very eyes right now. Can you believe it? N1 Hex, they flex ahead of that one with the Raging Royal Flush to rush things back in, and just great work, you know, great start. The spark was there for Loyalty. They were taking it to them as well, but they just fell short when it mattered.
Yeah, and well, fell short quite literally in the manpower, losing out on Necrobe there. We're going to a quick pause. I think we try to get everybody from Loyalty back in. Make sure we get a full 6v6. No more of those preseason shenanigans. They want to take a good old-fashioned honest duel, especially when your playoff hopes are on the line. That is not something that you can abide.
No, you can't afford anything like that. You know, you need to take every win that you possibly can into this one, and very eager to see if they can bring things back, heading towards Warrior Falls as well, as the Stellar Spaceport has gone down to N1 Hex there. Loyalty, you know, they had opportunities. They were looking pretty good in some little moments there. Was particularly impressed with some of the Devil Beast rampages that they were able to turn the tides of the fight with there, but we'll see if they can really inject that kind of presence and firepower into the next capture point as well. I'm curious whether they adapt around some of their heroes as well, bring maybe something a bit more dive-centric into it. You know, they could play around the cap, for example, similar to what we saw in our last matchup, or maybe something else, but it's all going to be up to the teams.
I think on a map like Warrior Falls, you're going to need to try and go for an adaptation like that. Like this front-to-back playstyle, like it's going to work pretty well when you're in control of the point, but when you are not in control, it's so hard to try and break through any of these choke points. And, you know, I also kind of feel like both teams, they use their Doctor Strange TP, so you can't even try to go for like an early angle play. It's just going to be a brawl, you know? It's just going to be a straight-up brawl. And one that I think Loyalty, if I'm correct, I can't actually see right now, but I believe they had a slight ultimate advantage, so maybe they can get a little bit of an edge once that fight starts to break down. But there's really no way outside of trying to change your composition that you're going to be able to catch them off guard here.
Yeah, there's no other way that you're going to be able to catch them off guard, you know, otherwise you're going to be left behind into this one. And I guess one thing that Loyalty probably going to be taking into consideration towards map 2 is maybe not letting the Gambit through, you know, because that was the big difference maker, especially in that first capture point there. So they either need to find a way to adapt around it in the second one, or otherwise just get rid of it entirely, heading in towards our second map eventually. We do get there, but I guess, you know, we've seen one Gambit come through tonight. Do you think we're going to see it again at some point tonight, CB?
I mean, I don't hate the way that Loyalty did play around it. I think, you know, they might be willing to give that one up again. We'll see how Warrior Falls plays out, but there was one fight where N1 Hex were going to try and go for a Royal Flush and Song Inferno combination, and Blaziken popped the U-turn and went around for something else. I think it was the Jeff ultimate, and I think he whiffed on trying to shut that one down, so you didn't actually get a full execution of that combo. And if Loyalty can keep forcing errors like that, you're more than welcome to let the Gambit through, because you're not actually getting any value out of his ultimate, and that's the whole reason why you pick the Gambit.
Yeah, the whole reason why you get it locked in, locked down there, and very keen, very curious to see what else will be looking to unfold here for our teams as they get prepped up and good for battle. But speaking of battle, what kind of battle do you want to see ensue into future seasons, CV? Do you want to see more domination maps like me?
I mean, I feel like we've got so many convergence maps, we can probably, you know, ditch that. I kind of want to see a few more convoy maps. Like, I always love the aesthetic of some of the convoy maps. Like, I'm a big Spider Islands fan. I think that might be one of my favorite maps in the game. I want to see some more of these, like, long, beautiful corridors that we get to escort a cart down, because that's my favorite thing in the world, is escorting a cart.
I'd love to see it, you know, and I'm sure the card appreciates you for escorting it safely to the
What
end.
kind of locations would be good though? Like what, like, because we've got so many New York maps. I've talked at length about how if you are in the MCU, New York has to be like the worst place in the world to live, because there's always stuff happening. There's like, you've got Thanos and the Chitauri invading, you've got random senators like, I don't know, nuke them about it, like, you're about to nuke the whole city, and you're just like, I'm just here because I like bodegas. Like, come on, give me a break.
I really would love to see something themed around the TVA, or like the TVA headquarters. You know, I feel like I'd go in another direction, play into something like that. Explore some of the extended parts of the universe there.
Each of the checkpoints just like going through a different door or something like that, like into different realities.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be a lot of fun. You know,
you just got like Kang waiting at the end of it.
Exactly, and I feel like it'd be perfect for like a domination map, right? Because of all the different points of contact that you could have, like out of the TVA offices. I think it'd be awesome.
Well, we've got our contacts, and we have Contact and Necrobe, gotten him back in the lobby, and it gets to hold on to that Jeff ultimate. So again, a slight ult advantage for Loyalty coming into this first fight with both the Jeff ultimate and the End Song Inferno. D-Spooky coming up on another Eye of Agamotto and NRX with a calling card, so it's a very narrow window of opportunity for Loyalty, and I think they need to seize it as fast as they can.
Yeah, need to seize that opportunity quick as possible here, and see if they can take advantage of it. The Necrobe does have its Jeff available, and that could be a great way to turn the tides into the early phase here, but they might be conserving it for later in the piece. NRX, though, not going to allow them much opportunity. Calling card comes in. It's Jeff in response from the Necrobe there. If they can capture more of their enemies, it could be perfect. Speaking of perfect, though, Bunkyung going to be able to shut them down immediately. Great start from Loyalty onto this one. Winska trying to bring out the Banhammer to shut them down, but it just isn't working. No matter how close they get to a KO, it all falls apart here as they just shut them down, player by player, piece by piece, and Loyalty restore peace onto the mission area.
And late Elim onto Fish, trying to return to the water from whence he came, and we'll send you down there, old friend, just not in the way that you were hoping. Loyalty do a really good job of seizing that opportunity. It's all off the back of Bumhyung finding a couple of those shots with the Phoenix, but now it's going to be a tall ask as N1 Hex have a decisive ult advantage, and the longer you wait, the more imminent this threat of the Raging Royal Flush is going to be. And this time with no It's Jeff to try and bait Blaziken out, you're going to be feeling the full force of that combination. I'm wondering if N1 Hex is going to try and play for that. Spooky gets isolated from the rest of the team, though, and you're losing out on that Eye of Agamotto, and Bumhyung's able to take down Winsker. So with no Vanguards, N1 Hex don't really have much choice but to abandon all ships here and concede this choke point again to Loyalty. Fish gonna pop that invisible boundary, though, and Blaziken is able to take down one, so they think this is turnable, and with a double KO now for Blaziken, they just might be right. It's gonna be a strange TP to get the Vanguard line back on the front lines, or rather in the back line, and that's exactly where the Deagle shots are coming from, taking down Anixies, and N1 Hex are able to find it.
Yeah, find exactly what they were hoping for there. Good early capture, and now looking to rise up to the high ground so they can stage themselves accordingly for the next fight here. Gonna just wait things out, play around the utility, stifle any efforts on the low ground accordingly. So good shots from Winska there, just trying to divert lines of sight. Might even shut down Necrobe if they get a little antsy with it. Look at those shots already coming through. And need to see how things go with the Ensong Inferno right now. NRX already starting off strong there. Bombyoung's down. Now Galactic Legend, but it doesn't even matter. It's ripped apart from M1 Hex here. They're just flexing their muscles and feeling good about it. It's Jeff came out from Necrobe, but they stop it just on the edge. Big shout out to NRX for locking it in, and they get the staggered KO on the Joey. So M1 Hex are in the lead.
That time, Blaziken got every bit of that Royal Flush combo, and NRX was able to get in there and find it at Elam even before that combination comes out, so there really was no hope for Loyalty. They're going to make some adjustments. Necrobe now off of the Jeff and over onto the White Fox, kind of feeling the pressure from NRX on these dives and wants something a little bit more survivable. Jeff just wasn't cutting it, so now Loyalty, with this new look, are going to have to try and find a way to burst on through this, and even ult bank on both sides, and Bumyoung again hitting the shots. He does not miss. He takes down X-Lail, and that is going to be a blast of barrage now coming out from Gamebo to take down Fish, and this should be Loyalty winning this fight outright, but NRX is able to find a triple through the midst of it, make it a quad, and N1 Hex just shut Loyalty's momentum down. A Delvy's Rampage from Anixes is going to expire, and so too will his life. 83% for N1 Hex. It's one fight territory, and Loyalty are running out of time.
A shortcut through space.
One last opportunity here for them to make it happen. Let's see if they can make it work. Ensong Inferno up front and ready to gun their way into it. And it now comes crashing down as the boundary comes through. Agamotto locking him in place. Regeneration domain. No, feeling the pain there. And they will be looking to push it as far as they can in OT right now. Winska playing around the bubbles there. Looking to reunite with their team, ignite the battle, and see if they can rattle it up, and the boundary will come out in response. But Loyalty not even close to the ults right now. If they can just sustain through this fight, charge themselves back up, it could be everything they need. The Ensong, though, could be the answer to try and shut them out of it. But Chop just retreat back, but not able to unpack it. Necrobe goes down. A great trade from Jay-Z there. Joey following it up as well. Loyalty taking them all down in the neutral here. M1 Hex in deep trouble. The reach remote flush, a flight of desperation. The boundary gonna...
They've managed to find the flip, and there's a Maelstrom to pop D-Spooky, and Fish is going to be next on the chopping block, albeit staggered late. Loyalty are going to make him wait for it, or better yet, do it himself. It's going to be so much time bought as Fish is still away from the rest of the team, not going to be getting back anytime soon. Loyalty, they've managed to get this one into one-fight territory, and it's off the invisible boundary from Jay-Z. Now they're going to have an ult advantage going into this one. God of Mischief, Psionic Seduction, Eye of Agamotto, pick your poison. N1 Hex don't really have a good way to burst on through this. There's the Eye of Agamotto up on high ground, and two members quickly fall, and there ain't a damn thing that N1 Hex can do about it. As Psionic Seduction comes out, Winsker is able to shut down Necrobe, so a major source of the healing dealt with, but there goes NRX, not able to capitalize off of that one, and Bumyoung is once again hitting the shots. Blaziken is going to retort, but Gamebo will shut him down, and Loyalty tie it up. They take Warrior Falls, and we're going all the way to Imperial Institute for the rubber match.
Oh my goodness, we're going all the way for this one. Can you believe it? Loyalty, run it back when it counts, and they will mount a recovery for the ages. Now, one last capture point, one last opportunity here on both sides. Will N1 Hex be able to build themselves back up here, or will they be sinking deep in the quicksand? It all comes down to this moment, and Loyalty, they've already got an advantage in the opening. Necrobe with the God of Mischief could be exactly what they need here. Start on strong with the strong strategist ult there. Look to replicate whatever they choose, whether it's a boundary, whatever they want, they can make it happen. But preparation time is going to be dialed out as the gates are just about to open here. N1 Hex, Loyalty, your time is here. Your time is now.
The time is near also for the Ensong Inferno from Bumyoung, and I think that might make the difference when it comes to this one, because you can wait out an invisible boundary from that God of Mischief from Necrobe, but you're going to have to deal with the damage that comes your way. And Luckily for N1 Hex, you know, you've managed to get rid of all the potential damage amps in the ban phase, the Luna, the Mantis, the Gambit, the Rocket, so you're not quite as worried about those, but Bumhyung has done so much damage, even without it, just in the neutral, that it really doesn't even matter. But Blaziken is no slouch when it comes to these hit scan heroes, and is stacking up the sparks, already forcing out the regen domain, trying to burst down Anixes as well, and maybe get Bumhyung with a little bit of that AoE damage, shut down his contemporary there. Gamebo is trying to put the pressure onto him, but is going to feel the pressure himself and going to have to get out. NRX, though, on the other hand, wants to shut down the Zoltan from the Cobra, and will do it! The God of Mischief came out, but what's a god to a non-believer, as NRX going to pop that calling card, go in deep, take out Jay-Z as well, make it a triple now for NRX, and once again, the Black Cat paying off dividends, and N1 Hex will get the first cap.
We'll get the first cap and ready to pop it through. Let's see if they can lock it down in a second here. I love the tight angle the Blaziken's holding here. They can really stage themselves accordingly. It's looking nice, like reminiscent of Bobo's play, to be honest, on the Phoenix there. You know, they're holding tight lines of sight, ready to scout ahead and spread their reach, and Fish is doing the exact same thing there. Just looking to hold the angles, prepare for the fight, and now they light things up in a huge way as they will blaze ahead with KOs for the ages here, CB. Oh my god!
Yeah, even the regen domain couldn't save you from the heat that was coming your way. Gamebo tries to go for a cheeky little back cap there and will get capped by a Winsgur. And that is going to be an easy fight win for N1 Hex, but here's the problem. They used all of their ultimates and they didn't build any other up. So the fight happened so quickly, no one else was doing any damage or healing. Loyalty just got Thanos snapped, basically, and now they are going to be coming up to an invisible boundary. Potentially, Gamebo can build up to that Let the Devil Out, and N1 Hex aren't going to have anything to deal with either of those ultimates, so it's now or never for Loyalty, as 56% and counting. This is the fight that they have to win. A huge ante comes out, not able to confirm any KOs off the back of it, but they are looking to set up a pinch here as Winsgur goes one way, and the damage is coming from another. He's got NRX by his side as well. Invisible boundary from Jay-Z on the point to try and give Loyalty a red carpet to walk themselves on out for, but Necrobe sliced to ribbons by the katanas, and a band hammer out onto Gamebo is going to make it so much more difficult for him to try and find anything, as NRX once again going in deep into the back line, taking down two, is going to take down Bumhyung as well, and Loyalty are swiftly evicted from this point. 85%. Only one fight left for Loyalty to try and take this the rest of the way. They're going to have to go for a strange TP play to make it happen, but now the ults are going to start to come online for N1 Hex. 60%, 80% doesn't matter. Sooner or later, it's going to be 100, and that is when it is time to throw down. D-Spooky with a kick through onto Kurobe, though. It's such a rough way to start this fight. Gamebo has to let the devil out.
Let it out and lock it back in here as D-Spooky spins things together. Great opening for their team, and they're frying it up with Blaziken. Winsgur ready with the katanas as well. Slice and dice and keep it nice as N1 Hex will be able to lock it down in the end there. 2 capture points to 1. They get it done on domination. A great way to start things off here in the series. And now Loyalty left behind.
And you know Rival Esports are watching this fully clenched because they are one map away from potential elimination. If N1 Hex are able to get the dub here and get it in swift fashion, they will know that they are going to have to get that map win against Sears and Aztec, try and make up that map differential. Their fate is no longer in their hands, but N1 Hex, the masters of their own fate, and potentially the masters of loyalties as well. 21 final hits for Blaziken and 21 as well for NRX. That is a double blackjack, and how fitting that it comes off of getting the Gambit through. The Royal Flush is coming in clutch, and again, we see why you don't let this guy through. Whether it's the Star-Lord or the Phoenix, it doesn't matter. The burst damage with that ultimate is just too much to bear, and Loyalty just weren't able to get through on the fights that they needed to win outside of those Royal Flushes.
Yeah, they weren't able to really make it count when it mattered there, so unfortunately it will be crumbling right on the edge of a glory. It will be a sore sight for them, but it's not the end of the road. There's still a road to recovery yet ahead of them. You know, they can play it out on map number 2 here, whether it's Convoy, whether it's something else. All going to be up to them at the end of the day here. And we get to check out some of the best moments from this one as well. As you can see, some incredible stuff coming out from both sides. There's a big reason that it went to all 3 capture points here.
And a not insignificant part of that is NRX going crazy on this Black Cat. You could even see Loyalty forced to try and make adjustments off of their comfort picks over onto things like the White Fox, having to abandon the Jeff altogether just to be able to live through the onslaught that NRX was putting out. This fight right here was insane. A quad that comes through from NRX off of a fight that Loyalty, it felt like they had already won. Bumyoung was hitting the headies with those Phoenix Sparks, stacking up the damage, getting the headshots, found a triple, but NRX comes through with a quad and turns it right around, and that kind of felt like that was the story. Once NRX got let off the leash, there was really no way to click it back on.
Yeah, just not able to shut them down in any way, shape, or form there. You know, they let the NRX out, and then they managed to rip it all apart. So, incredible work coming through from them and theirs, but there's more work yet to be cooked up. We got to get things stirred up and prepared on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Map 2 right after this.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable!
Well, one Gambit allowed through the draft phase on map number 1 of this series, and one win for N1 Hex, just one away from potentially ripping away Loyalty's playoff hopes. What a map, though. Quite a back and forth, and big on Blaziken and NRX from N1 Hex, absolutely stepping it up there on map number 1.
And they've kind of been doing that all stage long. That, like I said, they just haven't been able to close out any of these series. They have managed to take maps off of some of the best that we've got. Your Zero Tenacities, your Burgers, your Triple ADs. Teams that they realistically have no business taking maps up against. And, you know, before this, they're kind of feeling like, okay, you know, maybe we're out of it. We haven't managed to get a series win. Maybe we don't qualify for playoffs. But after yesterday, they said, oh, so you're saying there's a chance. Let's step it up one more notch, and we'll really take it to Loyalty on the last day of it. And we're seeing that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like a case of, hey, maybe we don't have some playoff hopes here, or ours are kind of a long shot to the moon and back, so we'll take you down with us here. A big opportunity for N1 Hex. So, Matsy, obviously, Gambit can't let him through the draft phase again, but what does Loyalty need to change here, or what are your thoughts? What do they need to do to try and turn this series around?
Maybe they can take Gambit for themselves next time. I don't think that's going to happen. But no, I'm curious to see the Battle of the Beasts. You know, I think that they'll probably head towards a more traditional draft heading into the next one. You know, I'd predict we'd probably have the Battle of both the Beasts on Lower Manhattan. Okay, looks like we got the new trend on deck here. Once again, I'm not going to be playing into the museum, so no contemplating, not today. Thank you very much, teams. But we are going to Lower Manhattan.
No contemplating, and also no ult tracking. Don't gotta worry about tracking that Raging Row flush if you have the map do it for you. All right, guys, he's at 80%. We gotta go now, because if he gets up to 100, we're cooked.
Yeah, thanks to Mayor Fisk's city-wide lockdown. You will know when your doom is coming at the hands of Gambit. It'll be right there in your face. But, you know, N1 Hex have been in this position a couple times now in Stage 1. A big map opener win for them, taking the first one, but it feels like they can't quite find a way to finish their food here. I have been told, CB, that you've said N1 Hex has some sauce for sure, but it feels like the pasta underneath is still a little undercooked. Is there something they can do here to get the follow through, to get the finisher in this series?
They just gotta stick the landing. Like, it's honestly that simple. Like, they've got it right in their sights. They're one map away from finally closing one out against Loyalty. You know, in theory, potentially the easiest team to beat, but if the bar is that low and they're still able to clear it, and that's, you know, being a little bit disrespectful to Loyalty because they managed to beat Rival Esports by the transversive property. They're stronger than N1 Hex, and any of them could realistically qualify here. Loyalty have to run it back and go for a reverse sweep, and N1 Hex cannot let that happen. They got to stick the landing, and they cannot let Loyalty start to get a little bit of wind in their sails. Otherwise, it might be reverse sweep territory.
Yeah, I mean, starting to feel that way. Matsy, what's the over-under here? Are we looking at the turnaround, the reverse sweep here from Loyalty right into playoffs, or is it just going to slip through their fingers?
I think that they have to really concern themselves with picking themselves back up, right? They had some unfortunate circumstances into that first map there, which can maybe be a little bit tilting. So I think that if they can just hold themselves accountable heading into the second map here, there's definitely a semblance of hope that they could turn this around and maybe move it towards a full reversal. But their opponent has also been very competitive. You know, there's a big reason why they won that first map in contention there. They've had a lot of surprises into stage 1 so far, and they could just take it the full distance as well. So it's a real big test for both of these rosters as to who's going to be able to really take hold of this next one.
And I think when you have two teams that are this evenly matched, it does kind of come down to that pick and ban draft. And, you know, you're saying, like, you know, we can't let the Gambit through, but I think there's also something even more sinister, and it's NRX on that Black Cat. You know, you don't really seem to have the same capabilities when it comes to the Black Cat, so, you know, you're probably willing to let that one through, but you have to make sure that you're able to get something for that as well. Something that can survive is something that can live through the onslaught. You know, they tried to come out with the Jeff. It didn't work. You had to swap over to the White Fox, and that was okay. I think you need to make sure that you have access to the White Fox as well, but also a little bit more, because even the Loki, like, it just wasn't it. Like Necropia was, like, dying with ult, like, left and right. Like, it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, I mean, Black Cat definitely is going to have to be answered, and she's been a question a lot of teams have struggled to find the answer for. She's going to run roughshod over several teams, not just in Asia, but across all the regions of Marvel Rivals Ignite. So definitely some questions that Loyalty have to answer going into map number 2 here. Fortunately for them, it is going to be on their territory this time around, and of course, it is going to be Lower Manhattan, so mixing things up for sure here. But of course, you know, it seems like the work is pretty cut out here, pretty straightforward for Loyalty. You know, take care of the Gambit, because I don't think they can take that risk again, and they've got to keep a lock on NRX, because as soon as you let him take an inch, he will find the full mile, multiple multi-KOs, a penta. I think he almost ran the gamut, right? The triple, the quad, the penta, so many numbers up on that board at the end. So definitely a tough question to answer, but it's all in Loyalty's court.
Fibonacci sequence KOs, like,
we're doing a lot of math here tonight on the Asia desk for sure. A lot of mathematics. Again, like I said, TI-87 on my desk, out and ready. And the calculations right now not looking super hot for Loyalty, but they are going to look to turn it around with their map pick. We are almost ready to get underway here. I want to see Loyalty change up the formula. It is definitely a go back to the drawing board moment, but they know what is on the line here. They know how serious this matchup is. So I think, you know, you had your opportunity. You know, you said, maybe let's let the Gambit through, see how we do without Devil Dinosaur. And I think the answer for them was, I think Gambit is just such a more serious threat. And every once in a while, we need a reminder. Why is Gambit almost permabanned? Map number 1 here in this series is why.
Every now and then, you got to put your hand on the stove to remember that it's hot.
Yeah, you know, maybe you got to test the theory for yourselves. You know, some personnel need to learn the hard way, and I got to respect him for it. And that's why you got to rely on your strategists to heal up some of the mistakes you might make. Yeah, even ones that sound like that. But no Gambit this time. They've learned.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, no. Yeah, gonna go ahead and ban out the Gambit. Still gonna get that early protect out of the Devil Dino. It's not gonna be one-sided this time, and I think you're okay with that. Honestly, like, if you're able to get the Phoenix through, like, it's almost better, right, to have the Devil Dinosaur, because he's just such a huge hitbox. You can just farm up the damage, farm up the sparks, farm up the AoE, because, you know, everyone's going to be playing around him, so it just gets so easy to start to build up to those End Song Infernos to combo with some of these other potentially damage-amped utilities if you can get those through the pick in the ban draft. Luna Snow with that Fate of Both Worlds, not going to be amongst them, as that is going to be banned out for the side of Loyalty. We'll see what the back half of this draft looks like, though, because this is where things are going to get a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, this is where things are going to change up on one direction or the other here, as they will be looking to lock it down in a second. Mantis and Rocket locked away, so Loyalty can realistically try and get some other kind of protect through here. You know, both teams have the Dinosaur at their disposal, but it is going to be the Phoenix locked in for them this time. So could see that going in both sides this time around. Maybe looking to trade Mantises. There you go. So that one's going to be locked in.
Manti.
One more protect. Yeah, Manti.
Is that the plural? Is that the plural for Mantis, or is it only if it is in like US? Is it a Mantis, Mantises, Manti?
Manti.
Either way, we also kind of glossed over the Black Cat ban did come through for Loyalty, so they don't have to worry as much about NRX unless he's also got a deadly Daredevil in his back pocket, in which case, you know, you're still gonna have to worry about it all the same, and those perma wall hacks as well, as if, you know, the map didn't already provide that. Maybe you're kind of hoping that Lower Manhattan just kind of makes Daredevil redundant. Like, yeah, sure, you can see through walls. We all can, nerd.
Yeah, you tell him. Everybody gets access to that tech there, and speaking of tech, we're going to see some different tech on deck. We do have Gambo hovering over the Moon Knight, NRX playing maybe Star-Lord, Psylocke perhaps. There's opportunities for them. We'll see which one does get locked down in the end, though. Necrobe still thinking about who they want to be this time around. They're still thinking about where they want to go. But where we are going right now is Lower Manhattan. We get to see all of our favorite parts of the landscape there. The balloons are at the ready, because this map is going to be a party.
You know, this map, I think, you know, the way we've seen it play out, it very much so, it's reminiscent of Central Park in a lot of ways, especially with the compositions that teams like to play. You see a lot of Groots, you see a lot of Moon Knights, sometimes you see a Penny Parker or two coming through here or there. Not to spoil the surprise, but I can already see the comps that we're playing, and it is going to be a Groot on one side and a Moon Knight to boot on the attacking side for N1 Hex, and Loyalty are going to look to try and bunker up with a Moon Knight of their own, and as they were able to get the Loki through this time around, Gamebo is going to be manning that one to start off with. So we'll see if Loyalty are going to be able to stand tall on their defensive side here. There's going to be a lot of front-loader damage coming their way from N1 Hex.
Yeah, looking to see if they can bash down the front door on this one. Come in absolutely blazing, but they are going to be looking to find it out around the corners to start off with here. We'll see if they can play around the walls and go at it from a different approach. They're already taking a ton of damage, though, and they have lost NRX, so great from Jay-Z to catch the opening KO onto them there. Doesn't allow the Hand of Khonshu to charge up nice and quick. Necrobe getting closer and closer to that, and they've lost at Winsker as well, so Loyalty just doing a great job to disparage any offensive pressure that N1 Hex were trying to build up here, and Necrobe ain't even done yet. They're looking to lock it in for the triple, and they will succeed. So, a great opening start here for Loyalty.
Yeah, I kind of liked the opening from N1 Hex, though, as well, using the shield from the Devil Dino to try and go for a little bit of a rotation, but man left behind. Jay-Z cleans it up, and when you're down a man, you can't really set up that formation, and crucially with it being NRX, like, that's the bulk of your damage. It all comes down to Blaziken to try and make it all up, and it just doesn't come through. Loyalty able to stand tall on that first defense, but now the second one is where it's going to get a little bit more interesting, as more ults are going to have to come online, and Loyalty have to try and play their ult economy correctly. A Hand of Khonshu online for Necrobe, and he's going straight in there with it. He'll take one down, bursting down that dinosaur, sending him back to the Stone Age to meet the Flintstones, and NRX is going to fall as well, and it's going to be another successful defense here for Loyalty, and they're able to do it efficiently.
Yeah, able to do it efficiently there. Yabba dabba do. What else can they do? Let's see how it all plays through here. It's Necrobe will be holding it back for the second. Arcs at the ready as well, so they're prepared for whatever N1 Hex is going to be bringing to them right now. But one Bionic Hook would be a big difference maker. Speaking of, Exile already taking a bunch of damage there. Necrobe just so ready for this, you know? They're just injecting so much punishment from afar and charging themselves up all the meanwhile. I'm keen to see if they can lock in more from there, but Boom Jung with the difference maker in the beginning. Boundary going up here. The fight already starting. Good late trade from N1 Hex with the dance floor, and they're ready to bring out more as the Strangling Prison opens the door on this one, CB.
There's going to be Invisible Boundary to keep everybody alive, though, and there is another one coming on through. Sonic Seduction now from Joey, trying to catch whoever is inside of those invisible boundaries and make them look at the pretty lady, and Bumyoung is going to fall, so one less man to try and follow up on that damage, but Necrobe trades it out with that Moonblade downrange, taking down Blaziken, and N1 Hex tucking their tail between their legs and trying to fall back again, conceding all the ground that they were able to bring, and Bumyoung now going to teleport behind them potentially with this Doctor Strange TP play. Interesting pitch coming out. A kidnap onto D-Spooky. Hello, welcome to my neighborhood, my friend. It is not a friendly one.
Yeah, welcome to their house there. There's no Spider-Man, no friendly neighborhood. It's just going to be unfriendly and attacking all the way through here. See what else they can lock down onto this one. Now as Loyalty continue to bring up such prowess on their defensive side here, and N1 Hex are just unable to respond in any way, shape, or form. They might be able to form some kind of a comeback with the boundary, but I mean, Loyalty, they can just go first and just shut them out. The time is not on N1 Hex's side at all, and they are looking in a bit of trouble. But speaking of trouble, N1 Hex bring it as they open the KO feed.
That's exactly what you need, but you gotta watch out for this Hand of Khonshu. You also gotta watch out for Joey just running it right down mid, holding M1 and burning down NRX. There's an invisible boundary now coming out from both sides. The Venn diagram in full effect, and Xlail getting some good damage in. They're able to find a headshot onto Gamebo through the invisible boundary. That is exactly what NRX need, and there's another one, N1 Hex. He's able to find two with the Ice Arts there. Necrobe with a late stagger. Jay-Z gonna be next up, and N1 Hex have seemingly cracked this one open. And remember, Bumyoung used the strange TP early on, so it's not gonna be there. And N1 Hex know it, so they keep their foot on the gas. They pressure Loyalty back. They take point A, but they are not content with just that. They want to rule these streets of Lower Manhattan. So Blaziken gonna take to the high ground. Sonic Detonation not able to confirm the Elim onto Necrobe, and Loyalty have their feet back underneath them. But Bumyoung's feet are in a very unfriendly location. Hand of Khonshu coming out from Necrobe, forcing out that Fatal Worlds now from Xlail. N1 Hex still in this one, taking down Anaxes even through the invisible boundary from Gamebo, and a nice little headshot onto Necrobe as N1 Hex keep this momentum going.
And keep it going, keep it flowing, and D-Spooky good with the Strangling Prism there, locks them in place, and we'll clear up the place with Blaziken burning through everything right now. Going to be a great way to keep this push going on the mission vehicle, and looking to see if they can shut them out even further here. NRX is ready as well with the last stand at the ready. Could be the difference they need here, playing into the Primal Flame team up. Love to see that one back in action, and see if they can fine-tune things to slow things down towards the next choke point here. But Nexus and Goro, they're ready to hunt down their next prey. Let's see if they can save the day.
Already procking the bleed there onto Winsker, forcing out the shields as well. So N1 Hex already in a little bit of disarray as Loyalty have managed to wrap all the way around, essentially flip the map, giving up a little bit of cart progress to make it happen. But if they're able to find a pinch onto Winsker here, isolated in a corner, putting this dinosaur in timeout and putting him in the jaws, taking a bite out of him. Last stand though coming out from NRX, and it's a huge one. Only able to take down Necrobe, but did catch 3 in there, so there might be some cleanup damage that comes on through. Trading out Winsker in order to make it happen. Invisible boundary coming out from Loyalty, and they're able to use that as a stomping ground as they stamp out this attack from N1 Hex. In only 45 seconds, they got to take a reset, but it's going to be another stagger onto Fish, and oh, please grant me that sweet relief.
Oh, you could get it, and they will lock it in the end there. So Fish sent back to the ocean. We'll see if they are going to find any more KOs from there, as Necrobe charging themselves up accordingly. NRX now going to be playing into the Bucky. See if they can get a lucky bionic hook through, or maybe something else. Necrobe target acquired, and the Carbon Crush will be able to allow them to rush ahead and lock down the KO onto Winsker. The trade's coming out from M1 Hex though, but it's the Moon coming down before them to try and settle the score here, even up the playing field. They still have to give it their all because it's OT time right now. It's crunch time. M1 Hex, one last opportunity. Can they make this work, CB?
OT on Lower Manhattan. Jazz music intensifies. It's 2 for 2 trades, but both members are going to be coming back from the spawns, and the spawns are relatively equidistant, so there's not going to be a man advantage on either side. But an early invisible boundary from Fish looks to try and get N1 Hex into this fight. Bumyoung with the Ensong of Fur. I think that was forced out. Didn't want to use it just yet, but his health bar got so low that he has no choice. Will clamp on down, but Xlail is going to heal all that damage right back up with the Fatal Worlds. D-Spooky goes in deep and takes down Gamebo, so there's not going to be a second boundary that comes out for the side of Loyalty, and Winsker now with the chomp taking down Jay-Z, and another one for Joey. Bro is feasting. It is a full course buffet and a nice little freeze from Xlail. N1 Hex are still in this fight, still going to keep this shield mobile rolling on towards point B, but they got another fight they got to get through if they want to get this cap and take it on to point C, and it's going to be a TP play that comes out from Gamebo. They've got the ults to try and use them, but they don't want to hold on to them, or they want to hold on to them so they can carry them on to point C. Devil Beast Rampage, though, going to come up from Rinsker. They're not willing to give this one up. Bumyoung on a sliver of HP, but they can't confirm the Elim. He goes back to this range TP. D-Spooky now, let that Freedom Charge come out. Kraken impact from NRX, but it's just not finding what it needs to as NXT's come through the portal with a Devil Beast Rampage. D-Spooky is going to find an Elim, though, but it's traded out. NRX goes again. He clamps down, but N1 Hex step off of the point, and Loyalty will hold their ground mercifully, just shy of a full cap onto point B.
My goodness. I feel like we're watching Museum again with these kind of holds in the beginning here, CV. Just incredible work from Loyalty to stall it out as long as they did, especially around that first mission area there. They dragged out the time so much, which made it a much harder endeavor for N1 Hex. You know, they weren't able to push it as far as they would have liked there, and this makes it a much lesser of a distance that Loyalty has to cover on their own attacking side right now. A resurgence of them into this game is looking more and more like a reality, and N1 Hex, they need to reflect and consider their options going forward, because if they allow this one through, we could be going to a map 3.
Yeah, I think the only option for N1 Hex is to go for a full hold. Like, you can't let them have point A because, you know, then it starts to get in that scary territory where you're not going to have a spawn advantage for any of the fights throughout point B, and, you know, Loyalty can just slip right through the cracks. It's literally that simple. If you're N1 Hex, you can't let that become reality.
Absolutely not. You know, if that becomes a reality, it's their nightmare. It's not their dreams coming true in any way, shape, or form. Maybe they need to call Wanda with the reality of Erasure if that reality comes true. We'll see how it all goes down now, though, as we lock things in to the opening. Loyalty at the ready. Let's see how they will approach the early stage. They're scouting with the portal, so they know what they want to go for here. Potentially early flank action. They know they're playing the high ground, and they're looking to meet them. Hello, and maybe goodbye.
Oh, yeah, there goes Xlail. Pressing dart right through the portal, and that is the lion's share of the healing for N1 Hex gone. And you needed that healing to keep your dinosaur alive, but unfortunately, Windsor has gone extinct. And it was Gamebo with the God of Mischief there, able to be the one to make it happen. Bumyoung with a nice little uppercut on to Fish. And who needs to shoot fish in a barrel when you can just punch them?
Yeah, just going to be absolutely spearing them down there. So be very happy with that one. And if they can catch even more as the portal comes through for N1 Hex to at least stall out the mission area a little while longer. But when you're isolated from your strategists, it becomes very difficult to stay online in a fight, and D-Spooky suffering the consequences of just that there. So N1 Hex now down a player and still trying to layer it on a thick ERC. They can stick to it, but maybe not for long. Bumyoung there, good for the triple KO. Onwards for 4, say no more. It's going to be their teammates locking that one in. The Spooky and Co. still separated, but it doesn't even matter. They get the delayed quad there. Why not? They might even go for 5 if they're lucky on the shots. But not today. So well done from Loyalty. They didn't come here to play. They came here to dominate.
And they are dominating this time bank. 5 minutes in it, and a late stagger onto D-Spooky. He's going to make the swap over onto the Emma Frost, just trying to take the fight directly to this Devil Dino, not let Anaxes go on the rampage that he is going on, but he's about to have a Double Beast rampage and also a Hand of Khonshu. And while it might not be the same wombo combo as the Group Knight, it can be just as deadly and may put an end to N1 Hex's lead in this series. And they got to try and make a play here and now and bleed out this entire time bank. Good Moonblade from NRX. That is a great way to start. Now using the Loki clones like Pseudo Onks, and has a pretty good angle onto the back line of Loyalty as they're pretty split. He's able to catch Gamebo outside of the invisible boundary, and that is absolutely huge. But Bumyoung taking NRX up to the skies and crashing back down to earth with a Kraken impact. Gonna be the fate of both worlds to try and keep Loyalty and N1 Hex on even playing ground, but as N1 Hex start to stamp on through, Winsker is good for a 2, and that'll put Loyalty back in the spawn for the time being. But N1 Hex, that's only the first fight. You got potentially 4 more that you gotta win, and you gotta be perfect, because look how close that cart is to the full cap.
Getting closer and closer to it right now, and they have to do absolute God's work in order to hold it down for a full just under 4 minutes there. It's going to be a very hard-fought battle ahead. M1 Hex, they got a lot of util to do it, so they definitely can fight their time a bit longer. They are bringing down the moon, so going to be a great response there. Joey going down, and Axis though ready for the stampede. The Devil beat Rampage ahead there, and looking to see if they can burst her through the dance floor. Winston's good with their own stampede onto this one. They will concede Jay-Z, and looking for more. The chomp and stomp there from them will be able to lock down Cambo eventually, and more following suit as well. So N1 Hex, they don't commit much to the fight, but what they did commit was working out so wonderfully.
Blaziken nearly gets caught out there. Good Sonic detonation for the stun onto Bumhyung, and now with those sparks built up, he's going to take a moment before he tries to go for another play here. This is where the mental game is going to start to come in check for Loyalty. They feel like they're so close, they can taste it, but if N1 Hex keep these ult rotations going, they might be able to deny this cap from coming out. More ult's going to be coming online. There's going to be that Hand of Khonshu coming out, but X-Lail sniping Joey with the Ice Arts right on through. Invisible Boundary coming out a little bit late for Gamebo. Blaziken now going to take to the skies with the End Song Inferno, looking to try and clamp down. We've caught Anixies outside of the invisible boundary. We bursted him down, and with that on coming in, NRX is going to be able to find another one, and there's going to have to be another mulligan yet again for Loyalty, and they're running out of chances.
Yeah, their opportunities are just dwindling by the second tier. M1 Hex just keeps staggering them out time and time again, and they keep charging themselves back up like they've already got the Hand of Khonshu at the ready here. X-Lyle pretty close to the dance floor as well, and Loyalty is struggling to keep things strung together here. The opportunities could be slipping from their grasp within a moment, but one big fight is still all they need to push this past the line here and get it over the top. So they just need one opening. They're trying for it now with the Psionic Seductions coming down. NRX with the Hand of Khonshu though shots down Jay-Z. They're looking to layer in even more, and they will succeed. Loyalty forced to concede even more ground here. Just over a minute and a half to go here, CB. This is looking dire right now.
Yeah, it's disaster mode for Loyalty. They use the Psionic Seduction and the Invisible Boundary in that fight, and they come up with nada. Not even a stagger Elim or a Forced Ultimate aside from that Hand of Khonshu. D-Spooky did also use the Psionic Seduction, so I guess you can call that good, but now you got to burst through this Fatal Bolt Worlds from X-Lail. Bumhyung is not going to be able to do that alone with the Kraken Impact, so maybe Necrobe with this Hand of Khonshu is going to be the meal ticket, but nevertheless, there's only one final chance for Loyalty to make this attack stick, to try and get that cap. N1 Hex has stood their ground and bled this time bank out so well. And now that Hand of Khonshu is going to come out, trying to burst through X-Lail's dance floor, put a little bit of blood on it. Bumhyung goes up high with a Kraken Impact, clamps back down, gets the debuff, but can't find the resets, is being bursted down himself, will be able to cling to life, and now Anixies going to use that Devil Beast Rampage, but Winsker is going on a temper tantrum of his own. Jay-Z able to find D-Spooky throughout all of it. The opening KO going the way of Loyalty. Blaziken up in the sky with the End Song Inferno. I don't think he actually struck down back to earth with that one, so not going to be enough for N1 Hex, and Jay-Z is going to make him pay for it anyway, and with a swift backhand, Joey will put Winsker back down, return him to a fossil. N1 Hex still trading out though, as NRX able to take down Necrobe, but two more coming through for Loyalty, and N1 Hex desperation mode now have to go for that same portal play that Loyalty had to go for. D-Spooky making the swap, NRX holding on to that Hand of Khonshu, looking to try and come on through with it, but there's an invisible boundary. They don't get there in time, and Loyalty will get the dub and take us to a map number 3, and could it really have gone any other way, Matt?
Absolutely not. We're going the full distance, baby! Let's go! Loyalty are back on track here. N1 Hex now left behind just on the edge. The portal was open. They just couldn't slip through in time. Necrobe going to be the MVP on that one. Onto the Moon Knight. And they say good night to Lower Manhattan. Oh my goodness. You know, they are fighting for tournament life right now.
And both teams are so afraid to make these mistakes, but it's back-to-back C9s for N1 Hex, both on the attacking side and on the defensive side. Maybe on the defensive side, the portal just didn't come out in time, or people weren't able to step through in time, but nevertheless, they're going to be kicking themselves for that one. And both teams, they got to shake the cobwebs off, and I think Loyalty have done that in a big way on this map, able to clutch it out at the last second. And even still, even if N1 Hex get the contest there, it's only the Hand of Khonshu, an all or nothing Hail Mary from NRX that could have came out. Fortunately for Loyalty, they don't have to see reality, and reality can still be what they make of it. They've got one more map, N1 Hex's map pick, to see what reality holds in store for them, and maybe, just maybe, it's a ticket to playoffs.
Maybe they're punching their ticket all the way through to playoffs there to see if they can meet the OCE representatives and join the rest of the Pack Asia cohort there who have punched their ticket through with certainty. It all comes down to this, but for now we get to see some of the showcase of our favorite replays from that map in particular there. Incredible work from the Moons shining through and haunting each other.
Yeah, a lot of haunting happening, and indeed, like, most of these highlights are just going to be Moon Knights. There's going to be a couple of Phoenix ones here and there. This one from Blaziken, who was just hitting the shots left and right. Same as Bumyoung as well. Like, it's really like a complete stalemate between these two duelist lines, and it's coming down to these strategists. Are you able to peel for your backline? Are you able to keep, you know, JZ, Gamebo, Fish? Are you able to keep your backline alive? And whether or not you have the strategist ultimates for the occasion is really what is making up the difference between these two teams. But we will settle the differences between these two teams. We have got one more map to decide it all on the other side of this break. Chat, don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable!
Well, after nearly a 5-minute hold on Lower Manhattan, the Iron Curtain of N1 Hex's defense falls, and Loyalty managed to park it here on map number 3. CB, what the heck did I just see? What happened with that portal at the end?
It's entirely possible. Like, you brought up the possibility that it could have been a body block, and if so, that's a huge heads-up play from N1 Hex. There's still an opportunity, or sorry, a huge heads-up play for Loyalty. There's still an opportunity for N1 Hex to go around and try to come out the other side of the portal, but either they weren't able to do that in time, or they didn't think to do that, or it just wasn't gonna happen. Either way, no matter how you slice it, it ends up being a fumble from N1 Hex, so close to closing this one out, so close to finally getting that series win that has eluded them all stage long, and crucially, the one that could get them into playoffs. Now it's Loyalty, who are now one map away from closing this one out, and I can't think of a better way to settle this blood feud.
No, I mean, you guys said it best. It couldn't have ended any other way between these two. That bad blood gonna be settled all the way here on map number 3. And for Loyalty, it's gotta feel like a karmic revival from the Golden God himself. And could it really go any other location than Museum of Contemplation? Both of these teams, haymakers delivered on maps 1 and 2, left each other with a lot to contemplate. Matsy, what are we thinking here for map number 3?
Pure chaos all the way through. I've said it from the beginning, I'll say again, it's going to be pure chaos every single day. And definitely keen to see how it all goes down once we lock it in here, Dyer. Do you reckon it's going to go to the 3rd checkpoint?
You know, I said last night when we saw Museum of Contemplation, we weren't going to get anywhere past the lobby of it. I was proven wrong almost immediately with quite a tear through the whole museum. So I'm going to go ahead and say maybe we will get blow for blow here because these teams got nothing left to hold back. I think they're going to take it all the way to the very end here. So, you know, strap in, grab the popcorn, grab a drink because Bad Blood round 3 here. Someone is going to walk away the winner of this series. You know, for Loyalty, they gotta be feeling like this is their last chance here, an extra life that they happen to find at the 11th hour.
And it is simple as you win and you're in for Loyalty. And it's a little bit more complicated for N1 Hex, but if they shut Loyalty out, then Loyalty are just out. There is no situation where they can win in map differential or head-to-head and qualify. So it's all or nothing. Off of that miracle performance against Rival Esports yesterday, they have managed to take it all to this, where their playoff hopes live or die based on this one map. Whatever happens on Museum of Contemplation will decide where Loyalty will go.
Decide as they collide into the draft now, and it's going to be Gambit, Shutout, Black Cat. Going to be the first Protect here. They certainly want to lock that one in early. That does mean that the Dino could be one-sided and denied here. Loyalty going to have to contemplate. Do they take it in that direction? Do they shut something else away?
But now we kind of have to circle back to that scenario I posed earlier before the Black Cat ban came out on Lower Manhattan, where you have to try and worry about Xlail, and you have to make sure that you get some strategists that can live through whatever he's putting out, especially if you're not able to adequately peel for him for the backline when NRX goes in on this Black Cat, because that was the difference maker back on Burn and T'Challa, and N1 Hex are looking to go right back to that same well, and they don't need a dinosaur to do it.
No, they don't need anything to do it, apparently. So, oh no, there's no way. There is no way. I can't believe this. Dino is banned. They protect nothing. Oh my goodness.
I think they wanted to go for a Luna Snow Protect. That's what they were hovering at the last second, but that's banned too. Oh no. Oh, it's disaster, Matt. Oh no. You can miss bans, all right? Missing bans hurts, but it's recoverable. Missing a Protect, your whole strategy's gone.
I can't believe this. I'm in just disbelief over what is happening right now. There's no dinos, no gambits. There is a Black Cat. We'll see what else gets shut away. Oh no, Rocket's gone, and they can protect it for themselves if they want, or they just lock it in on the Phoenix, go double-sided on that one. Likely. We'll see though. Yeah, there it goes. They're hovering it. Surely.
Well, so Loyalty, they just want to raise the stakes, you know? They just want to ratchet up the tension. They really want to overcome as much adversity as possible to make their story, their road to playoffs, that much more triumphant when they inevitably win this match. Right, Matt?
Yeah, they're going to take it. You know what? They were trying to psych M1 Hex out by not locking in the Protect there. That's the game plan all along. Banning the Cap, though, is interesting to see, especially coming in on a map like this one. It does force them to play into the Venom instead there. They won't be able to take the Cap to their advantage, so this could come back to bite them later, maybe.
Yeah, but they have to give that up, and you can already see Xlail hovering over that Rocket Raccoon. Like, that's the thing that you kind of needed to shut down, because now you have the potentiality of that CYA coupled with the Feast of the Abyss. It's like, yeah, sure, okay, you take out the Captain America, you don't have to worry about the Freedom Charge, you don't have to worry about these fights getting too long and too bloody, but you also got to worry about them being a little bit too short, because one damage amped chomp and it's over.
Yeah, one and done, and it's all over and out here. We'll see what they are going to do now as we jump into the preparation. Get to take a little look at this beautiful map before we jump into it, and very keen to see what both these teams are looking to bring. They're bringing out the big guns, maybe. They're bringing out their best possible play, absolutely. And Xlail and co, you know, they've got everything they could ever want on to this map of Museum of Contemplation here. Loyalty looking pretty good as well, but I don't know. I'm kind of scared of what this map's going to be like.
Yeah, chat is currently crashing out about the misprotect, just as we are, so we'll see. As Loyalty are going to be first up on the defensive side, they're going to be going for that Vibrant Vitality team up, and I do kind of like that. It's a good way to, like I said earlier, absorb the dives that you know are going to be coming your way from D-Spooky and NRX, but they're not controlling this angle, so D-Spooky is actually going to hit from behind. There's going to be the Flame Orb coming out already, so they know where Loyalty are hiding. And Loyalty are trying to take the fight directly to the rest of the N1 Hex formation. They need to find an Elim, and they got to find it fast, and their Necrobe is good for one. And there is another one, so yeah, take the dive all you want now. It doesn't matter. We already got all we need. NRX able to take down Necrobe, though. That's a little bit rough.
Yeah, it could be even rougher in a second as well, as NRX is prepared to try and dive their way through this one. They're just waiting patiently, staging towards the angles there. They can see that they're playing around the corners, but they're trying to get to the strategist right now. One little moment is all they need. Gambo could go down, and now they play around it alongside D-Spooky here, trying to separate them from each other. See if they can get the damage they require. NRX and D-Spooky in a bit of trouble, but Joey, first one to fall there. D-Spooky traded out as well, so it's a good start on both sides. But N1 Hex are taking advantage of the Calamity. Looking to push the mission vehicle a little further along.
Yeah, everybody turned around to try and deal with the D-Spooky and NRX dive, so Joey was left alone to hold the line, and Winsger puts a Glock shot right in the frontal cortex, and now you're going to be out without your White Queen for this next one. Banhammer is going to be on deck, and couple that with the Ensong Inferno, you can potentially burst down a single target, or how about 3 for Blaziken, and maybe he even gets the quad here off of Anaxes. Now X-Layla is going to steal the glory on that one. Doesn't matter, the damage is done. And N1 Hex will get this cart on through. Loyalty already forced to make a swap over onto that Sorcerer Supreme, bring out the Dr. Strain, teleport, bring the fight right back to N1 Hex, but they are ready, they are waiting, they have got the ults.
Got the ults and ready to pop them out. Simboy A back in play. Lyle dials it in. BRB bringing back Fish as well. And looking to see if they can shut things out with the end song there, but it's not going to do much. Gambo's good for the beginning. Do have the Soul Resurgence at the ready as well. So Loyalty looking pretty good at the moment. Trying their best to shut them out. Necrobe succeeds. Good for the double there. And we'll be able to stumble N1 Hex back to the spawn point for the moment. All they've got to their name is a calling card, and maybe the dance floor and Piece of the Abyss in a second. Gambo could match them though with the God of Mischief here, and they've got that Psionic Seduction. If they build up to Agamotto, they might just be able to hold them out.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for Loyalty. It's got to be this Eye of Agamotto from Necrobe going absolutely sicko mode. D-Spooky is lurking above in the rafters, looking for another dive onto the backline there, but Bumhyung has sniped him out. Symbiotic Resilience already forced out, but he does get the Regent Domain. Feast of the Abyss is not going to be feasting. Necrobe and D-Spooky traded out, but that is A-okay if you're Loyalty. You've got another opportunity at this one. It's going to be a BRB that comes out, so N1 Hex back at full strength, and they are going to leverage that strength, but Joey taking down NRX. No more second chances here. A late Fadeable Blows coming out, and a damage amped Ensong Inferno, and Blaziken does it again, giving N1 Hex another chance at this one. There's another triple for Blaziken, looking for the quad, and give him the quad onto Anaxes, and N1 Hex will have this one. Ain't no sorcerer gonna stop him.
No Sorcerer, no Supreme. It's all going accordingly for N1 Hex right now, as they get it over the line off the back of a very strong defense from Loyalty. They must concede the first checkpoint. Look to run it down on the second instead, but they're already making changes here. Necrobe looking to play into the Mantis this time, and X is going to be on the cap as well. Ready to see if they can tap away and put themselves back in play accordingly. They take it slow and steady here, but Whimscar just trying to poke at them for the moment, but Loyalty are taking it straight to them. They're looking to overwhelm the mission vehicle right now.
I mean, they do have the ult advantage, because Bumhyung is going to have that Ensong Inferno before N1 Hex build up to anything. It needs to be a dry fight for N1 Hex. Even if they lose this, I think they're okay with it if they can bleed out resources from Loyalty, but it's going to come down to who builds up to those resources first and who is able to leverage them. And even if you don't, even if you wait for N1 Hex to build up to it, you're still bleeding time off the time bank. So it's good for both sides either way to take this fight. There's going to be a Banhammer onto Bumhyung, who does have the Ensong Inferno, can nullify the damage if he needs to, and will do just that, as a Carmen Crush is going to force Winsger to retreat back to spawn. They'll actually make a swap over to try and help the rest of the team. While he's not there, D-Spooky is feeling the brunt of Joey's assault, and this should be Loyalty putting N1 Hex down for the time being. N1 Hex trying to get one as NRX goes in deep. Invisible Boundary coming out from Jay-Z, and Loyalty will not concede another inch.
Yeah, not looking to give them anything further here. N1 Hex gonna have to desperately fight on and give it their best to try and get more. CYA is available, calling card in a second as well, but they might not even need it. They found Bumhyung there. Winsgar good for one, and gonna enjoy all the fun here as the mission vehicle gets moving along to the pillar, and looking to see if they can spill more KOs accordingly. Good dive in. Freedom Charge popped accordingly from Loyalty there. So just trying to stop them. The back line. Joey will be caught out as well. NRX are good to try and flex their muscles too here. Big damage, and they disparage the strategist lineup. So Resurgence popped out. CYA in play. Feast the Abyss and the End Song. They are trying to absolutely burn through them right now, and they will succeed in a big way.
And you talk about brute force, all of these damage amped ultimates combined. Fine, you can have it, I guess, whatever. You know, you can, whatever. We're not gonna fight you for this one anymore. Loyalty are gonna have to take their leave, come back into this one. Potential God of Mischief and potential Sonic Seduction. NRX wants to get a little bit of scouting done and stop that from coming out. Does have the calling card and the flame orb in position if he needs it. A nice little yoink onto the wallet of one of the clones. Don't know why Loki gave the clones money that Black Cat can steal, but it doesn't matter. Good sleep coming out though. Not able to confirm that one, but it also forces out the regen domain, and this is a tough situation for Loyalty as they're not able to deal with NRX. He's still lurking, still making himself a problem, and is going to take down JC, and that is disaster right now. Gamebo, though, did get the God of Mischief off. 4 HP, and NRX is able to sneak out the back door and get healing from the rest of his team. And when Hex now is OT ticks over, want to try and push this one the rest of the way. D-Spooky pushing in deep, taking down Nakrobe. Wins are good for one as well, and Song Inferno from Bumyoung is all they've got, and it's not going to be enough. N1 Hex are winning this fight. They just need to put down some of these more beefy members of Loyalty, and they should have the cap onto point B. And Blaziken with a shot onto Bumyoung, a poetic way to make it happen.
They're going to be exactly what they need onto this one. Trying to stall them out in the portal there. Boundary going to be going up as well onto this. Doing the best they can to fight strong, fight hard here. Joey in big trouble. Still going to be able to pop through. They can go back in the portal, get some heals, and come right back into the fight here. They're diving, thriving, giving it the best they can. Ensong coming out. They won't be burnt through. D-Spooky and Co, though, will start the show off again. Joey's finally gone down. Bumyoung going to go down as well. Everything working out for M1 Hex here as they force it into the back line. Prime up for the double, triple ripple, and it's going to be N1 Hex getting it over the next checkpoint. We are going to the 3rd checkpoint, everybody. Can you believe it? We finally made it back.
I know Loyalty can't believe it. They definitely thought they had a better chance at that hold on to point B, you know, with how far forward they were holding into the spawn, but N1 Hex able to just brute force it through twice with the combinations of the Ensong Inferno and the Feast of the Abyss, and NRX just able to capitalize off of the chaos, go crazy in the backline, and carry over a calling card into this next point, and a CYA as well. It's not definitely the ultimate that you want to go for a damage amp, but it's still a pretty good one. Loyalty swapping back to what won them Lower Manhattan, this Moon Knight. Hopefully for them it'll be enough. Early invisible boundary to try and take this fight. They're going to stack that up with the Freedom Charge, and now as the CYA comes out, they'll be able to burn that one down, but they need to find so much more than just a burnt beacon if they want to close this one out. Bumyoung will give them the opportunity with a shot to Blaziken.
Good follow up with the Van Hammer coming down and the calling card at the ready. Gambo's gone, and they are looking to follow that one up in a big way here. Everybody falling, not going to be able to stall out anything. It's Fish dishing up KOs alongside their team there, and they will be able to string up many a double to their team's lineup here. Jerry, oh my goodness, Joey going to be the one with the Psionic Seduction right now to try and get some traction onto this. Maybe could see something from the Moon as well as the End Song, but they really have to stall it out as long as they can here. And M1 Hex, all they have is the dance floor right now.
And there's so much damage that can burst right on through it as overtime ticks over, and Loyalty have to try and put their foot down, not let N1 Hex get the full cap here, set themselves up for a win condition, but Nakrobe is already gone! The Moon will not be haunting Loyalty on this day. It'll come back to haunt them as N1 Hex are running rough shot. NRX is able to get 2, and Bumyoung with the Unsung Inferno takes the skies, managed to take down X-Leo. Can't burst through the dance floor without the follow-up damage there, so it's just not going to be enough, and he's getting checked by Blaze. Get a swift little 2-tap here. Freedom Charge not going to be coming out anytime soon. There's just no sustainability for the side of Loyalty. No Strategist ultimates, no Vanguard ultimates. They needed the Moon so badly, but it was fully eclipsed by Blaziken and N1 Hex as they march on forward and look to try and get this full cap. More ultimates coming online. Gamebo going to try and go for an early God of Mischief to try and give themselves a way forward. A safe passage, but Blaziken is going to make it as treacherous as ever with the Ensong Inferno. He gets another double, and N1 Hex look to try and get this full cap here. Psionic Seduction from Joey, but no one is looking, no one is seduced, no one is falling for the wily charm of the White Queen today. NXT is able to go deep and take down X-Lamp, but you trade out Bumyoung to try and do it. Fish still being a lethal strategist in the backline, taking him down. Banhammer from Winsger. And is there anyone left to touch? Is there anybody from the side of Loyalty that can stop this cart from going all the way? No, N1 Hex, they will have the full cap on Museum of Contemplation, and Loyalty's road to playoffs just got bumpy.
Yeah, big obstacles in their way on this one. Now they have to run it back and go the full distance themselves here. How do they change this one up? How do they look to come back from this? You know, they already had a rocky start, and now it's looking like it's all falling apart, piece by piece here. There are some serious issues they need to consider on how they can overcome into this one. Bumyoung there bringing out the Punisher could be a great opportunity for them. You know, playing around that final judgment, we've seen teams able to absolutely rip and tear their way through defenses off the back of that ult there, but it's still gonna have to take more into consideration than just that. You know, Necrobe playing into the strat pool. They're really just trying to pull something together and see what sticks at this point, aren't they?
I mean, a strat pool triple strategist lineup ain't bad, you know? You don't have the Luna Snow, so it's not quite as damage forward as you would like it to be, but it'll do in a pinch, especially with the Mantis there. You can get a lot of work done with those Deagles, even from the backline. So I kind of like this from Loyalty. It's a bit of a curveball, but the problem is they have to try and figure out what their front line is going to be, and Anaxes isn't quite sure if it's going to be the Thor, if it's going to be the Hulk. They're going to start off with Joey on the Doctor Strange for the time being to leverage that team up with the Invis Woman, but that alone does not a strategy make, and you need a rock-solid strategy if you want to push this all the way. So let's see what Loyalty have in the tank. It looks like the Thor is going to be their weapon of choice, and they're going to forego the strat pool and instead go with the Jeff.
And Jeff looking to be on a lock this time around, and it looks like the KO is going to be unlocked. Bumyoung good up for the opener there. NRX going to be brought back by the BRB though, but they might be shut out again if Bumyoung is allowed to just play for free here and just pump up a ton of damage. But looking at damage, they are trying to disparage things in the backline. D-Spooky and Co stopping the flow of the mission vehicle, and will find a double KO. So good up for the two. They're going to break her through with another. Let's see if they can make it work.
And against this Rocket, like, you really want to ride that momentum, but they're not able to do that as the KOs come back the other way. Loyalty aren't able to make it worth their while. So the BRB that they burned in that first fight with that pickoff onto NRX, it's going to be back online before this next fight kicks off, and Loyalty have to make some swaps. Anaxes off of the God of Thunder and over on to the Symbiote. Got to match this Venom, but D-Spooky is spinning that Venom on the backline, taking down Gamebo and Necrobe. That's a nice little two-piece onto the backline for D-Spooky, and even if you turn around to go for the peel, there's still so much more damage coming your way that for this guy, the job is already done. He can clock out.
Yeah, clock out, go on vacation, and maybe they'll take a trip to the museum, just in a more casual setting. But they are going to be looking to lock things down on the flank here. NRX is scouting ahead, while the rest of their team takes the majority of the damage here. And Song up front, Boundary going to be popped. NRX are not able to inject themselves into the fight as Loyalty command respect here, and will be able to force the issue.
I'm not quite sure where the BRB was, but there was no res that came out for Winsker and N1 Hex. Like, they're going to have to go for a portal play if they want to try and shut this one down. I don't see anyone making the swap, so I think they can go in for another touch. And if they do, they've got the ults to make it work. You can see D-Spooky's silhouette over there on the left-hand side. Bumyoung going to turn around towards the door. Does see some strategists and also sees Winsger and thinks that that is the easiest target to go for. Final Judgment going to come out, hoping to try and burn down the members of N1 Hex. It's Jeff from Necrobe. It's not going to be able to find what he's looking for as he's cut down by NRX, saving the rest of his team. And Fate of Both Worlds and a Feast of the Abyss, N1 Hex are going to be getting themselves right back in this fight. And you want to get Blaziken out of it as quickly as possible because he's bringing the fight straight to your front door. N1 Hex able to stand their ground and didn't even need the Doctor Strange to do it.
Yeah, not required in any way, shape, or form there, so their confidence paying off in this one. See if they need it later, though. They are going to be looking to hold things down. D-Spooky, I like this scouting. They don't know what's behind them. They don't know what's lying in wait here, preparing to make a big play. Their team are ready and waiting as well. So they jump into it with the Banhammer right now, diving straight in on strategist. Going to be the Eye of Agamotto off the front, though. Joey, good to shut down NRX. Not going to be so lucky with D-Spooky, however, and NRX will be back on deck with the BRB, but D-Spooky, so critical in the health department. Luckily, does escape, but Loyalty, this could be an opening opportunity opportunity. CYA in play, calling card as well. CB, it's time to fight back.
Yeah, but the CYA still came out, and Fish and NRX going crazy with the damage. Ice Arts from Fish. He's bursting down 2. Gambo and Anixes both down, and only less than 40 seconds left to go for Loyalty. That was a huge clutch KO from Bomyoung to take down Xlail there, but it was just a second too late.
Second too late as the gates are now starting to head towards a close here. The time reaching utmost critical. Loyalty, the need to lock it in. The end song could lock them out though, as they try and fight their way through right here, right now. Guns blazing. Blaziken bounces ahead with D-Spooky. Gambo's down, and CB, they're going to town on the KOs, trying to stop them before they can even start.
2 seconds left in Loyalty's tournament lives flashing before their very eyes. They are on critical mode right now. We're gonna have the Invisible Boundary and a Final Judgment both coming out, but D-Spooky waiting out the storm. They don't know he's up there. He's not gonna get bursted down. Bomyoung not finding any elims off the back of it, and Winsger has access to the backline, taking down Gamebo. So much of the damage that Loyalty need, it's just not gonna be there. Joey's gonna take down Blaziken on the other side, and D-Spooky on critical HP. Bomyoung with the shot, he's able to find 2. Winsger going in with the katanas, trying to keep N1 Hex alive, but seemingly, miraculously, Loyalty with the shoddy shots, 1 shell and 1 prayer, Loyalty are able to keep this hope alive.
Yeah, an Angel with a shotgun there. They will be able to lock it in for their team and save their tournament lives for a while longer. Gonna be very happy with that outcome, and they get to move on to the next stage of the fight, fighting for the second checkpoint here. And X is playing off the top there, playing off the ropes, looking to just hide patiently, scout things out for their team, and see if they can prime up and fight ahead of this one. Winska playing very forward as well, does have their team behind them, but could get shut out if they're not careful here. It's Jeff coming out as well, the Grobe ready to try and disparage things, but it's Bomyoung again with the shotty, shotting down their Vanguard, and Blaziken getting left behind as well. Bomyoung is unstoppable here.
The Feast of the Abyss from D-Spooky got canceled, and sure, he'll get res right back up, but you can't afford a loss like that. Joey with the Maelstrom is going to defeat Winsker. It's traded up for Gamebo, but NRX is going to have to give his life to make that one happen, and that's going to amount to a man advantage and more cart progress for Loyalty as N1 Hex have to disengage. They got to back out. They're going to try and contest the cart a little bit longer now that D-Spooky's back in the equation. A good freeze onto Joey to slow things down. Force most of the damage onto Anixes, but Loyalty are healing him back up quite nicely. And Song Inferno going to come out to try and shut down the Final Judgment. He'll get Necrobe, and that is good enough. A nice cooked shark soup for the side of Loyalty, and N1 Hex now have the man advantage on their side as the End Song Inferno from Blaziken pays off. He's good for 1 more as well, and NRX goes in deep. He finds 2, he finds 3, and Loyalty once again going into critical mode as it's a quad for NRX, and N1 Hex, they get to carry 3 more ultimates into this next fight, and it might be Loyalty's last.
One last fight, one last opportunity. NRX are trying to just stifle the opportunity before it can even begin here. Oh my goodness, almost having their own life stifled out, but it's going to be D-Spooky jumping into it. They've got the feast available. They could be eating good. Akamoto, though, shuts down the opportunity to use it, at least for a second. They jump straight into it, though. Necrobe maybe in a bit of trouble as they try and struggle forward, but they will be able to shut down Gambo. So going to be good for the start here. Joey in trouble as well, and N1 Hex just forcing them as far away from the mission vehicle as possible. Somebody has to get there and tap. Somebody has to touch this. The next season could be all on you. 5 seconds in a dream. Somebody needs to get on it right now, and they will push it to OT, CB.
And Joey is there, able to take down NRX. Blaziken on the back foot as NRX gets res back up, and N1 Hex going to be back to full strength before long, and Loyalty again in full desperation mode, but they've got a chance, and that is all they need. But Fish may have just robbed them of that chance with a freeze on the Gamebo, and he shuts down Anixes. Blaziken taking down Necrobe, and it's all going dark. Loyalty, they fought so hard. They tried so hard to get here, but their tournament lives will end here at the hands of their nemesis. N1 Hex will take it in 3.
Oh my goodness, they get it done in the end there. Loyalty so close yet so far, but N1 Hex will deliver justice and claim victory into the bout. My goodness, Blaziken MVP, absolutely well deserved onto that one. They were burning through the competition.
And like back-to-back triple KOs, every End Song Inferno, you felt it in your chest if you were a Loyalty fan. It hit right at the heart and stopped the heartbeat. Bum Hyung tried so hard, whether it was trying to match the Phoenix or whether it was on the Punisher. Got a lot of work done with that Punisher, but just not quite enough, because every time he thought he could get the damage to try and burst down D Spooky, he had to turn his back to make it happen. And when you turn your back to the rest of N1 Hex, they'll make you regret it, whether it's Blaziken, whether it's Winger, or whether it's NRX. And believe me, it was NRX. 24 final hits for NRX is definitely nothing to sneeze at. 22 for Blaziken. That is why this team has been such a threat, why they've been able to punch up against some of the best in this region, and why they have now got their first series win and potentially, just maybe, punch their ticket to playoffs. There's still a chance.
Still a chance, still an opportunity to advance here, depending on how things go. We don't got the math before us, but I'm sure they'll work it out, maybe by the end of today's broadcast. But my goodness, I can't believe what we've witnessed. You know, everybody has been able to claim a series victory in some way, shape, or form. So, you know, everybody's taking a win somehow. And we get to see exactly how that went down in the replay right now.
And again, it was Blaziken finding these triples, finding these quads, finding these Phoenix shots. Bro was just clicking heads like it was his job, and you know what? It is. And job well done. They can clock out for the night. Their work is done. They get to live to see another round, and Loyalty are going to be kicking themselves because they came so close. They wanted it so bad, but they just couldn't deal with the onslaught that N1 Hex brought their way, and I think they're going to be really regretting missing that protect in the pick and ban phase. That came back to haunt them, I think, in a very big way, but not quite as big as NRX, Blaziken, and D Spooky as well on the Venom, drawing so much aggro, so much attention away from the front line where you really needed that damage to be. It just wasn't there.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you can't pinpoint exactly where missing that save would have hurt them down the line, it casts a shadow over the entire last map of the series. And it will leave Loyalty wondering what could have happened if they had one more save, what could have turned the tide, because you guys nailed it on the head during that draft phase. So important to get those saves, even more so than the bans. But it is N1 Hex erasing Loyalty's reality here, and you know, flowers to Blaziken and NRX all series long over the last couple days, absolutely stepping up to the plate and delivering value at every turn. And guys, I've been doing a little bit of calculating here. I got the abacus out. I've done some math here. There might be a chance. It's a very, very slim chance. It might be by one map in the map differential. It is going to depend on how Rival versus Zero Tenacity goes down in the closer for tonight. So, you know, if you needed any more reason to stick around and watch the back half of this broadcast, that's one. But yeah, so painfully close for Loyalty. But what a show they put on here. Definitely came into their own here in these last couple matches.
I think no matter which team lost, your heart was going to go out to them because, you know, you saw N1 Hex. Like I said, I became a fan of them, taking maps off of so many teams, like even Zero Tenacity, a team that they have no business even being in the series against, still able to make it close and make it competitive, but not being able to finish it, and they finally do on this one. So it's sweet, but it's also bittersweet because you saw Loyalty drop 24 maps and then suddenly there's a chance. They beat Rival Esports and suddenly they have a way forward in playoffs, and they came so close against N1 Hex, but not close enough, and that is the bitterness. It is a very bittersweet finish, but it is where we are nonetheless, and I wouldn't even call it a finish because, like you said, we still have so much more action tonight, and that last series is going to dictate who gets to go and who is going to have to bid us adieu.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt a serious heartbreaker here for Loyalty, but N1 Hex, again, they have risen to the occasion here and left us in pure chaos now here, still for this 6th slot. It is still up in the air. I'm still doing the math here on that map diff just to make sure, but of course, here in a few moments, we will hear from one of the members of N1 Hex. For the first time in Stage 1, they'll be in the hot seat for an interview, but Matsy, I mean, you have to look at this last map and how close it came. A miracle overtime play at checkpoint 1 for Loyalty, keeping themselves in the game, keeping me on the edge of my seat. I think I got to do some repairs on my chair here because I nearly fell out of it at one point in that match.
Yeah, maybe you might need to have a chat to Emma Frost about a new chair. I hear that she has a good throne, you know, might need to find one at the same shop, you know what I mean? But no. what an incredible series. You know, I was on the edge of my seat as well all throughout. You probably saw me going absolutely wild in the green room there. So, yeah, no, absolutely incredible series from both sides there. Loyalty just suffering the consequences of some little mistakes, you know. all the way
And some
through
big
there.
ones.
Yeah, and some big ones. All right, we weren't sure, and some big ones. But we get to talk to the victor right now. It's time for an interview, Diatonic.
Yeah, that's right. We have NRX on the line here from N1X. NRX, my friend, welcome in. How are you guys feeling over there?
I'm feeling very good, bro. Finally, we're getting a win. Finally.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. I was gonna ask, because you know you guys have taken maps off of so many other teams, but just not been able to close out any of these series. How does it feel to finally have that particular monkey off your back and be able to close one out and get a dub?
I mean, as I said, the feeling of winning is pretty good, and we've been kinda inconsistent in the previous games. We take some maps, but we lose and choke some maps. But suddenly we won.
Yeah, great outcome for your team there. And I gotta know, what was the reaction from you guys on a couple of things? Like, how did you feel when they gave you Gambit in the first map, but how did you also feel when they didn't protect anything in that last one?
I mean, some teams in NA and EU are leaving Gambit open, but I don't know. We haven't practiced Gambit that much, but I think we played good with Gambit. And to be honest, with the save, we just left. Not gonna lie.
I was going to say, it feels like teams probably aren't prepping too much with Gambit, considering it's so rare to see him make it through the draft. I mean, you know, especially these last couple days, you know, I was on the desk last night too. You guys have really come into your own in the back half of this group stage, especially you and Blaziken stepping up big time. Is something changed kind of in the background? You know, is there some kind of cleanup on comms, or kind of what's changed here in the last couple days that have made you guys look so clean?
I mean, we just focus on like scouting and that stuff. We've been doing VOD reviews with coaches. Louis is also helping us. Like, he's not just a player. That guy is insane. Like, overall, that guy is actually insane.
True.
So that's what changed. It's mostly comms.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looks cleaner for sure. It looks like you guys are playing more strong as a unit than ever before. I guess, you know, obviously you guys feel free if you got any more questions, but I did just want to say, you know, if you got anything to say to the region, to chat, of course, to anybody out there, you want somebody to know, obviously still kind of waiting to see where things fall in terms of that last playoff slot, but the floor is yours, my friend.
We're coming to the playoffs. Just keep that in mind. We have trust that other teams are going to lose. I'm not saying anything, but I think we're making the playoffs, and we are getting better by better. Like, step by step, we will probably end 4th or 5th, hopefully. That's our target.
Ooh, I was actually gonna ask, like, you make it to playoffs, how deep you go, but you answered my question for me. 4th or 5th, I like that. I think if you guys get a little bit more consistent, this isn't a question, this is just me gassing you up. I think if you guys get a little bit more consistent, like you mentioned, you know, you get a couple of those wins against teams that you were able to take 2-3 maps here. That's not out of the question. 5th or 6th, I think that's doable for you.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be all about finishing the meal, of course, going forward. But tonight, you guys cleaned house here against Loyalty. An absolute heater and a pleasure to get to watch it. NRX, congratulations, my friend. I will let you go and get some rest. And, of course, I'm sure y'all will be keeping eyes on the last couple matches. But, again, congratulations. And hopefully not the last time we will talk to you here in Stage 1.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye, guys. See you later.
Well, maybe not the result we were expecting here, but what a show both teams put on. You gotta look at the work put in by both sides here, Loyalty and N1Hex, but it's just not Loyalty's day when it mattered most. N1Hex rose to the occasion, and I mean, really, at the end of the day, all I can say is they won the match they needed to win here in this stage.
And NRX comes out of it looking so confident. Like, bro is like, now that they have that proof of concept showing that they can win, they can get a dub, they can close out a series, they're like, the sky's the limit for us. 5th or 6th, sure, we can make it happen. And I think that might be the case, you know, if they go into playoffs and they get a couple of these wins against some of these teams they've been able to take it to before, we could see it happen.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
flame, blinding, shining lights. I bet it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 realize. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's
What are you aiming at? What are you aiming at? I'll take everything! We make a killer team. The powers of light! Nevermore! What are you aiming at?
Well, a big win for N1 Hex here tonight, leaving us absolutely floored and still no idea who walks away with that last playoff slot. We'll find out later tonight, but now at the halfway point of the show, we've got a matchup between XOXO01 and the Burgers, and a pretty interesting matchup on hand here between these two. Both teams locked in for playoffs, so looking for some seeding here, and guys, EXO has been looking pretty unstoppable this stage. Of course, lost a match against Reject, but everyone else so far, they have risen to the occasion.
Yeah, they've looked really strong against pretty much all comers. They did get checked by Reject, and I think they want to reassert themselves at the expense of the Burgers. But that said, we already got a little bit of chaos happening towards the bottom of the group stage. Why not get a little bit more chaos in the middle of it? I'm kind of hoping just for the drama, for the culture, for a Burgers win. But I know that one Dan is co-streaming, and I know he's watching this one, and I know he is hoping for an EXO sweep. And at the rate that they've been playing ever since adding JT3 to this roster, it kind of feels like that's been par for the course.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces really have fallen into place for them. EXO, of course, been in the top 4 in Ignite here in Asia several times now and looking to break out of that curse. And I mean, really, Matsy, so far it feels like this roster has the capability to do it. Maybe the best we've seen from this team so far.
Oh, yeah. They've been looking like red hot, you know. It's been an incredible turn up on the EXO side there, but also it's been an incredible showcase from the Burgers so far in their tournament life. You know, they've really showcased a lot of their strengths, breaking out of MRC and making it work on the big stage here. You know, managing to make it through to pack playoffs, I think, is a testament to their capabilities in of itself.
Yeah, I mean, the Burgers really kind of a case of right place, right time for them. They take the crown in the Season 7 MRC here in Pacific. Pirates disband between the Ignite preseason and a Stage 1, and the Burgers get the invite, and they have taken that opportunity and run with it. Opening match of the Stage 1 for them, they won over Rival Esports, and ever since, they've been kind of my breakout hit here in the stage. Of course, sitting pretty in the middle of the pack here, their ticket already punched, so a good opportunity here for them to get their feet wet against a team like EXO that we've seen many times from them. Can be quite the loose cannon and bring you some things out of left field you wouldn't have seen coming.
And here's the thing, like playoffs, they've already qualified for it, and it's going to be on a new patch, so they get an opportunity to give us a small preview of what we might see if they do indeed want to break out and take it to the next level. They got to punch up on the teams that are directly above them, and that's going to be your teams like your Zero Tenacities and like your XOXO01s, and they got the ladder on deck tonight. And as good as EXO have been looking, I do want to see some good stuff coming out from the side of the Burgers, and Wounds has been my guy for this team. I think, you know, especially when it comes to a lot of these hit-scan heroes, we've seen some of these teams, you know, we just saw, like, Blaziken and Bumyoung putting on a show when it came to the Phoenixes, and I think if Wounds carries on that tradition, they will be in good hands.
Yeah, no doubt Wounds gonna deliver some wounds here tonight in this matchup. I've always got my eye on Scrappy as well in that Burgers lineup. A Thor player in the Vanguard role, so definitely one to watch out for on the front lines. But obviously gonna go head-to-head with a Vanguard on the side of EXO, that being Zaytha, who's put in some serious work here in Stage 1 on the Captain America and on the Groot. And Matsy, I know you and I got to call a little bit of some Zaytha play earlier in the stage, and man, this guy can deliver for sure.
Yeah, everybody getting caught in the thorns there, that's for sure, when Zaytha's on deck. Big plays in every single way. You know, it's just triples, quads, pentas, you name it, they're doing it with that Groot there. Just insane work coming through from them and theirs there. That is a force to be reckoned with.
And like I said, like bringing in JT3, like the front line for EXO, like they're totally rejuvenated over their preseason self. And having that stalwart of a front line means that in the back line, Sungjuk Woo gets to run rampant. And we can't ignore the black cat in the room, a hard meta dive hero that Sungjuk Woo has been able to pilot with the best of them, is a capital T threat for anybody going up against this team.
Yeah, I mean, front to back against a team like EXO can be an exercise in self-punishment, because even if you can carve through that front line of Zaytha and JT3, you got Sungjuk Woo waiting for you in that duelist line, and even that back line, the strategist for EXO can deliver as well.
Oh no, he's in your back line.
I was about to say, yeah, you're going to find him on your side of the battlefield for sure. Going to see some dive, maybe some Black Cat action in this matchup as well. But it's all going to kick off on Celestial Husk this time. Clintar, maybe not the most popular pick among teams, you know, saw a little little bit of symbiotic surface action in the preseason from our friends at Reject, but ever since then, that one also kind of belongs on the milk carton. Have not seen it in a while.
And it can stay there, all right? It's a rough neighborhood. You and I roll my windows up when I roll through Clintar, all right? I keep my door locked. I don't engage with anybody. I just try and roll right through as quickly as I can, but we are going to be in it for the long haul here as we kick things off on Celestial Husk. And who knows, maybe the first map pick will finally be that elusive symbiotic surface. We won't have to travel too far.
I was about to say kind of right around the corner there, but I feel like both of these teams, they picked up some wins here and there on domination, but I'm curious about this because it feels like it's kind of a coin toss. You don't really know what you're going to get out of the first map from either of these teams. They can come out swinging right away, or they can drop the domination. So interesting to see them kind of lock horns here and see who walks away with that first map because, like I said, it feels like neither of these teams are necessarily the strongest on the openers, but no doubt we are going to see some blows back and forth here. Matsy, who you got going in this one? EXO or Burgers? Who we taking? I know, hard question.
I know which answer would make me Dan's worst enemy, but in reality, I think that EXO do have this one pretty confidently. But in another reality, I do want to see the Burgers take at least one map out of this, just for the storyline, for the plot.
My heart says Burgers, and that might just be my cholesterol talking, but my mind is saying EXO, and I think that's kind of where we're at with this. Like, I want the upset from the Burgers just for the drama, for the culture, like we said. But I think EXO is the safe bet. I ain't a gambling gal, but if I was, I'd put a stack down on them right now.
Yeah, I said coin toss. Maybe I should have said a burger flip here, but we will find out if they come out medium rare or well done here in their matchup, as they are indeed going to be punching up, like you guys said, taking on the loose cannons here in Asia. EXO-X-O-01, best of luck to both of them.
Who orders a well done burger? Yeah, just sandwich a leather boot between my two buns, please.
Delicious.
This is a call out post, all right? If you order your burgers or your steak well done, leave.
Yeah. Look, I'm right there with you, Stevie. Oh my goodness. All right, no more creative burger opportunities there. We are going to see a creative draft, though. Gambit is available again here, so the Burgers have afforded that to EXO, but EXO, they aren't biting. They're just going to be locking in the Black Cat here. They don't give a damn.
Yeah, I mean, and that's already going to be scary. Like, the fact that you might have to deal with the Gambit. Honestly, I think even though EXO have that, I don't know if that's going to be something that they play. I don't know. It's one of those tough things where it's like, it feels like it's too good to pass up, but it's also not really been their style. So, realistically, kind of a coin flip until even utilize that, but protecting onto that Black Cat, for a fact Sung-Juk Woo is going to be utilizing that. It doesn't matter if you got the Devil Dinosaur. It doesn't matter what you got in your backline. You've lost the Rocket, which is one of the most survivable strategists against a Black Cat, and that is going to hurt you severely, and so too is the Phoenix ban.
That it will. Goodbye, Phoenix, and hello, Luna. But who's going to be next on the ban line here? No sooner will it be Ultron. So Ultron are going to be locked down. Maybe? No? Mantis? Opportunities there. Still, leaving Gambit available here. So it seems they don't care. They're happy to concede the Gambit to them here, and will be shutting away every other piece of opportunity. So, okay. This is very interesting, but the priorities are exactly where they want to be right now.
I sure hope for the sake of the Burgers that they know what they're doing, because I don't. A one-sided Star-Lord with no Rocket on your side and no Gambit either, and of course you're going to take away the other option for damage amps for Peter Quill in that Mantis, so I'm not quite sure what Wounds is cooking, but I sure do hope it comes out not well done, but in fact medium rare.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that it'll come through cooked to perfection there. We'll see how things go. Jumping in to the next portion of this one, as we have our hero selections getting locked in here. They're preparing to lock in who they want to play into this one. Sung-Juk Woo still considering their options, but should be locking it down in a second and prepared to do whatever they need to right now, as we get to take a look at some of the wonderful landscapes here before we prime up and get the full extent of our team-ups. And we do see Gambit on deck for EXO there. So a little spoiler before we jump into the map. Unsurprising.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprising, but also kind of a little surprising. Like I said, it's too good to pass up. Like, even if you're EXO and even if it's not something that's really your playstyle, if you got it, you might as well use it. I think a couple of swaps may be coming through, so who knows? You know, maybe they're still undecided on whether or not they want to bring out the Gambit. I do think that, like, with or without it, they are going to be the same threat either way. Ace on this Jeff, either just for the bubbles or maybe he goes for the swap. We'll see. He's gonna stick there we go. Yep, there it is. Yeah, gonna go for it. Now Burgers. How do you deal with this one if you're going up against the Gambit? Again, like, no damage amps for the Star-Lord, so Woos is gonna have to take to the skies and try and make the most of it with no assistance.
No assistance at all here. We'll see how they rise up to this one. A big damage from afar there from Alone Field. The boy goes down, the fadeaway KO. Love to see it with the 2-tap. Maybe call him Tony. We'll see how they go into the next one though. It's RF now fading away, and they're not looking to give this one to them for free.
They gotta try and get this one quick though, because the boy coming back into the fray when you least expect it could be a problem, but JT3 has got the problem solver right there. It's the Glock in his left hand, and with that he will put down that first member of the Burgers and force them to retreat, get that first cap going, and he wants to keep this pain train rolling, gonna march up forward and force Burgers to retreat all the way back to the spawn door if he can, but not gonna be able to do so as now they're back at full strength, and the shots coming in from Wounds, looking to try and build up that Galactic Legend, and is doing a pretty good job of farming up that ult charge. The Banhammer might put him in check, though.
Oh, yeah, I think that'll keep them locked down. JT3 already looking to lock it in here. See if they can spin things a full course on this one. They will set sail towards Gate O's here, but no one is going to be able to lock it down yet. The boy will fall eventually, though. So good start, and now following it up with Ace there, clearing the space accordingly for EXO onto this one. The Burgers forced to concede. They're still maintaining high ground, but they aren't able to match them on the mission area.
And the boy has to abandon the Daredevil and try and match this Black Cat. He's been scouted out too many times, and you can kind of tell the Burgers are trying to play to set up a pinch, but every time they take out that one lurker, it just all falls apart as EXO could just clamp down on the rest of the Burgers formation. And now Burgers, even though they have a couple of big ults coming their way, they've missed their opportunity to dodge the Royal Flush. It's going to be coming out from the side of Ace as he is 92% and will be making up the rest of the way before long. Banhammer's going to come out from bed. We're able to get an early Elim onto Felix from that one. Banhammer comes out, not onto Wound, so he is going to say legendary as he writes his own legend from the sky. Finds two, and amongst them was Ace, and I believe the Royal Flush might have gotten canceled.
Yeah, it would seem that the Royal Flush got absolutely shredded by the Galactic Legend there. So Wounds locked into exactly which targets they need to shut down, and they will be able to barge in, guns blazing, take control of that mission area there. So going to be very happy with the result there. EXO close to taking a full send, but not close enough to get it locked down yet. They do have 4 ults to their name, though, so they can turn things around if required, but they have to bait out some of the Burgers' strategist ults if they want to make it work. Freedom Charge coming in to start the fight here, and Scrappy going to be the first to fall, and the boy could be soon to follow unless not going to be saved. So it's going to be members of the Burgers shaped away layer by layer.
And the dance floor from RF is going to have to be enough. Bed takes down Ace. It's another high-value KO. Banhammer coming out from JT3, and now Felix wants to drop the dance floor, turning this function to Bonnaroo. And the Burgers trying to buy their way back into it and keep this percentage ticking. Alone Fills with the Ensong Inferno is not going to find enough, but the cleanup will be there. Zeta and Sungjuk Woo going deep to the back line. Navoy comes back with a vengeance and takes down Alone Fills, but it seems like EXO are getting the better of this exchange, and all the Burgers can hope to do is delay the inevitable.
Yeah, just looking to stall it out as long as they can. It is working though, you know, they're managing to trade blow for blow here. They found Ace, and Ace is actually switching it up. They're not going to be reliant upon the Gambit anymore. They will be on to the Jap this time. If they can charge up to the It's Jap, it could be quite the difference maker, especially towards this later stage of the first capture point here. See if it is going to work out, though. God of Thunder is available, and maybe
no,
more,
it's not.
They shut down that God of Thunder. The sun has come when the rain would fall.
And Woon's gonna take down Sung Jung Woo, but it's traded out for Ved. And again, EXO getting ahead in this KO feed, but Burgers are ahead in capture percentage, so the job has been well done for the Burgers no matter which way you slice it. 98%, and EXO will find the flip, but as the TP play comes out from Scrappy, there's an opportunity here. Alone Fills takes down Wounds with a headshot, though. No Galactic Legend gonna be on deck, and no other ultimates for the side of the Burgers, as EXO now threatening to take this one-fight territory. Xaytha gonna pop the Freedom Charge, and Alone Fills still looking for that next elim. It's not gonna come. RF is gonna be able to get away, and Sung Jung Woo trying to burst through the Freedom Charge, and will do just that. Takes down 2. The back line of the Burgers in complete disarray, and 4 members of the Burgers falling one after the other, and there is the 5th. A nice little double for Alone Fills to cap off the first points here, but Burgers really made EXO work for Celestial Vault.
Oh yeah. They made him work real hard for that one, and now it's time to lock in to the Celestial hand here. The next objective on a lock, and we'll see who will be able to lay claim to this one. The Burgers, you know, they had some confident moments there. I was very impressed with how Wounds navigated the Galactic Legend in particular. They made it count when it mattered, but they can't just put everything on one hero and one high-impact ultimate there. They're going to need to find more in order to push ahead of this one, because otherwise EXO are just going to string it past you and overwhelm.
But they did shut down the highest impact ultimate from the side of EXO. They forced Ace to make that swap off of the Gambit over onto the Jeff, and if you're the Burgers, that's something that you can work with, you know? You don't have to worry about that Royal Flush anymore, that pseudo-guaranteed fight win that EXO could keep in their back pocket. And like I said, it's not really their style. They're not the most practiced on that composition, so once they realize it's not working, they're going to swap off of it, and maybe that's going to give the Burgers a little bit of breathing room. It all came down to that one elim on Wounds at the last second there, because no other ults were available for the Burgers for that last fight, but that means you get to carry the Galactic Legend onto this first fight and get a chance to build up to a little bit more, and there's not going to be a whole lot in your way.
There's not going to be a whole lot in this time, but it is going to be JT3 opening up the account here. Hypolical going down, and going to follow up once the body barrier goes. Van will potentially go with it. Xaytha locking it in. So great start as EXO overwhelm them, force the Burgers as far back as possible here, and they lock it down with a Van Hammer again. Going to be looking to get the advantage bound through for Navoy as well. Unfortunately, not able to do much with it, however.
Yeah, as EXO just disengage, and they're not even going to use any ultimates for it, so 4 ults now going to be coming online for EXO, and the Burgers, like, Wounds is still holding on to this Galactic Legend. He's so hesitant to try and go for a play with it. Alone Fills seemingly hasn't caught out. Not able to confirm the elim, though, but Sung Jung Woo sees an opportunity, and he will seize it. Takes down RF. Tries to go for Hypolical as well, but the teleport does come out. Not going to be able to clean that one up. Kumio is unleashed, but man left behind. Navoy has to dash back in to the waiting arms of his Fox friends, and the Burgers looking to try and make something happen with this one. Scrappy's going to take down Alone Fills. Good use of the Thor here, but the Jeff ultimate from Ace. He doesn't get anything for his money, though, but RF tries to rejoin the fight, and Xaytha gives him a warm welcome indeed. Wounds finally pops the Galactic Legend, is able to get 1 for it, but is going to need so much more than that as Sung Jung Woo has him tagged with the calling card and will be taking him down. And now with that calling card coming up from the other side, it's just not going to be enough. The Burgers have no way forward in this fight.
And they're being shut out almost entirely here, although they have found Ace into this, and Sung Jung Woo, maybe they heard you, CV, and now they're looking to break back into this one as they're fighting KO for KO. I can't believe what I'm witnessing right now. Xaytha held it down as long as they could, but the Burgers get the flip on this one.
Yeah, the fight got a little bit too split, and the Burgers were able to capitalize off of it. So 73% for EXO, and Burgers were able to find the flip. And, you know, RF was kind of getting bullied there, not able to use that Fate of Both Worlds at any occasion, so does get to carry it over onto this next fight. And EXO spent pretty heavily because they thought that one was won, but no dice on this occasion. There's a little bit of a back cap going on, so someone from the Burgers, or everyone from the Burgers, is going to have to peel back to try and stop that from coming through. There's going to be that Fate of Both Worlds coming out now, and Burgers have to try and make something happen with this one. But once again, EXO recognize the Stratus Ult coming out, and they just disengage.
Disengage and ready to push in with the Ponage bound right now, and avoid trying their best to deploy their best to put forward here. They can deliver accordingly. Scrappy does have God of Thunder available if they need it. It's going to be the Van Hammer coming down into that God of Thunder. Scrappy going down before it can cook, though, and more to be booked in, as it is great for EXO onto this one. Wounds good for it. Does shut down 2 in the same point there. and they will flip the script here at long last. Alone feels good for it, and the Burgers in a big trouble.
Yeah, 80%, it's one fight territory, and neither of those KOs that Wounds was able to secure were onto Strategist, so this front line is going to be nice and bolstered up. Zaytha can hold the door here, and Burgers have to try and find a way through. Ved on the Captain America going to take a gentleman's duel with his contemporary, and Zaytha is going to peel back, let the fight happen on the point, so it's going to break down here into an overtime fight, but if it breaks down too far, Alonefills is going to have the Endsong Inferno. Ved gets taken down there by Ace, so no one to absorb the damage. The Endsong comes down, and a bit of an earworm, that song gets stuck in your head, and that might be the last thing that goes through your head as Sungjuk Woo raking his claws right on through the backline. Kumiho unleashed from Highbolical, but we'll put you right back on that leash. Zexo zip this one up, and a nice 2-0 on Celestial Husk.
Gonna be sitting comfortably with that one there, CB. So well done, well played to EXO in that endeavor. The Burgers definitely showed a little bit of energy there. I liked some of the flair that came through from them, but EXO, they just knew how to navigate the landscape so confidently. You know, Diatonic chatted up about Zaytha before, and there's a big reason why Zaytha is the MVP here today.
Yeah, it's 7 final hits for him, which, you know, a little bit behind Alonefills and Sungjuk Woo, who were getting active, whether it was on the Phoenix or the Black Cat, but all of those elims that those two got were set up by this guy, Zaytha, going in deep, drawing the aggro, making it happen and making it easy. Sungjuk Woo is the second of that 1-2 punch, and when it hits you hard. And the scary thing about it is the Burgers tried to make this strategy happen, force EXO onto the Gambit, which they would be uncomfortable with, and midway through point 1, EXO were like, what if we just didn't do that?
Yeah, well, what if we just changed the script entirely, you know? Go a whole different way with it, but in a different ways. I think we're going to see a entirely different draft, likely heading into our second map, but we get to reflect on this first one first, and this was a big way to start it off. You know, we saw Wounds get great impact out of the Galactic Legend there. EXO did some fantastical work as well, you know, playing around JT3, managing to really enable themselves.
Yeah, Sungjuk Woo, like, on this Black Cat is just, like, something else. Like, it's just so hard to deal with, and when you have Zaytha setting it up, it's so easy for Sungjuk Woo to knock it out of the park every time. Full credit to Wounds, though, but he was also kind of getting bullied by Alonefills, so EXO are able to take these fights on their terms and win out the duels when it matters, and that's just enough to carry them the rest of the way, but Burgers are going to be on their map pickup next, and I'm wondering, like, where do you take us? There is a wrong answer, by the way. It's not, don't say museum.
Well, we'll have to think about it a while longer as we get
We'll have to contemplate it.
Yeah, oh no. Yeah, we're going to have to contemplate it a little bit longer as we settle things down into a break right now, everybody. Map 2 going to be right around the corner. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back very soon.
Well, another standout performance from XOXO01 here on map number 1, delivered by Zaytha and Sungjuk Woo, that 1-2 punch of unstoppable dive. But the Burgers definitely putting up a fight, and that's very on brand for them, even in these matchups against those titanic teams here in Asia. They always seem to be able to deliver some team fight wins.
Yeah, and they're not only delivering team fight wins, but able to force EXO off of the Gambit, which they offered up. It wasn't enough to get them the dub, but they did go the distance on both of those points. And like Matsu was saying a little bit before we cut to break, I think the draft does need to change, and so too does the setting. Or maybe it's not changing all that much, as we're not exactly racking up the airlines miles on this one. We are just taking a nice little trip around the corner from Celestial Husk over to, for the first time, Symbiotic Surface.
Yeah, just a trip around the corner of the block here, the other Clintar map in rotation here on deck, and definitely quite a shake-up here. Pretty interesting choice from the Burgers. You know, same kind of thing with the Gambit going through as well. I was very surprised that they did not decide to ban him later in that draft. I think I kept getting closer and closer to my screen as that draft continued, because I'm like, where's the Gambit ban or the save? Nobody's touching Gambit here for EXO, but, you know, it didn't seem like he was as impactful. You know, Ace did play him for a while, got some licks in for sure, but didn't seem to kind of flow all the way through to the end of map number 1.
Yeah, just so adaptable, weren't they? You know, they just didn't really get the impact they wanted out of the Gambit. Like, they started off okay with it, but there's a reason why they just switched it out back towards the Jeff there. You know, they realized maybe Gambit isn't the answer onto this one, and they managed to, yeah, take control back in their favor accordingly. So it goes to show, even if Gambit is one of the most highly impactful heroes in the pool right now, maybe they're not always the answer.
Maybe, like, you know, if you're the Burgers, like, going into this next map, maybe you're willing to let the Gambit through again, considering it wasn't that much more of a factor, but somewhere else you gotta change up the bans in some way, shape, or form, because they didn't really hit all the other notes that they needed to stop EXO from getting away with what they love to get away with, and I think a big part of that is, again, the fact that EXO got that Black Cat Protect. Any way you slice it, Sungjuk Woo is going to be piloting that hero, and if he gets access to your backline, whether it's with a Venom or a Captain America, any dive you want, it's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt in a big way, and let's see exactly which way both teams want to play now. Is again, the Burgers are not going to be first at banning a Gambit here. They will be focused up on to the Dinos. So you can kind of see a little bit of the recipe they're going for here. They don't care if your opponent's going to be playing Gambit. They're looking to shut down some of the other higher priority heroes into this one. You know, shut down your Dino, your Rocket, and just lock away whatever they need to. But it does allow EXO to socket in that Black Cat again.
Yeah, the same as they did on Celestial Husk. Like, they're not going to fall for the bait of letting that Gambit through. It's like, okay, don't ban it then. We'll just simply not protect it because we do not care, all right? Maybe we bring out Ace for 1 or 2 fights on it again, but, you know, we're just going to swap and play our style regardless, and that's what the Burgers need to try and find a way to ban out. Right now, they're hitting a lot of the same notes. The Rocket, the Devil Dino, the Phoenix might be a different change of pace, you know, maybe make things a little bit easier for Wounds if he wants to try and go for that Star-Lord again. It's going to be mirrored on both sides, so no Jean Grey coming out to play.
Not today. Could be the Galactic Legend locked in for the Burgers, though. If they want it, we saw exactly what Wounds was able to do with that one before. Might do it again. Luna now being considered instead, however, as the seconds dwindle, and they will lock it in. So, going to see the dance floor coming on track here, and the next ban is EXO's.
And it should be the Mantis ban, so you kind of get like a soft protect onto what you wanted anyway, so I kind of like it. Like, you're not going to just give up a triple strategist, especially when you want to play dive, but they might go for a one-sided Black Cat instead. Interesting. Okay, so Burgers get the Star-Lord and the Luna. It's going to be a mirror Luna Protect for EXO, but that creates an interesting conundrum. Maybe you go for... Yeah, it's going to be a Mantis ban that comes out from the Burgers, so Burgers are going to get a one-sided Mantis here.
Yeah, that could be dangerous, I think, if they're able to lock that one down. They're considering whether they ban Mantis or Cap. Yeah, shut down Zaytha perhaps, but no. It is going to be a Mantis taken away, so they will be able to play into that for themselves here. Sungjuk Woo hovering the magic of all things. We saw a bit of magic play before. You know, you think back to Spocky playing into that one. Not going to see magic again this time, however, but EXO are considering playing into our team up here between Gambit and Rogue. You know, there's a reason JT3 is already hovering over that one.
He hasn't really been known to play it, but I mean, if you got the team up, you know, again, she rockets up to an S tier hero. She's probably just like spamming the need team up. Ace, please go Gambit. Please let me get the team up so I can finally play something besides this Vanpool, which he's also been piloting. And we haven't seen a whole lot of Vanpool coming through in the picks and the drafts, but we have seen him be played a lot more. I think the death of the Vanpool has been greatly exaggerated, and it's a great answer to especially the Devil Dino, but also to some of these flyers that teams like to play, like the Star-Lord, you know, and a lot of other different tools that some of these teams like to play these days. You were making a face just now. What was that all about?
We saw an interesting hover. That's all I'm just saying. We saw an interesting hover. We might have seen a little jewel pool if we were lucky, but we're not so lucky, unfortunately. I would have loved to see it, but today's not that day, unless Sungjul Woo is feeling some type of way. But we are going to be looking to lock in a play right now. Exo is on the attack. Unfortunately, no Rogue this time, so JT3 going to be happy to play into the Vanpool. And going to see if they can push themselves straight into action here as they just climb straight through the front door. But they're looking to run it around the side right now and see if they can meet their opponents on the high ground.
Ved is going to be all alone trying to contest the point. A lot of healing is going to be coming his way, but so too is a lot of damage. And there's a bit of a pinch. You can see Lone Phil's off on the right-hand side there, even through RF's POV. You see the silhouette as he turns around and gives a nice clap on a Sungjul Woo. Sungjul Woo is able to get out alive. How did he Harry Houdini that so hard? And XO not losing a man on this attack just yet. It's the portal through the floor. Bro just went through the drain, and he came right back up with a vengeance, taking down Wounds, threatening to get the backline as well. Lone Phil's and Ace getting in that KO feed, and that is done and dusted on this attack. First tick done, the second not far behind, and I don't think there's anyone who's going to be alive for the burgers in time to make the strange swap, so that's your lot.
Yeah, that's going to be that locked in for the Taken here. So, XO are going to be happy to take control of the initial capture point there, and will be looking to push the convoy as far as they can. Scrappy's already trying to take it up high here, see if they can stifle their efforts a little bit. See if they can take it to a different angle here. And I like how the Burgers are taking control of the high ground whilst maintaining that control with Van down the low ground. But speaking of, it's JT3 right now looking to bring the Van Hammer down, and have already shot down RF there. So this could be an injection of offensive pressure again from XO.
Now, like you say, like, Burgers are trying to hold the high ground, but XO have the tools to evict them from that high ground, take it for their own. Wounds will peel back and get Sungjul Woo, but they got left all alone. JT3 gonna clean that one up and just load the deagle shots into Scrappy, and he'll be absorbing all of that, donating some strategist ult charge to the back line. And maybe that is what the Burgers can use to hold the line, but they do give up the high ground you mentioned in order to do it.
Space for now, and the God of Mischief going to try and get some space back with the Raging Legend locked in for Wounds now. We're going to see if they can catch Felix round the back. The counter attack is tremendous. As Scrappy and Co enjoy the shows here, and we'll be able to bounce back in a big way. But you think that that's the only time we're going to see that? XO can do it right back to them.
Yeah, but what a play from Hybolical to use the God of Mischief and snipe out Ace. Like, we were talking a couple days ago, like, Liger was posting that as, like, a potential combo to come out, and I was like, yeah, no, it's too hard. You can't do it. You got to try and catch the Gambit outright. Hybolical makes it work, but like you said, it's going to be coming right back the other way. Mirror Force, Magic Cylinder, whatever cards you want to play. XO have all the cards in their hand right now, and it is going to be the Rage and Roll Flush. Ace flashed it for a second, not committing, and he's gonna be the Strangling Prison, so maybe the opportunity has come and gone. Lone Phil gets frozen up, Galactic Legend canceled out, and RF can't confirm the elim, and there it is. It comes through with a clap. 2 Ice Arts, and you're done, and I don't think they can go for that combo anymore, Matt.
No, they thought about it. They are going to put it away. It's going to be the Raging Strangling Prison there instead, so why not? We'll see how it all goes for XO now, though. The dance floor is popped in response. RF not going to be able to hold on to it any longer. Scrappy just barely holding on in this fight, and XO ready to see if they can fight their way out. Hybolical will succeed in the backline there, and going to see if they can get anything else around it. Wounds does fall back out of the pressure, and is looking to shut out Sungjul Woo here. Full clip, they dip out of it. Calling card at the ready in a second as well. So XO prepared to fight back here, but it's been a dangerous bout indeed.
Yeah, and Burgers, like, EXO hesitate so much on that previous engage that Burgers were able to win that fight and bleed out more time. So, like, sure, you're coming up on those ults again. You're going to get another Galactic Legend here. Scrappy, though, has JT3 isolated, and the calling card is going to come out, and it's only going to amount to a trade, but that is a high-value one in Navoy. Galactic Legend now going to come out from Alone Fields. He's got wounds in his sight and dishing out the very same, and we'll have one for Ved as well. A nice little double for him, and EXO will win this fight. They have to spend both Duelist ultimates in order to do it, but there's gonna be one more fight, and the Burgers were diamond hands on their ultimates, so they have tools to stop this cart again.
Could be another Raging Legend at their ready there if Diabolical can snipe that out again, but no. No Gambit, no opportunity for that one. So lucky for EXO this time. They realize they don't want to deal with that again, but they might shut down Diabolical before they can even get there. An incredible start. They've shut down the whole strat lineup. Oh my goodness. EXO just overwhelmed them. They try to respond back with the ult aplenty, but they're just being drowned out of this. EXO take complete control of the mission vehicle. They try and stall it out. It doesn't even matter. EXO claimed the checkpoint.
250 in the time bank, and they are going to carry over a wealth of ultimates to brute force us the rest of the way, and the Burgers still making swaps to try and mount something resembling a defense at this point. Navoy over onto that Daredevil could be a good tool, but again, he's going to be stuck in that duel with Sungjuk Woo, and Sungjuk Woo has access to the portals. We've seen him use them so well to duck and dodge out of situations that should have been deadly for him, but he gets out with his life every time, and Navoy is going to try and find a way to pin him down, catch him in his broke boy mode. Woos is able to take him down, but traded out for RF, and as Aether goes in and takes down Diabolical, there's no backline for the Burgers anymore, so EXO will just run them over ultless.
Yeah, we'll be able to just absolutely follow them through there and to see if they can pull through with another. So they hold the position for now. The Burgers, they got God of Mischief at the ready. You know, they got the Galactic Legend. That's all they got for the minute. If EXO can stop them before they activate here, will be the perfect recipe to just push it over the line. But speaking of, they are now looking to fight toe-to-toe. The Galactic Legend locked in. The boy locked down. God of Mischief coming out as well. Here's the dance floor. They can even double that up if they charge up RF here. And Wounds is absolutely farming, but Scrappy falls all the meanwhile. So EXO are not going down without a fight here.
Now, Luna Snow ain't quite a Gambit, but it'll do in a pinch if you're trying to go for a damage amp for Wounds, and it does pay off. So now the Burgers do have a way forward in this fight, but EXO still have tools to try and get it the rest of the way. RF holding on to that Fate of Both Worlds. You said the Burgers can double dip, but they are not interested in doing so. They want to hold that one out for as long as they possibly can and try to bleed this time bank all the way down to a fat 0 and potentially stop the cap from coming out altogether. EXO coming up on a few more ultimates. Feast of the Abyss and Galactic Legend both on deck, but Alone feels low HP. Spirit Sanctuary will save him, and that does give an opportunity for EXO, and are they going to be able to capitalize off of it?
That's the thing, isn't it? And they will dive right around the back there, so trying to divide the lines of sight again here. Vanhammer coming down from JT3 as well. Vet the first to fall there. Alone feels holding, waiting, ready to pop the Galactic Legend if required here, but it might not even be needed. Feast of the Abyss now popped down, forcing out the dance floor. Wounds going down, everybody falling all the meanwhile. It's like the dance floor just cosmetic, and it will be the Galactic Legends trying to burn their way through the holidays, and they will be getting KOs for days here, forcing them all the way back to the spawn line. They dine good and lock it down for the full push.
That's just what I want under my Christmas tree, a triple KO, and it's timed perfectly. Like we were talking about that Fate of Both Worlds from RF and how long he was trying to hold it out for. Alone Fills was just that much more patient, waited for it to come out, and as soon as it expires, happy holidays indeed. He takes the skies and gets a triple, and that is EXO finishing with time on the Burgers map pick. I did like some of the things I was seeing from the side of the Burgers, and if they're able to parlay that into a full cap, we could take this to extra innings, but that's the only way that the Burgers going to be able to even score here.
Yeah, it could be the only way that they can even bring something back into this one. You can already see some changes in the composition right now. Ace are looking to clear space on the Gambit again there. JT3 are playing into the Benny on defense. So, it's going to be good to really lock things down with the Mines there. Can lock it in with the Groot and the Bucky on this one. You know, there's a lot of isolation potential on this. I love the fact they can use the Thornlash walls there, play into the Bionic Hook. It's hook, line, and sinker in the KO feed. That's the future I predict here.
And I gotta talk again about JT3 and like how flexible he is in this Vanguard role and how he just allows so many different looks for EXO. Like it used to just be dive or die for this team. That was their mantra, but this isn't a very divey composition, save for Sungjuk Woo, all right? You can't make a Leopard change his spots, all right? He's going to dive, but on the Black Cat, you can just still kind of play it a little bit more of a brawl kind of style, same as you would with like a Daredevil, as sort of that like hybrid between the two, but you would have never seen EXO playing something like a Penny Parker before.
Yeah, and this is just attributing to like the new definition that EXO has found for themselves after getting the coach on lock there. They've really transformed as a team and in a great way. You know, they've managed to strengthen themselves so well. But speaking of so well, they are going to be spelling trouble for the high ground right now, looking to make the Burgers look many different directions onto this one. They haven't found an opening to break on into the mission area just yet, but might be afforded one sooner or later. They try their best to isolate the fight. The boy almost taken out of play there.
And Zaytha also almost taken out by a hook that comes out, but it's just not enough. Burgers, like, it's so rough because like you saw EXO trying to play that high ground. There's another one that comes out through from the void, taking Zaytha back, but he's able to get out alive. Ironwood wall already bursted down and not gonna have that extra staying power, and Navoy is gonna be able to walk right on through. Avoid the penny mines. Definitely don't want to step on those. The floor might not be lava, but mines are just as bad. Good turnaround from Malone Fields. Just deletes Scrappy. Says, no, I'd rather you not be in my backline. Thank you very much. Tainted Voltage whiffs onto Ved, but still does put the Fear of God in him and puts a bullet into Navoy. And that is going to be 3 members of the Burgers up, 3 down. And with Hypolical falling late there, EXO keeping this ironclad defense going.
Ooh, and they continue just like that. Wounds going down. Scrappy switching it up onto the Thor again here. We'll see if the electrifying gameplay is what they need in order to burst their way on into the mission area right now, as they are struggling to push their way through here. Scrappy looking to run it around the outside though. See if they can push it past and try to the head of this one, and the walls in front of them as well allows them to stack up a lot of damage for EXO here, but not ready to push into it just yet. They still need to find that opening opportunity.
I need to take a drive fight here, force out some ultimates, and there they come. It's going to be a Strangling Prison and a Kraken Impact. Good Carbon Crush to shut Alone Fields down, and with only the Fate of Both Worlds, RF is able to keep the team stabilized. It's going to be traded out for the Fate of Both Worlds from Felix, so both teams are throwing down. It's going to be a dance-off to decide Clintar, but Navoy was caught in the corner outside of the dance floor alone with a drink in his hand, and JT3 was not digging his vibe, and Zaytha and Sungjuk Woo just running roughshot in the back line, as is his wont, as he has been known to do. You can't make a Leopard change his spots, and you can't make him stop clawing your face to shreds.
Yeah, rip and tear, they just don't care, as they will be tearing up your back line there, and they ain't even close to being done here. Sungjuk Woo ready with the Flame Orb as well. Collect a bit of information off that one. They know where they're coming from. They know where they're going. Sungjuk Woo ready to flow their way in. Their teammates play distraction, but no, they've been caught just before they can burst into the fight here. So the Burgers will clear a path ahead. Bionic Hook, though, could stop them in their tracks. Not going to land that one this time, but you can tell EXO are doing a great job to stall them in the late stage.
And it's only less than 1 minute, so potentially only one fight for the Burgers. It's one they've got to win. Lartrock's coming out from wounds. He's got 2 in the jaws, but can't confirm the elims onto them, so Burgers are going to drain the ult bank to try and make it happen. They're able to get Alone Fields, but JT3 laying out the red carpet with the Spider Sweeper, and even hypnotized, he's still able to take down his would-be hypnotist in bed, and that is going to be a trade you cannot afford at this stage of the game. RF going to be taken down by Sungjuk Woo, and JT3 will not be brought to justice. This penny is paying off dividends. 13 seconds left. It's going to be a strange TP play that comes in from Ved, but the entire point is covered in penny mines. There is no safe place to deploy the troops. Any way you slice it, they are cooked. Felix is able to take down Wounds with a headshot. Navoy comes through, takes down JT3, clears up the Spider's Nest as well, so there is a little bit of safe playing ground here for the Burgers, but not a whole lot of time to leverage it. Scrappy gets frozen up, and Felix is good for another one. The Fate of Both Worlds comes out just in time to negate the damage coming through from Wounds up in the skies. Hypolical takes down Sungjuk Woo, but you need to find so much more damage, and anybody has to help Ved. He's so low, and he has no friends, and he has no health bar, and he has no hope of taking this point from EXO, as EXO will take it 2-0, and the Burgers are sent packing.
Yeah, EXO flips the Burgers out of this series here, and that's going to be a GG. Well played on that one. EXO going to have a confident victory. And a big shout out to both of these teams for bringing us both maps of Clintar there in a Celestial Husk and the Symbiotic Surface. So, love to see it, just like the Felix MVP on the Luna, going flight mode onto that one. And EXO will be happy to lock that one in.
But a little bit of fight mode as well, because Bro was definitely throwing hands back there. 17k damage for the Luna Snow. That is more damage than Sungjuk Woo was doing, all right? Luna Snow, she's not a strategist anymore. She's a duelist. I said it first. I'm saying it with my chest. With that self-snowflake and with the right circumstances, she can get some pretty inflated damage numbers and really put out the hurtin'. And Felix was hitting the freezes, hitting the shots, winning the duels, and keeping this backline afloat. And keeping the front line alive, and it was a very tanky, very beefy front line. The group penny combo, a Clintar classic, I'll call it, something that you would see in your gold games, but it comes out here for EXO, and it works out perfectly. And Felix is a not insignificant part of the reason why, and we also can't ignore the elephant in the room. Alone Fills with 14 final hits, and JT3 with 12. This team looks so much more complete, so much more flexible, so much more evolved than they did compared to themselves in the preseason, and JT3 has given them an entirely new lease on life, and everybody from this team is stepping up to show exactly what they have been capable of all along. They can now manifest it, and even though they get checked by Reject, they're able to come back with a vengeance, a nice 2-0 against the Burgers. What a way to get back in the saddle and establish yourself once again atop the pecking order.
Yeah, fantastic work coming through from them, and they're cementing themselves in the higher parts of the standings here, and will be feeling good towards the tail end of their place into the group stage here. You know, EXO just going to be feeling great, but you know what else? I'm feeling great because we got Diatonic back.
Yeah, I mean, hey, another notch in the win column for EXO-X-001. Perhaps their best campaign in a stage of Ignite so far. The only series they dropped to Reject. And if you're going to drop one, I feel like a team like Reject is the one to drop it to. So, again, just another solid performance from this EXO team. And, you know, we got to get one more interview in with our friends over at EXO-X-001. We've got one of them on the line here to get a little bit more insight on this and what they're looking at going into the playoffs next. I had a feeling. Sungjuk Woo, welcome back to the desk, my friend. How are you guys feeling? A big group stage for you guys here in stage one.
You feel excited for the stage one, and yeah, kind of like disappointed like from yesterday because we lost to Reject, but yeah.
I was gonna say, does it feel good to kind of bounce back though? Like you take that loss to Reject, but then you get a nice clean 2-0 here. Does that feel like that kind of, you know, gets your ego back where it needs to be?
Not really, but the score is what we think it's gonna be, but we not really think that like in that way, you know. Yeah.
Get you. And I guess heading towards the playoffs, do you feel like you're gonna be able to enact some revenge against Reject?
Of course, we are looking to revenge them. Like our first priority is like to beat Reject. So yeah.
I guess that's kind of my question looking ahead. Like, you know, don't open the playbook too much. Don't give away the secrets. But is there something you guys are kind of looking to prepare against Reject, or something you're looking to kind of shore up before those playoffs?
We have to see the new patch first, like to see what is nerfed, what's buffed, and yeah, we can't really say anything right now because yeah, the stage one is we play with the different patch. Yeah.
Let's say hypothetically in the new patch they buff Black Cat. You guys, you think you beat Reject then?
I mean, there's no way they're gonna buff that hero, but I mean, yeah, there's a chance we can beat them. But... Yeah, there's a chance we can beat them, but yesterday our first game is we play really bad, but our second game is like we get a good fight, but yeah, we just choked on last point. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys walked away in this matchup with Gambit a couple times in the draft, and, you know, it's kind of my question. Are you guys prepared for some more Gambits to get through? Do you have a game plan for when he actually makes it?
No, we're not practicing Gambit that much, and, like, from our comms, like, Gambits cannot get, like, outcharged that fast because we have, like, all the dive comms, so, like, a Gambit, like, cannot heal anyone there, yeah.
Yeah, very understandable. Well, Sungjuk Woo, the floor is yours, my friend. Anything you have to say to chat or the other teams here in Asia, or maybe some of those teams over on the OCE side that you're going to be seeing here in a couple weeks?
Yeah, thanks for all the support there, like, and sorry for let you guy down yesterday because like we lost to Reject, but yeah, in the stage 1 we're gonna do our best to try to beat them again. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to the run back for sure. Sungjuk Woo, thank you as always. Love seeing you here, and best of luck in those playoffs. We'll see you back here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, see you guys. Thank you.
I don't know if anybody was like let down by the fact that they didn't beat Reject. It's like, with how good the stage has been going for this team, how could you possibly be let down?
Maybe that one Dan.
Maybe Dan is let down in particular. He's the one guy who's crashing out. Like, I had them going flawless all day, and they.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Dan leading the charge for the EXO fan club, no doubt about that. But yeah, I love the mentality there, saying, hey, you know, the match against Reject, a big matchup for us, a punch-up match for sure. But they are going to be looking to get back in those specific playoffs here in just a couple of weeks. We are 3 matches in. There are still 2 left on the card for you. Of course, Reject going to be in action here soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. Audible to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time to switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, fly, fly. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가. 계속 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. Audible to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it's skipping way out of control.
Well, 3 matches away and still 2 left. Next up, Reject and Triple AD going head-to-head yet again here. Reject, absolutely unstoppable, have not dropped a map since the grand finals of the preseason. Is this the team that takes a map off of them here in the group stage, or do they complete that perfect run?
I'm going to answer that with a solid maybe. Because Triple AD, I think, on paper does have the talent in order to do it, but they haven't been able to put the pieces together and stay as consistent as we would like them to see. If, they really put some time into the workshop and iron some things out, I would say, yeah, it's probably doable, but they ain't got that time, so it's a bit of a coin flip. It's a rough ask for anyone to take a map off of Reject. No one's been able to do it yet. We saw Rival Esports try and fail spectacularly earlier on today, and now Triple AD are next up to bat, so again, it's a pretty fat maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Triple AD during the preseason, they were kind of my breakout team, came out of the MRC, and a lot of these Pacific MRC teams have some serious hands here, and Triple AD, no stranger to that, so definitely a credible threat, but man, Reject have just looked so nasty all group stage long.
They've just been so consistent, right? It's, again and again, we talk about the turnaround from, preseason group stage there, and now they're just a whole new team. And it goes to show they're shooting for the stars. They're looking to go to playoffs. They're looking to go even further beyond and make it all the way to the mid-season finals. This team knows exactly what their goals are, and there is nothing that is stopping them.
Yeah, feels like nothing really in their path. Maybe a road bump here and there. Some teams giving them a run for their money on some objectives and some maps, but overall, Reject have stood tall here, back on the throne, that #1 seed here in Asia, and they are looking to finish it out strong in their last match on tap here tonight. We heard from Coach J-Mac earlier, and does sound like a little bit of a case of maybe some of the inmates running the asylum there. Looking forward to seeing what Piggy rolls out on this time around, because whether it's actually a Vanguard or whether it's the Jeff, this team is going to deliver once more.
And whether it's the inmates running the asylum or whether J-Mac is able to wrangle control of them, they all agree that they think the rest of this Asia field is easy mode for them, and they are already looking past them off to the other side of the Pacific Ocean at Gen G. And, they want to be as dominant in this region as Gen G were, and theirs. Nobody came close to touching Gen G, aside from maybe the Chiefs, kinda, sorta, in OCE Group Stage 1, and Reject are looking to match that performance with their own playthings here. And Triple AD, are they next victim, or will they get the chance to play spoiler to that? I think they have the capability to do the latter, but like I said, they're kind of lacking in some of that consistency. But when you see players like Tuba stepping up to the plate, you do see good things coming out from the squad.
Yeah, and I mean, bringing in Mandu and Snake here right before Stage 1 started, definitely some solid additions to this team and kept them in the running. Both of these teams already got their tickets to playoffs in hand, so a little bit of a seeding matchup here, just trying to put themselves in the best position for that bracket. But that's kind of the question going forward. Reject already thinking about the future, thinking about that potential matchup with Gen G, and, all three of us have seen what Gen G is capable of time and time again. Matsy, that's kind of the question. Do you think Reject is ready? Do you think Gen G is ready for that kind of matchup?
Absolutely. I think that both of those teams are well prepared for each other. I think that with certainty they've probably been scrimming against each other in the background, on the lead up towards their own group stages there. And I think that they kind of know what to expect to an extent. But obviously, if they're facing each other in the pack playoffs, they're going to be looking to keep things under lock and key, and it's going to be a little bit less fully present as to what could be presented, considering it's going to be on a whole new season, right?
Yeah, whole new patch. It's kind of hard to say who's going to get the edge. Maybe it ends up being a meta that doesn't favor Gen G and Reject run away with it, or maybe vice versa. And I think, with that level of uncertainty, right now it's just about pounding your chest and making yourself look like the alpha.
Yeah, I mean, definitely want to give yourself the best look possible. But yeah, you guys are right, and we heard it with the interview with Sungjuk Woo before the break. It's going to be a whole different ball game when these teams come back for those playoffs. So definitely looking forward to seeing what that little break for a couple weeks looks like for them. But we are ready for this matchup here, Reject and Triple AD. It is going to start off on Krakoa. Nice little mix of the domination maps here tonight. Gotten to see a little bit of all that Rivals has to offer in terms of locations. But I don't see, how are we feeling about Krakoa for this matchup here?
I mean, a nice Krakoan sunset for Reject to ride off into. I dig it. It's fitting.
Yeah, definitely very thematic here. I don't know, Matsy, what do you think? Triple AD looking to try and leave a mark here on Reject's perfect record at the very end?
I mean, I like it. You know, I always love to see a bit of Portal combat on Krakoa. I think it's fitting, you know? And I'm keen to see if they can actually leave a stain, you know, taint their record, so to speak. Because especially if they do it at this stage, of the group stage, it kind of shows a bit of mortality there because Reject almost feel invincible right now.
Will it show mortality or will it just anger Reject? Because we saw how tainted their record was in preseason, and they came back with a vengeance when playoffs came around. So who knows? Maybe they just poke the bears today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely night and day in that preseason. And those days of the Symbiotic Surface C9s are far back into the rearview mirror of this Reject squad. Feels like we're looking at a completely different team. You have to imagine maybe there's some kind of influence from J-Mac there, surely, right, on this team?
He's the coach, so I sure hope so.
Well, you know, it sounds like maybe sometimes difficult to rein in, especially Piggy feeling himself on the Jeff a little bit. Got the opportunity to show it off, but here's another opportunity for both of these teams to show you what they're made of. A little bit of a preview of that Pacific playoff bracket. Reject versus Triple AD, and it all starts on Krakoa.
Ooh, yeah, here we go. It's draft time, baby, and it's going to be Gambit. Double G taking away every single day. The first protect, though, will be Devil Dinosaur here for Triple AD, and Reject to get the next ban.
And I think for a situation like this where neither team really wants to, reinvent the wheel, you're going to see a pretty bog standard draft phase coming out, at least initially. So Rocket ban and then a mirrored Devil Dino protect for Reject. And I got to imagine that this ban for Triple AD is either going to be onto the Rocket or maybe a Mantis, Luna, Phoenix. Yeah, it's going to be the Jean Grey.
Absolutely. Jean Grey every single day. And will there be another one in a play or out of play? Maybe not today. Their focus was maybe over the Black Cat there. It looks like Rocket will be double socketed into this one if Triple AD lock this one in. Reject still just considering what they want to bring to the table, but it is going to be the double Black Cat ban this time around.
I think that's wise for Triple AD specifically to go for that because Yaki has been running amok on the Black Cat, another one of the standout players on that hero in this region. Although that does mean that he will have access to the Daredevil, which he's been just as lethal on, and even worse, you gave up the one-sided Rocket Raccoon to the best team in the region. It's just with that one protect right there, it just became a steep mountain to climb.
Yeah, I hope they brought their hiking gear, because, yeah, it's certainly steep, isn't it? But at least they do manage to bring out the Phoenix for themselves, so it's a little better for Triple AD right now, but the road to recovery is certainly going to be treacherous. That's for sure. But we get our hero selections now, starting to get locked in for our teams here. Looks like Piggy considering the cap there. Devil Dinosaur going to be locked down, though. Unfortunately, no Jeff this time. Maybe later. We'll see. But, well, if they're having fun with it, maybe. Triple AD, though, are going to be absolutely locking in on the Phoenix and still have the rest yet to come.
And Rocco is a really solid hit scan, so I do like having him on the Phoenix, and I also like that Triple AD were able to sneak both the Luna Snow and the White Fox through the ban draft phase, so they do have a backline that is capable of tangoing with a diver. So if Yaki is coming without backup, you better believe he is going to be walking right into a fight, and it might not be one that he comes out on the good side of. As Triple AD, like it's hard to say I love their ban draft. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. There's something there, but it still feels like that Rocket, man, like that's going to be the difference maker for Reject. The fact that they have access to the BRB means that it doesn't matter if Yaki loses those fights because he can take them twice.
Yeah, they can take them twice and not be nice about it as well. So we are getting ready for the battle to ensue. The gates go down. Piggy's... Wow, I was going to be very surprised if he played into the Black Panther there, but they're looking to bring out the aura. It goes to show the confidence. It will be the cap this time around. A Gargoyle on the Devil Dinosaur. And they're already ready to pump up the damage volume there in a big way. They're looking to navigate around the sides of the map right now. Just looking to not collide directly through the front door there, but see if they can flank around the back.
And Finale has a bit of an angle on the Star-Lord, and like I said, looking for a flank around the back, and does have Piggy there as well to help set it up. Triple AD nearly finding the early cap. Kuba nearly got away with that one, but Reject are going to snuff that one out. Quasad, though, will strike first blood with the Ice Arts, piercing right through the heart of Gargoyle, and oh, the cap nearly came through again, but Triple AD step off the point, lose all that progress. They're going to get back on, and Reject again denying it just before it comes out, but as we see the teleport out from Finale, Triple AD do get first blood, do get first cap, and for the time being, they're sitting pretty.
Sitting pretty for the moment, so going to be feel confident in the beginning here, but see if they can run that through all the way into the end as Reject are trying to find openings of their own here. Can look to zone it in if they just find an opening KO or more. And the Triple AD shot down, the BRB could even be better, but Snake going to be the first one to fall here. Finale looking to lay it on a thick there in the back line as well. Prime up, Yaki ready to support them in their endeavors, and they will say attack on the stack here as they shut out Rocco and look to flow together with more where that came from as Yaki locks in yet another in a second here. Maybe not though, they sustain through, but the dance floor will secure it in the end.
Yeah, but they did force that dance floor out, and No Smite even getting a little bit of a late stagger there as well to get a couple more percentage going. That still kind of feels like it's a win for Triple AD because Snake is just ever so slightly ahead when it comes to that Galactic Legend. If you can get a good angle onto Lastro specifically with that ultimate, I think you're just fine. You know, you might even force out the Freedom Charge from Piggy. There's tools for Reject, but Triple AD are forcing Reject to use them in uncomfortable situations, and I do think that even in a losing fight, that can be just enough to buy yourself into the next one. We'll see how Triple AD look to try and approach this one, but I gotta bet that Snake is gonna be looking for an angle and Reject are gonna be trying to scout it out.
To scout it out and see if they can look at something else in here. Stage themselves for the fight, but it is going to be the fight coming out in a big way from Triple AD. The CYA did come up, and it is holding them through for the moment, but maybe not for too long. As Saloon goes down immediately. Devil coming out as well now with the Devil Beats Rampages. Freedom Charge coming in from No Smite as well. So Triple AD committing everything they've got to this fight, but Reject are finding a way through it. Kumio Unleashed as well going to be coming into this one. No response from Finale onto the Galactic Legend as yet though. Still just holding firmly. There it comes. Galactic Legend locked down and looking to lock in more. Last throw back to the BRB as well, but Triple AD are doing a great job. They adapt around the Galactic Legend and play lines of sight here. It doesn't matter though because Reject are still pushing them back.
Yeah, when playing lines of sight is all you can really do. You have to give up your opportunity at capping the point. 75% now for Reject, and Triple AD, they dip their toes in, but the water's too hot. They have to dip it right back out. They do manage to bleed out the ult bank for Reject, so it's going to be a dry fight for both sides. Yaki, though, looking to get his feet wet, takes down Snake, and weeds him out of the grass, and now with 90% on the horizon, and Mandu in Yaki's sights, and Gargoyle looking to chomp down on Rocco. Triple AD are all in disarray, and I don't even know if there's going to be somebody available to touch. Every single member is currently tied up. Mandu will find a trade out onto Piggy, but Gargoyle is going to trade that one right back out onto No Smite. So now it's got to be Tuba, the one to stand 10 toes down and keep Triple AD in this fight as the ultimates will start to come online. Finale on a sliver of HP. Lastro holding on to that Fate of Both Worlds. If Triple AD can force out, they might set themselves up pretty for the next point, but they want this one. There it goes, and Snake is able to take Gargoyle down through it. He'll be rezzed right back up, but that is two major utilities burned out. Range TP coming out from Rocco to keep Triple AD in the fight for the time being. Yaki looking for an angle, has the backline in his sights, will take down Quasad. That might be the death blow for this point. Gets Mandu as well, so no healers left for Triple AD. Their health bars are all finite and very much so at the disposal of Reject as Yaki goes in with a quad, cleaning up Carousel, and that is going to be the first blow dealt by Reject.
Yeah, the KO squad are dialing into that one, and we'll lock down the Carousel. We move on to the next objective now on the Cradle, and let's see if Triple AD can break back into this one because they looked pretty solid at some point to that, but Reject were just able to hold through it a little bit better there. We'll be able to take everything in to zone that one out. Triple AD though, they might be able to go a little bit earlier than Reject onto this one and get that early capture percentage in their favor. They just need to lock down those KOs a little bit quicker than what Reject can bring to them.
Yeah, they have to try and use this advantage that they're going to have to overwhelm Reject, because Reject are doing such a good job of staying poised under pressure. Like, you saw the CYA that came out from Sunghoon, and even though Snake is able to burst them down and thus delete the BRB from existence through that ultimate, Reject are still able to play their limits until he gets back, gets the BRB just in time to get a res onto Lastro, and the backline always has somebody available to keep the front line up, and as long as there is a front line, Reject can stay in the fight. AAAD have to try and, like, they have to overwhelm them, just like I said. You know, if they find another opportunity like that with that Galactic Legend, they have to stick the landing.
Yeah, have to stick the landing and see if they are going to be landing more shots in a second here. Snake and Goro trying to take around the sidelines there. Yaki almost taken out of play. Looks to take one with them, and not today. Are going to be forced out as the mission area hits the unlock now. AAAD are ready to fight this one any way they can. Galactic Legend going to be going first here. They burst ahead with the KO onto Lastro, so not going to need to commit much more into this one as Gargoyle now plan spoiled, and Sunghoon is close to follow, so AAAD will be able to lock it down, only committing the Galactic Legend to that one, and that's a worthy sacrifice there. They've still got plenty more for the next fight.
Yeah, and without a strategist ultimate, like, sure, they could have maybe popped the CYA, but they opt not to. Reject have to play the sightlines from the Galactic Legend, and that just sets them up for Rocco to knock them down. And now ultimates coming online. 5 ultimates for AAAD, and they stagger onto Yaki. Checked him, trying to get cute. No Smite might be able to clean up Lastro here as well. Will get it, and that is just going to be more time bought for AAAD as Reject have to try and collect themselves. A BRB coming out again, but it just means there's not going to be one on deck for Rocco. A potential back tap coming out here, though, for the side of Reject. So even though AAAD are fragging the heck out, Lastro will take out Rocco. Reject are in control of the point, and now the fight has to happen on the point, and there's going to be a Freedom Charge to make it nice and comfy for Reject.
And they will be able to get the flank onto Quasit as well. So Finale taking advantage of the chaos here and looking to run it all over again. Bringing out damage from a distance. It's going to be the Galactic Legend coming out with the CYA there, ready to shut down anything that AAAD brings into this one. And they will be isolated accordingly. So a great reaction from Reject onto that one. We'll be able to push up their progression nice and close and exceed AAAD in a second here. They've still got more ults to use if AAAD respond accordingly, but they're just giving them a little bit of distance before they kick things off. Like Piggy scouting here, just being a bit of a distraction, and it does slow their road here.
Yeah, they can't just walk up to the point and try and threaten a back cap the same way that Reject did, so now they're going to have to use some of these ultimates that they have an advantage with in order to try and get to the front door. There is a potential cap coming through, but Reject are ready to contest it. Good freeze onto Piggy. Back into the ice with you, Steve Rogers. Yaki wants to let the Devil out, Tuba with the Devil Piece Rampage, making it a very treacherous path for that Devil, but as Rocco with the Ensong Inferno will put that Devil right back where it came from. He res back up, and Finale will take down Rocco, so Reject off that BRB again, coming up with a man advantage, and AAAD have to try and make something happen here, but you ain't making anything happen. Gargoyle is just going to stomp a mud hole right through your team. Piggy is there with some cleanup as well, and Reject will be winning this fight quite handily.
Yeah, the confidence shining through all over again now, and they continue to further it. A KO after KO here. It's great staggers being locked down for No Smite out of that fight there. So AAAD just in pieces right now. Need to get the portal through. Quasit is thought about it, not going to be able to do it. Somebody needs to touch at least here, and I don't know if anyone's going to get there in time, but here we go.
Tuba does get the opportunity to touch. Now No Smite is going to be the one, so no roll swaps coming through. That's probably why Quasit abandoned it and went back over onto Lumina Stone. Make sure that you keep your Vanguard players on the Vanguards. Galactic Legend now going to come out from Snake, and no strategist ultimates, but Lastro was able to get underground and like a mole, able to weather the storm. Snake still finds Gargoyle. AAAD find the flip, and Reject are all scattered like ants, but they will be happily scuppered away, knowing that they have some breathing room to try and get another cap.
Yeah, looking to advance forward one step further here, and you can see Piggy again just trying to scurry around, always trying to enable the flank here. And it means that the full focus isn't towards the front side of things for AAAD, which could actually afford them a little bit more weakness. Unless they can shut down Piggy here, that'd be fantastic for them. But Opportunity are not going to be in their favor today. Piggy going to be leading the Freedom Charge. Finale with the Galactic Legend as well is going to be able to pump up the damage volume for them. Mando in a bit of trouble, and more will crumble as they lock down Triple KO, going for 4 as well, and they will succeed in pleading their case and saying goodbye, farewell, and Reject are looking to get it done here.
Rocco's over onto the Jeff to try and get a touch, but I don't think there's any members of Triple AD that can touch. Yeah, they see him trying to sneak in the back door. They were not born yesterday. They ain't gonna let that one happen. A swift 2-0 on Krakoa, and Reject, I mean, even though Triple AD do kind of knock them off balance once or twice, they're always able to regain their composure and clap back with a vengeance.
Yeah, they managed to strike back in a big way there, not allowing them to have anything for free, and it will be Finale locking it down on the MVP into this one. So well done to Reject for getting it done on that first map in domination there, and very curious where we're going to be heading into our second map in contention here. You know, we've seen a bit of everything tonight, and it wouldn't surprise me if we saw something entirely different again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we get another curveball. Maybe we get a Lower Manhattan. Maybe we get maybe we see like a Heart of Heaven or a Shin Shibuya, something else that we haven't seen in a good while over here. Has anyone played Heart of Heaven at all in Pacific? I think we had like maybe one in preseason, but in stage 1, it's been completely absent. You know, maybe that's someplace that we go next. But wherever you go, you gotta keep Finale and Yaki in check. 12 final hits for Finale on the Star-Lord. Kinda, sorta, you know, double diffing there. Snake, who was the SVP for Triple AD, and a large part of Triple AD's plans, but their plans foiled by Finale winning the aerial superiority duel. And the ground war was just as bloody as you had Piggy and Yaki running amok in the backline. And even though Mandu and Quazid with the Luna Fox the Luna Snow White Fox team up do make for a very formidable, survivable backline when it comes to a dive, there's a limit, right? And once you break past that limit, they start to fall over. And while they're tied up trying to make sure that they are not falling, the front line is not being healed up. So everywhere you look, it is just pain, desolation, death, and despair, and Reject thrive in such an environment. And Triple AD gonna be scratching their heads. And like you said, Matsy, where do we take them? What is the curveball? Where is map number 2 going to be? And are we going to Museum of Contemplation?
I certainly hope not, but maybe we might just do it. I'm very curious what they're going to be looking to bring here, and how do they shut down the Finale factor. You know, Finale had 0 casualties for the whole map, so they were just online forever there. Just incredible from Reject to just keep their duelist enabled through the whole pursuit, and Triple AD need to find a solution to shut them down as quickly as possible, because otherwise they could go back in a completely similar direction there. But certainly going to be keen, curious as to what our next map in contention could be.
Well, I am just as keen and just as curious to find out what it's going to be, and I'm sure the chat is as well. But bad news, we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna go to a quick little break, and we'll find out what that map is with bated breath on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry!
Well, Reject now one map win away from perfection here in the group stage, and that's the question on the table. It is Triple AD's map pick, but where are they gonna take us? Guys, I did hear some conversation about Heart of Heaven. I do miss it too, and I went to the numbers. I crunched some more numbers. That's all I've been doing tonight, is running numbers. Heart of Heaven, last seen in Asia on day 1 of the group stage. The first match, second map played, that was between Loyalty and Triple AD. It was Loyalty's pick, so I don't know, still up in the air if we're gonna see some Kunlun action tonight or not, but yeah, I think Heart of Heaven gotta go on the milk carton too. Where is it? Where's it been?
It's been too long. We got to bring it back along with Midtown. I think, you know what, I'm gonna say it. Controversial opinion, none of us have stated yet today. I think we're a little too museum pilled.
Yeah.
Sorry if that was too spicy. I don't want to like drop any like hot truth bombs on you, but.
Hot take, the Museum of Contemplation counter pick is overplayed in Asia, maybe, but yeah, such a comfort pick for a lot of teams. So hard to counter pick there because everyone has played it multiple times throughout the stage and basically ever since the map dropped. So yeah, definitely a tough one, but I am kind of curious too because it all starts for Triple AD. If they want to try to reverse this with that map pick, it is their territory. They got an advantage to take an opportunity of, but yeah, I mean, just open and shut case there on map number 1 for Reject. What do you do here? What do you change? What do you go back to the drawing board with?
Ooh, not museum.
No.
Not museum,
No,
that's
no.
for sure. But no, I feel like, you know, it's gonna, well, there you go. Our map's locked in. It's Lower Manhattan again this time. We've seen a lot of confidence on this map before, but what do they go back with? I feel like they need to find a way to shut down, like, Finale. You know, they just overwhelmed them in that duelist factor there. But, I mean, it's not just a one-man show. You know, Piggy was doing work on that cap as well, just playing such a great distractive role, right, Stevie?
Yeah, you know, it's just kind of like the thing with Piggy and Gargoyle. Like, they're so good at the Vanguard roles. They've been so good at it for so long, even across other hero shooters. Some of the best in the business when it comes to this. And now here in Marvel Rivals, they are running amok and setting up the dives for Yaki. And I do kind of feel like, you know, this might be a pretty good heads-up map pick as you talk about trying to nullify Finale. Well, you're probably not going to see a whole lot of Star-Lord on this one, so, you know, you're going to take it to whatever Finale is playing instead of that. And you're probably going to see, you know, maybe some Black Cat, some Daredevil, especially on that first point. But if you can shut that down, I think you might be in business. We'll see. I mentioned before, you know, this map kind of rings very similarly to Central Park in terms of what the teams play.
Yeah, it's a pretty similar compositions there, you know, excepting maybe not seeing as much triple into this one, but we'll see what else is going to be locked in now as the Gambits are gone, and we do see the first Protect, and next ban coming through, Devil Dinosaur likely to be protected by Reject there, and a Triple AD looking to respond in their own way now.
Wouldn't it just be the most, like, Reject thing of all time right now if they had, like, they rolled out with Piggy on the Penny Parker? Because, like, I was just saying, like, it's like, you know, give me, like, Penny Groot with Piggy and Gargoyle, and that just kind of feels like, you know, exactly what you would expect for a map like this. A good heads-up play for Triple AD to go right for that Phoenix ban, though. On a map like this, like, that's probably going to be your biggest threat when it comes to that duelist lineup, although you are still leaving that Rocket open, and Reject are not going to let you get away with that.
Yeah, and it begs the question whether they trade it out as well. Like, Triple AD, their focus is towards the Black Cat right now. Going to be double-sided, so we could see potentially that single-sided Rocket for Reject here, depending on how things play out. We'll see what the next Protect for Triple AD is here, though. You know, there's still an opportunity to protect something like the Loki, the Mantis. Looks like a Loki will be locked down for now.
Well, I'm curious, like, what this last ban ends up being for Reject now, because, like, that's an interesting change to the equation. It's gonna be a ban onto the Mantis, so, you know, you can maybe double dip with the Luna Snow here in the backline and still have the White Fox as well. So, you know, maybe they just really want Yaki to play Daredevil, and they want to have the most anti-dive backline of all time, and I think that might be a pretty good way for Triple AD to mount a pretty solid defense here, but a Mantis Protect for the side of Reject means if they want to take a triple strategist fight, then Reject are more than happy to mirror it. In fact, they can do you one better.
Yeah, they'll do you one better, and we'll be able to earn even more favor. As we lock down our hero selections right now, Elsa going to be hovered by Finale there, so not looking to play into the Star-Lord this time, you know, looking to see if they can lock it down with the Bloodstone here. Galactrox definitely can have some impact into this one. And Gargoyle hovering over the Penny as well. You know, you kind of made mention about maybe seeing a Penny into this one before, but maybe not on the that player necessarily.
Yeah, I was expecting that to happen on like the defensive side. I mean, there's probably gonna be like a strange TP play, either that or Gargoyle is just kind of trolling. We'll see what Reject come out with. Is they're gonna be first up on the attacking side, but yeah, you mentioned we're not gonna see a whole lot of Star-Lord, and that's because this map, interestingly enough, it's a lot of doors, and Peter Quill doesn't do too well with doors because it means he's got to get a lot lower to the ground and just kind of walk right through, and doesn't have any good spots to take any angles. But as I say that, there is currently a Star-Lord hover happening for the side of AAAD, and that's a defensive side one, so that one is going to stick, and maybe you're just going to try and play the angle advantage as Rejects start to walk right on through, but see what ends up happening here. I think this is going to be an interesting map pick and an interesting map overall for both sides here. AAAD, let's see if they can set the standard on defense.
Yeah, looking to kick the door down with that Star-Lord and look to run amok with the Groot Knight as well. Let's see how they will play into this one as Yaki is bringing out the Wolverine of all things this time. So very excited for some of the Feral Leap action that is certain to come into play here. That they get a slow and steady in the beginning here, just anticipating some of the Thornlash walls there, which could be laying in wait, and looking to clear the path ahead of them, just piece by piece, you know, taking it slow and steady for Rejects right now, not looking to go too quickly into the battle, but just trying to cut out the territory slowly but carefully.
Nosmite also kind of moving his Ironwood walls around, identify that there's a Wolverine on the other side, you know, the natural predator for a Groot, so gotta make sure those walls are right where you need them. And hello, Finale and Rocco on a little bit of an adventure, a side quest here. Finale is gonna be cashing that one in. Early CYA from Sunghoon already, and Nosmite is just gonna be melted down to ashes from all the damage coming through here, and Reject just seemingly waltz right through the front door and take this point for their own, and not even Khonshu can slow them down.
Yeah, Khonshu going to be sent back to spawn there. At least they got a portal, though, to try and contest against them. One tick taken on the mission area, but they're not going to be able to take any more just yet. It looks like they're going to be bouncing straight through the portal there. So, Reject looking to fight them head on here, and Yaki not going to be letting that KO slip away. Regeneration Domain going to be popped as well, but AAAD are feeling the full extent to the pain train right now as Reject absolutely shred them in the KO department.
Yaki is doing his fair share of shredding, and he ain't quite done yet. Sees a delicious symbiote, and he'll be having that for a snack, and that's going to be the cap coming through. 444, the time bank for Reject to take it the rest of the way, and oh, we're going to get a late stagger onto Quasit as well, and Reject are really going to milk that for all it's worth. Oh, poor Quasit. We're keeping Sue Storm as a pet, and Piggy does not play nice.
Yeah, not going to play nice at all there. Going to allow them to stall things out and gain a lot more momentum over the mission vehicle. So, will be good to take control of that situation. And looking to take a further control in a second here. They're on the edge of a lot of ults to their name as well, so should see a very flashy fight ahead of us here, depending on who goes first into this one and looks to burst ahead. Yaki is really trying to scope things out alongside their team as well now. You know they're trying to set something up this. They're playing that hidden momentum angle. They'll just strangle something in, but it is going to be Rocco to go first here. Burst ahead with the double, and look for more with a lost stand here, CB. They ain't done! It's the Yaki show!
And Finale getting back into the fray off the BRB, looking for some bleed damage, and once again it's Quasit being kept as a pet, but this time will mercifully be put down. But what an opening that came out there from AAAD, like Rocco coming in with some heroic plays, but Yaki shuts it all down with that final stand. And the worst part is there's a Galartrox, a Psionic Seduction, and a Fate of Both Worlds still. Even though AAAD are gonna have the ult advantage, they're not gonna be able to get out of this one economically because Rejects still have the right ults to be able to overwhelm them, or at the very least slow them as they go for this approach and try and deny the point cap from coming through.
Trying to deny what they can. Devil Beast Rampage going to be on a line, and now Tuba. See if they can scoop their things up into this one. The dance floor coming out as well. Yeah, we'll be able to fight ahead with the Moon. Strangling Prison, keeping them all locked in, but they just don't care. Reject will be able to overwhelm it. Galactrox coming through from Rocco, but Rocco is pushed away. Reject are forcing the issue time and time again. Finale not even close to being done. Trying to hunt down for Quasit again. and they will be isolating them back to spawn, back to the next spawn point as they lock in the checkpoint.
Like the Groot Knight combo came out from Triple AD, and they just simply, like Reject just simply don't care. Like it almost felt like they took no damage at all. In fact, it's No Smite that ends up falling in the midst of all that. Now Reject get to carry 2 huge ultimates on to the next point. Most crucially is that CYA. I mean, this next fight win, basically any way you slice it, is going to be won if they can't burst that one down. You can even see the BRB as well, and Triple AD have no way to get in deep to burst it because it's all just a front-to-back bunker-style composition, so Reject can even play aggressively. There's the CYA, Yaki, taken down by Rocco, a save for No Smite, but you're going to need so much more to bail him out. Mandu, go ahead and pop that invisible boundary off the God of Mischief, and hopefully that is going to be enough for the time being, and Triple AD able to stand their ground.
Stand their ground and stand proud here, so they're going to be good at least for this portion. But Reject, all they need to do right now is just look to charge themselves up. You know, once they have a few more pieces at their disposal, they can definitely look to wreak havoc here. No Smite might be looking to do just that for Triple AD right now, trying to isolate the fights here before they can even begin.
Reject gonna be, like you said, just trying to collect themselves though, because all they really need is to build to another CYA, and if Triple AD don't have an answer for it, you know, it's gonna be a wing and a prayer. They're hoping for Rocco to come through with some more heroic picks, just finding the right pick at the right time. Ults are about to come online, and you got to imagine Triple AD gonna be looking for that Group Knight combo again, but Double Beast Rampage from Piggy early on is gonna force out an invisible boundary, and Yaki with a last stand elsewhere, gonna come in like an AGM right into the middle of that invisible boundary. Not gonna find what he's looking for. It's not a seduction, but she will be rooted down into a strangling prison, and even without the Hand of Khonshu, it's enough to put Reject back down for the time being, and Triple AD again able to stand their ground.
Stand tall, refuse to fall here. Reject, though, might be looking to wise up as an dance floor comes out there. They've got the CYA at the ready as well now. It's going to be Glartroxes aplenty on this one. Nobody going to be able to get ahead of it just yet. Oh no, the jump and stopped there. Finale almost taken out of play, but it doesn't even matter. Will be forced out back for the moment. Gargoyle good for one there, does trade it out, and gonna see what else is going to be laying about here. Ready to dive in, take this one step closer.
I mean, I think Rocco got pulled away with a Glartrox into the backline, but was able to trade that out. So even though Gargoyle finds the trade there, it still sets Reject back, and they can't capitalize off of it. We're going to see a dive come out, and it's not going to be anything to combo the CYA with. It's just going to be raw damage, and Triple AD can seemingly match that with a Hand of Khonshu and an invisible boundary. No Smite getting in there and just ripping Reject apart. Gargoyle on a sliver of HP. Piggy will have his sliver pulled. Can be res right back up, but again, Reject are on the back foot, and Triple AD doing a good job of holding the line for the time being, but with no ults coming online for them, they're gonna have to weather the storm of Piggy's Devil Beast Rampage, and that's one way to weather the storm. Cancel it altogether. A Crescent Dart from Snake will do just that, and now we're under a minute, and the stagger's coming out, and Triple AD seemingly are getting ahead in this one. Tuba is gonna snuff out Finale, and that is huge. Less than a minute, 50 seconds left, and Reject gonna be looking for a way in.
Yeah, they're looking for a way in, but Triple AD, just the bounces right now, shutting them out before they can enter, and it's going to be the perfect consequence here. I like the last-minute change up from Lastro onto the Jeff, though. Looking to play into the shenanigans there and see if they can burn their way through this one. Trying to bait out the ult from Triple AD, but it's going to be crucial heading towards these last moments here. Somebody has to inject their way first into this one. Somebody has to push ahead of it, and it is going to be No Smite. Mount popping the Strangling Prison into the boundary. The KOs have started, but they aren't even close to being done yet.
I mean, the swap from Lastro onto the Jeff means you don't have a Stratus Ultimate to be able to deal with all this damage. Yaki tries to go in and make it worth it, taking down Quazid in between the regen domain, but Rocco with the Glartrox is gonna catch Gargoyle out, and no symbiotic resilience will ever be resilient enough to save you from that one, but goodbye, nice to see you. No Tuba is able to get back onto the point, and he's able to stay alive. Hand of Khonshu on the point to try and force Reject off, as now we are in overtime, and it is bleeding thin. It's Jeff now gonna come out from Lastro, and is he gonna be able to force Triple AD off of the point here? Will not catch Mandu. A sneaky teleport comes out, and now an invisible boundary will be on the menu. Triple AD onto the point, and No Smite catches Finale, trying to go for a flank. Says, not today, not in my house, because this house belongs to Triple AD, and they will accept no intruders, be they kings, be they gods, be they Reject. They are not welcome here.
Completely shut out on the defense there, so going to be a great hold coming through from Triple AD onto that one. Reject not going full course, and it means that Triple AD can set sail towards a much shorter distance approach here, but the big pressure is going to be over that first hurdle there, that first mission area. Will they be able to exceed Reject on their own defensive side here, as they're already looking to make some changes before they have the next, of course, a collision here. Piggy looking to play into the Penny, perhaps? Maybe they heard you, CV.
Yeah. I think, you know, maybe they did hear me. I just kind of expected it, you know. It's just the vibe of this team. It'd be the most Piggy thing of all time, and they are going to come out with that. And I think that's interesting. And also, like you said, you know, for Triple AD, can they overcome this first hurdle? I think Piggy on the Penny is going to make it quite difficult to do that, but it's not even just can they clear that hurdle, it's can they clear it with enough time to also make it through point B, because this is a wild prediction. I'm predicting a point B stall out for Triple AD's attack here, and that is good enough for Reject to get the map win.
Yeah, it should be good enough for them to stack it up, and if they get the win, they win the map and the series here. So it's going to be big pressure on Reject to deliver in that big way there. But Yaki now changing it up at the last moment to the Moon Knight here. So looking to match Moon for Moon on this one, and you take the Moon, but unfortunately you can't take the Sun because there's no Phoenix onto this one. Can't light things up. So now things fair.
Gonna make it harder to burst down this spider nest, as Piggy has rolled out the red carpet, but it is not red because of the color of the carpet. It is red because of your blood. And Yaki is gonna take down two, but I think a little bit of the mind damage came through there as well, but that is a rough start for Triple AD's attack, and they know it, so they're gonna turn right around and reassess.
And ready to bless things here, as Rocco is the first to fall there. So great beginning from Finale, and not looking to play around any further. See if they can push the trap out, stop them in their tracks before they get any closer to this one. So we'll be bringing out plenty of living bullets onto this one, and looking to stop Triple AD before they can cook anything up into this, and they take the high ground now, but Triple AD, they're getting closer and closer by the moment.
Yeah, they're managing to build up to some of these ultimates. Invisible Boundary is going to be coming online before long, and no CYA for Reject. Sunghoon is not doing nearly as much healing as you would like to see from a strategist looking to try and get up to those fight-winning ultimates. Good walls coming out from No Smite, but he is going to be chomped off and carted off, potentially to his demise. The Hand of Khonshu from Yaki is going to go wide, doesn't quite hit the mark, and Triple AD are able to dodge it, but they're kind of scuppered off into a back room and trying to find their way onto the point. There's that Invisible Boundary, and not having to worry about the Hand of Khonshu bursting through, it does give them an easy opportunity to use that one, and some Phoenix damage, just stunning and slowing Piggy down. One tick now coming up for Triple AD. If they can find some Elans, they can start to work towards the second and the third. As the second merely comes out, Snake with the Hand of Khonshu, but Reject not able to dodge it. Piggy gets caught inside of it. A late Invisible Boundary from Lastro, but it's going to be mirrored by Mandu. Spider Sweeper now coming up from Piggy as he comes back in off the BRB and going to make it all the more treacherous. Maybe you can't see because of the Invisible Boundary, and you definitely are going to want to see where you step, but Gargoyle is just stepping wherever he damn well pleases and leaving a big old dino foot marks and even a few teeth marks wherever he treads, and that's going to be Reject, a successful defense.
Stepping on the beach and having a fun day in the sun there, as they absolutely gun down the KOs on that one, and they're looking to get even more where that came from, because Reject, they got plenty of utility ready for the next fight here. Time is of the essence for Triple AD right now, and I'm terrified of what might be laying in wait for them. You know, if they can play in combination here with the Strangling Prison and the Endsong Inferno, they might be able to burn through the defense of the Reject, but Reject just have so many things to respond to it with, so it's going to be critical that they isolate some of these early fights here and look to shut things down before they start to get a little too uncomfortable.
And it's also critical that that Endsong Inferno hits the ground. The Spider Nest moved from Piggy, so you're gonna have to try and find a way to burst that down as well. Hand of Khonshu coming out. It's damage amped, and No Smite is just bursted down too as well. Endsong Inferno came out, but it doesn't destroy the CYA. It's too little too late, and oh no, the best meal ticket for Triple AD has been spent, and they are still hungry.
Yeah, still hungry. Can't won't stop eating good there. You know, if they're hungry, we might need to call the burgers. I think they know a guy, you know, but we'll see how they fly high into the next one as Finale stands tall, is ready to make the Lartrox fall down there, but Triple AD just as prepared on the edge of 4 ults here. Which goes first?
Gotta be the Root Knight combo, and they're gonna have to try and burst down more than just one because there is a BRB again in play for Sunghoon. This Lartrox from Finale can shut it all down. Nearly catches out Rocco with some raw damage there, and with the scan, knows that he is still lurking there, and even gonna invest the snare just to make sure that angle is clear, but has to join the front line, pump out some more damage. Quasi gonna open things up with an Invisible Boundary, and Triple AD gonna use that to march on forward. Can they confirm an Elim though? Piggy just gonna walk away, run away from the point, get a little bit of healing from his team as the Invisible Boundary comes out, but there's the Groot Knight combo coming out from Triple AD. Snake had to give his life to make it happen, but it does happen all the same, but it's just not enough as Reject are still in the fray. Sunghoon falls, and there's an opportunity, but the overtime wick is so critically low. The time is not on Triple AD's side. An Invisible Boundary off the God of Mischief from Mandu is going to expire. There will be Rampage now from Gargoyle. No Smite making the swap over onto the Doctor Strange, trying to keep Triple AD in this one. The Lartrox comes out, but it goes wide. Finale is not going to get what he needs, and Gargoyle will pay for that mistake. A good kidnap now from No Smite as Lastro goes sailing off into the ether, and this should be the cap coming through for Triple AD, but Reject, they're gonna give it up at just the last possible second, but there is not quite as much time as you would like for Triple AD to get through point B.
Not as much time, not as much opportunity for Triple AD to break back into this one. So, going to be a bigger problems ahead of them here. They desperately need to fight their way forward to that next checkpoint. Otherwise, they are just going to be shut out entirely here. And those poor mannequins are going to be shut down by Snake there, trying to get to their enemies. What did the mannequins do, huh? We'll see how they go into the next portion, though, as Reject try and meet them and greet them on the high ground.
I mean, but Triple AD are taking so much damage. Reject are doing such a good job of, like you said, meeting and greeting them. And Song Inferno from Rocco could go huge. It does take down Finale, and Snake is able to clean up Lastro as well. And Reject seemingly overextend themselves. And Triple AD are going to get some cart progress off the back of this, and they need as much as they can get in as little time as they've got, because they ain't got a whole lot of it. Only a minute and a half, but they are halfway through to point B.
Halfway there and looking to see if they can stop them in their tracks here. No Smite. Ready to fight on. A fight through here. Break through with a body. A barrier on this one. And the boundary going to be popped first though. CYA was thought on, but not going to be achieved here. Gargoyle the first to fall though. So defensive plans have been foiled. No BRB, but there is a strangling prison into CYA, but it doesn't even matter. Triple AD break free of this one, and will be taking down all the KOs with them. Snake gonna slither their way in and shut everybody down.
And they got the cap, and they're gonna stagger Gargoyle. It's winnable. There may be a blemish on Reject's record on the horizon if Triple AD can just take it about 2/3 of the way through point C. Reject not having that CYA on deck, and realistically only having the Invisible Boundary to try and prolong the inevitable, as Triple AD are going to look to march on forward, and Rocco can be the exclamation point on this attack with this Song Inferno. And Reject, they are well aware of it. You better believe they're going to be scouting Mountain. Even Finale swapping over to the Punisher to potentially stop that ultimate from hitting the ground.
Them right in their tracks there and see if they can stack up to something further. Piggy going down, BRB online will bring Piggy back, and maybe more. Devil Beats Rampage going to be blocked there from Tuba.
The point!
Try and scoop them up. Oh my goodness! They're so close to it, but no! There's not going to be any C9 today, but there will be the moon coming down from Yaki right now, and the shotgun burning its way through for Finale right now. Just when you think Triple AD can break through, no! Reject get there at the last second. Oh my goodness, CB!
1.3 meters away from disaster. I mean, I have seen thinner tooth skin than that. Reject, though, only with that final judgment to try and take this the rest of the way. Triple AD can do this ultless, but with a minute left, they've got time for maybe 1.5 good fights if they can get back to the second one quickly. Yaki trying to stack up the damage with these crescent darts, and a good unk onto the back line. Not able to confirm the Elim onto Rocco. Rocco clinging for dear life, and that's exactly what he's got. Quasit holding on to that invisible boundary, going to use it aggressively and trying to burst that finale with the CYA though, and the final judgment. He'll cut Rocco down in his prime and looks to do the same to No Smite. That is a swift little two-piece. He will pay for it though. Snake getting in there with the Crescent Darts, takes him down, might be able to clean up Gargoyle as well, but the shield is good and the heal is even better. And now we are back at a stalemate, 25 seconds. AAAD haven't been able to finish this one outright, and Piggy is lurking with a strangling prison. Could be looking to try and find somewhere on the back line. He's got to act fast as there's going to be a reciprocal one and potentially a Hand of Khonshu as well for the side of AAAD.
Oh, there's one final opportunity on both sides. Khonshu goes down by the strangling prison there. Reject trying to burst through. No Spite now trying to match it here. AAAD desperate to bring out their own firepower onto this one, but Reject evacuate the area and will be looking to inject further damage here. Snake goes down and maybe more to follow. Reject are not wallowing on it. They are swallowing this game whole and will be able to push ahead of it. Manu goes and everyone else around the corner. It's the Double Beast Rampage, but Reject stopped them right at the gate and will be able to lock it down.
Mere inches away from disaster, but Reject will maintain their flawless group stage. They don't drop a map to anybody. They say, send your best, send anybody you want, just don't send anybody that you want back.
Just so impressive. A flawless victory coming through there for Reject. Are going to be feeling very confident, very happy with the result of that one. And you can take a look at the stats right now. Soak it in, everybody. That was one hell of a match.
Yep, I mean, 17 final hits for Rocco, nearly leading the charge, only outdone by one single final blow from Finale on the other side. And I kind of feel like that's a microcosm for this, right? Like, Reject were just that one extra inch ahead on this map, and that made up all the difference. AAAD, they were game. They came to play today, and I do really like the things that I saw from them on this Lower Manhattan map. It was a great heads-up map pick. They played the draft to near perfection, but they were unfortunately playing against a team that embodies perfection here in the Asia region, and they maintained that perfect record all the way through, and they look to do the very same when we go to playoffs. This Reject team, I mean, you think they're going to make it to international land? Because at this rate, who else but Gen G could ever hope to stop Reject?
And I mean, they said it themselves, right? You know, Gen G, they are the only ones that they consider serious competition right now, and the pressure's on all other teams to try and, you know, face them and say, hey, you need to take a look at us as well. You know, you can't just glaze over us there. Like, we need to be considered too. But Reject are proving that there's a reason that they're one of the titans of the region.
And the thing that I think is interesting, right, is like you even see some of these close calls like this. You never saw Gen G tested quite like that, and I'm not sure what that does to the power scaling. You know, do Reject come out looking a little bit stronger because they've been battle tested just a little bit harder, or do Gen G come out looking stronger because they were just that more dominant? The map score for Reject doesn't tell the whole story because we were inches away from a different story altogether on this map. But Reject, poise under pressure is what makes champions, and they are able to get ahead, stay poised, not get knocked off balance, maintain that flawless record, maintain their dominance over the region, and still are, until potentially challenged in the playoff, the undisputed kings of this region.
Yeah, well, Reject certainly living up to their mantra, reject everything but victory, and they do exactly that all group stage long. They complete the perfect record, but you guys are right. Perfect point to make is that we were so close to a very different look in this series. AAAD came to play here tonight. They knew that it would be quite a mountain to climb, and I think you guys said at the very beginning of the match, hope they brought their climbing gear, and it seems like they did, just not quite able to make it to the summit, but a very good look for this AAAD roster. Reject close it out on Lower Manhattan. Nailbiter doesn't even begin to describe it. 1.3 meters, and I thought I could see for a second it ticked down to 0, but not quite. What a comeback here, and yeah, definitely looking at those matchups ahead, you have to question what is the caliber of the teams in Asia versus Oceania. How does that matchup look? We might have some answers to those questions. We've got one more interview for you with a member of Reject, and we are going to get them on the line right now.
Hi again.
One more time. Hi, J-Mac.
Hello.
Long time no see.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys, perfect group stage. You didn't lose any maps. How do you guys feel?
Yes. I'm so happy we cleared the group stage on D-pad with zero map draw. But you guys know in preseason, like Piret, they win all game, but they best drop in playoff. So we just keep focusing and keep prepare playoff more perfectly. Yeah.
Were you worried at the end of that last map, by the way, that like you guys almost stepped off the point and almost dropped that map to AAAD? Were you guys concerned at all?
Just the same like so. They get many time and they come to third point, but our team just I think we don't lose. Yeah, so they just keep making our plan. Yeah, just keep focusing our play. And yeah, they just come back. Yeah.
Confidence is a key there all the way through. So great to see that from you guys. But I got a question for you here. Why were you guys choosing to play with Finale over Brownie in these games?
Today Finale is also part of our roster, and since there could be a situation where we needed to play him in the playoff, so we decided to give him a chance today.
How would you say he did with his chance today? How would you rate his performance?
It's very good. I think his performance today is very good because he did play Scream many time. So yeah. No practice, but this play is very good.
Yeah, I was gonna say he definitely delivered on the opportunity. So great to see him out on the battlefield and get some time in there. So you guys are off to the playoffs now. Any last words, JMac? Anything you want Asia or Oceania to know about Reject before playoffs?
Today, we in Asia group stage we win every game. But we don't like we just not wait. I don't know word. Let's just keep prepare playoff more perfectly for the champion. Yeah, Asia Pacific champion. Yeah, for the Pacific champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing you guys back. JMac, thank you so much, my friend. Congrats on the 2 wins tonight, and best of luck in those playoffs going forward. See you later.
Yeah, thank you. See you later.
Yes. I'm sure it won't be much longer before we see JMac again. You know, we might have to wait until playoffs, but it'll be like meeting an old friend. And I like the confidence as well. And after a group stage like that, how can you not be confident?
Oh yeah, I mean, night and day from that preseason group stage. They have made everyone forget what happened on those couple symbiotic surface runs. This is the Reject
Apparently we never forgot.
I don't forget. That's our job here, not to forget. But of course, massive improvement from Reject. Good stuff, and we look forward to seeing them in the playoffs. We have one more match on deck, and there are some stakes on the line. We'll tell you all about it and get you ready for the final matchup of the night right after this break.
More enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라.
What are you aiming at? are you aiming at?
Double kill! That's 3!
Let the devil out!
Double kill! That's 3! Keep playing until we have a winner. Double kill! That's 3! Double kill!
Hurry up! Bombs away! Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable.
Well, finish line in sight here for the Asia group stage. One match left. And this one is everything on the line for Rival Esports. The situation here, they played in the first match tonight against Reject. They could not find a map win there. They are currently sitting in the 6th seed, but their playoff hopes hang in the balance of this matchup with Zero Tenacity. I am so looking forward to this one.
Yeah, like you said, the finish line is in sight, but it is going to be a photo finish either way you slice it. If Rival Esports are able to get one single win on one single map against Zero Tenacity, they will punch their ticket to playoffs. But if they cannot, N1 Hex will be taking that number 6 spot and advancing. So it is do or die, all or nothing for Rival Esports, and they just need to get one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for N1 Hex, we've talked about it before, the situation you don't want to be in when your fate lies in the hands of another match and lies in the hands of this team of 6 Devil Dinosaurs right here. One more time, Rival Esports gonna take the battlefield in this group stage, and again, one map is all they gotta take to punch that ticket. I don't know. This is definitely pressure on here, but under heavy pressure creates those brilliant diamonds. We're gonna have to see if Rival can stand up to that pressure, though.
It's the pressure that's at an all-time high, isn't it? You know, they've got to be ferocious. They've got to bring out that Dino power here. You know, they're in Dino form in their team introduction here, and they're going to be hopefully bringing that ferocity out in the server as well. Big pressure on their roster. You know, I think that especially coming up against one of the Titans that is Z10 here, it's a big task. It's a big ask, but we've seen crazier things happen, you know, when it's all at stake here. even the most insane possibilities could become reality.
And to give a little bit more credence to that, Zero Tenacity, I mean, they haven't been as titanic as we've seen them in the past. You know, they have bled a fair few times, dropping series to both Reject and to XO, and even dropping maps to the likes of N1 Hex, the other team that could qualify. So Zero Tenacity, they have a unique opportunity here to be the great deciders. They could give away one single map to Rival Esports just to, you know, stick it to N1 Hex forever taking that map to begin with, or they could assert their dominance here over Rival Esports and say that anyone who took a map off of us, that was a fluke. We are back in fighting form. If they are as consistent as we've seen them in the past, I think it's a very tall ask for Rival Esports to get that one map win, but like you said, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Zero Tenacity quite literally serving as the gatekeeper here, and there is only one key to the playoffs left, and I can't believe that we're here, the last match of this group stage, and it is still a gigantic question mark over who will take that home. But yeah, it all comes down to that one single map, and you guys have both made great points. You know, we've seen some crazier things here in Asia and in Pacific in general. I mean, you know, preseason we had a wild three-way tie in Oceania, maybe not looking at as crazy of a situation here, but it is go time. Nowhere left to run for Rival Esports. We are going to start off on Celestial Husk for this matchup, and yeah, I mean, for their very last match of this schedule, a very backloaded schedule for them. It's up against one of the top teams in Zero Tenacity, some absolutely insane players awaiting Rival on the surface of Clintar. It is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight for both sides, really.
Yeah, but one map to decide the whole thing, like, ain't that just the Pacific way? That's just, that's how it was in OCE group stage or preseason. Like, it might as well. It might as well be the same here in Asia.
That's kind of the question, though. We got Celestial Husk on deck. Can we see Museum of Contemplation be the decider? Can Rival take one there? Because wouldn't that just be fitting?
No! Please, no. No, we're gonna see it go to Shin Shibuya for all I care. Heart of Heaven, anything but Museum, please.
All right, we're getting Diatonic out of here so we can start. The bro's full of bad ideas. Stop speaking that into existence. We are going to kick things off here on Celestial Husk, and neither team is going to go for letting the Gambit through this time around, and Rival Esports taking no risks, going straight for that Devil Dino that all 6 of them, or at least 5 of them, are very keen to play.
Keen to play and keen to put on a display here as we are zooming our way through the drafts right now. Rocket going to be banned out immediately with Gambit to follow. It's Double Dinosaur here on the Protects, and it will be a Rocket now facing off as well. So the mirrors are in full swing here.
See if either team wants to break the mirror. Both of them quickly hover the Phoenix Band and then lock it in. So we'll keep it going on through the back half, but this second Protect from Zero Tenacity should be what shapes things up for their team comp. Hopefully, you know, we don't get another situation where a team misses it. Nope. All right, we hitting the mark with this one. It's going to be the Luna Snow Protect, which most likely will force out a Mantis ban from Rival Esports, but they're hovering something different altogether. I think worried about the potentiality of a Star-Lord, and I think that's wise. It does feel like they're kind of targeting Xe a fair bit, though.
Oh yeah, and I mean, there's a big reason for it. You know, Xe is a hyper carry in every way, shape, and form for that team there, but I mean, it's not just the Xe show. You gotta worry about all the other pieces of that team as well. Like, they can do a lot of crazy work there if they are kept unchecked, but looks like we are gonna see the Mantis now locked down for RVL, so very similar to the kind of pacing we saw from them early in the evening as well, where they like to prioritize that Mantis for themselves.
Something I do want to highlight, though, as you talk about, you know, all the different pieces of Zero Tenacity, there have been a couple of pieces that have been swapped in and out, and we've talked about it from time to time. Currently, Creative is in the lineup over Baser, and they have swapped Creative in or Baser in, depending on the situation, and it seems like the reason is that Creative has been the starter for this team, and Baser was brought in just as a bit of a stopgap while Creative was preoccupied with other responsibilities. I personally feel, and this is just my feelings, is that they look a little bit more well-practiced with Baser in the lineup, but when they have creative, the language barrier isn't as harsh and the comms are a little bit smoother. They've yet to be able to get the best of both worlds with either strategist in the lineup, so you kind of have to hope that they just ride it out and, you know, investing in creative pays off. But I think that's where a lot of the inconsistencies with this team comes from, and I do think that that is something to pay attention to. How good is creative going to look? How clean are the comms going to be? Are we going to see some of those inconsistencies from Zero Tenacity rear their ugly head? And if so, can Rival Esports capitalize?
Yeah, or are they just going to be kicking and screaming? You know, like we heard in our interview yesterday, with all the ways to navigate that barrier. Always love to see it there. You know, they've got to get creative in their approach. But that's going to be the exact thing we see right now from both of these teams as we prime up to the mission area on lock here. Axie on the Punisher this time around to have a Zept on the Ultron. So, going to see if they can play into the triple ripple here and see who will be able to rip and tear their way in as the mission area is about to be open for business, and Zept is almost out of business, but they will be able to escape.
With most of Xy's hero pool banned out, he's going to be manning the Punisher, already nearly forced out with the regen domain. Will keep him alive, and Windy with a nice little clap is going to put Spocky down another backline of Zero Tenacity. Need not worry about a Black Cat coming their way as Soko just runs over HK Mario like a semi-truck and turns that dinosaur into roadkill, and Zero Tenacity should be getting the first cap here.
Yeah, great first cap coming through from Z10 onto this one. RBL forced to fall back for the moment, but Marvel is looking to absolutely dominate the front side of things there. So Captain Korea is back on lock there, getting the double KO and looking to fall back to their team accordingly. So well done in the beginning there, and we'll be looking to maintain a deeper control.
Nestor tried to go for a cheeky little back cap there, but has to abandon it. Gets out with a little bit of HP and will get healed back up. But now as ults start to come online, Zero Tenacity a little bit ahead of the curve in both the calling card and that final judgment. Gonna be the Rage of Ultron from Zep that could potentially kick the door open, but if they don't find an Elim or force a major resource out with it, it just kind of is gonna end up going to the wayside. So all eyes right now on Zep, and I think Soko would agree as he's looking for an opportunity to ground him with that laser beam. Jerry goes in and takes down Proxies, and with that one down, it doesn't really matter what Zep does. He's gonna pop that Rage of Ultron anyway, send all those shots down Rage with a regen domain from Creative. No one from Zero Tenacity is even sweating.
Yeah, not even breaking a sweat here as they will push RBL with many regrets there. As the final judgment runs its course onto that one and will be able to shut down the triple. So well done, well played for Z10 there as they just calmly evacuate the mission area.
And with only 2 ultimates, the Freedom Charge and that final judgment. So now as Rival Esports are finally going to be mounting up to their big, heavy-hitting offensive ultimates, Zero Tenacity have the defensive utility to be able to parry it. And they also have to worry about Jerry, who's going to pop the calling card and go in aggressively, forcing out that Soul Resurgence, and Creative and go in with a dance floor. There is another back cap happening. This fight is happening on high ground. Zero Tenacity do send one member to go back and contest. Going to be Netron, a sliver of HP, able to get to a health pack, not cleaned up. A late Fatal Worlds now coming out from Lick is going to force out the very same from Wendy, and it's all starting to break down on the point here, but 99% now for Zero Tenacity, and some assembly required as we get the Avengers all together. HK Mario will take down Xy, but you got to trade out Proxies to make it happen. Can we find more? The regen domain will make it so much harder to do so, but HK Mario will get his man, will get Creative, but Jerry and Marvel, they come back in. The dive duo, they go in, even taken to the skies to take down Zeph, and as Spocky gets caught in an unfriendly neighborhood, Xy is gonna make him regret it, and this should be Rival Esports shunted from the point. Zero Tenacity taking 100-0 on the first point.
Yeah, absolutely. Steaming ahead of that one in very quick succession there. So, going to be a great beginning onto the Celestial Vault. It's wide open, and now we move on to the Celestial Codex to see if they might be able to decode it quickly or if there might be a little bit more time behind this one.
I mean, time, I think, is not something that Rival Esports are really looking at right now. I think they want to try and get this map win as quickly as they can, but with every point that Zero Tenacity amasses on this map or even the next one, the screws tighten a little bit more, the pressure builds up, and the room for mistakes widens for Rival Esports. They start to make some of these errors because they want to try and make a play happen. They do play pretty cleanly on that one, but they're just outpaced in the ult economy by Zero Tenacity and just the raw frag potential of Xe. On any hit scan, this guy is one of the best hit scans in the world. I'm telling you, and I'm gonna keep telling you until he shows up at an international LAN and shows everyone.
Yeah, they're looking to show it off in a big way there. You know, there's a reason that they're one of the star players behind that roster. They're looking to make many more star-studded moments there. But we move on to the next mission area right now, and Zeft is looking to pump up the damage early, see if they can charge themselves up to go legendary, but not going to get anything further, as Z10 are doing a great job of isolating the angles, so not allowing any charge here. They're playing underground.
Rival do take the high ground though, but like you said, Zero Tenacity playing underground, so you don't really have an opportunity to leverage this high ground for anything. You're gonna have to drop down to contest the point anyway, and that's where Zero Tenacity wants you. And they're gonna be coming up to some big ultimates here. Keep an eye on Xe's ult charges. He's nearing that final judgment, and if Rival Esports get caught in the crossfire of that one, they won't be in there for long, I can tell you that much. Wendy gonna take down HK Mario, and now there's nothing to absorb the damage that comes out from the side of Zero Tenacity. And Lick gonna trade it out for Jerry, and that does mean that the backline gets to sit a little bit more comfortably for the time being. And Xe taking down Netra. It's traded back and forth, but Zero Tenacity once again are in the driver's seat of this fight. And Zeft with a late Galactic Legend coming through, and a Freedom Charge and a Final Judgment, and Zeft is having none of it, just gonna hide, tuck his tail between his legs, and not exactly as legendary as I think Bro was hoping.
Yeah, no, the legend has been ended just as quick as it began there, so gonna be unfortunate for Zeft into that one, and see if they can look to run it back in a second here. As RBL now already gonna be scouted out by Marvel and co there, shutting them down on the high ground. Zeft already taken out of the fight here, and more could follow up as well. Jerry in a bit of trouble, will be forced to stumble back, but Z10 is still staying calm and calculated, not looking to overdo it.
And Zeft is looking pretty shaky on the Star-Lord. Like, after that Galactic Legend and then getting caught out, like, I just think Bro is a little bit too scared of Xe, and he should be, but you also got to worry about Creative bursting down HK Mario, and Xe getting up close and personal with a triple with the shotguns. I mean, what do you even do about this guy? Whether it's at range or up close, Bro has got a bullet with your name on it.
Yeah, they're taking aims on that one and looking to get a few more where that came from. Maybe adding more trophies to the collection, if you will, as they will hold things back from the high ground again. Got Soko bringing up the lasers up front, and to see if they can stampede their way forward in a second as well. Hold back on this one. In a wait for the perfect moment here, but they won't even need it. Kumio Unleashed, and now going to bring out the Stampede. That will be Rampage into the Final Judgment. They are looking to shred them away because everybody's in a straight line right now. The dance floor can only sustain them for so long as the Xe Pain trade brings out a quad KO and maybe one more to end the show. Marvel gets it, and Z10 lock them out entirely, but it's one last dance here. Portal time.
Yeah, but no real good ults. I mean, Double Beast Rampage from HK Mario, but she didn't bleed out any strategist ults from the other side. Marvel just goes in, deletes HK Mario, so we're not even going to be seeing the Temper Tantrum coming out from the Devil Dinosaur, but we will see Soko chomping Netra down, chewing him up, and spitting him out, and Rival Esports quickly dispatched. Zeft wants to take to the skies, but this legend even more sad than the previous one. That legend ends not with a bang, but with a whimper, and Zero Tenacity will emphatically take Celestial Husk back-to-back 100-0s.
Yeah, just blown out like a candle right there. Well done to Z10 for starting off strong into that one. Xe going to take a well-deserved MVP on the Punisher. When you think you can ban out a duelist, no you can't, because there's always an alternative option no matter what you think. Xe's got something in the tank there, and going to be banking on that all the way through the series. Big shout out to Marvel, Soko, and Wendy as well. 0 casualties to their name across the entirety of that map.
16 final hits though. Like, you ban out the Phoenix, you ban out the Star-Lord, it doesn't matter. He just comes out on the Punisher, and so much of that is with the shotgun damage. You know, shotgun Punisher is a very underrated way to put a guy down, and Xe was doing that in spades, finding quads, triples, you name it, and when not up close and personal. Again, at range, he's keeping Zeft in check. Zeft really wanted to play into that Ultron, try and go for some damage boost, but doesn't matter because Xe doesn't need a damage boost. He just needs to hit a couple shots and make you play scared, and he can definitely put the fear of God into you, especially when he comes up with those final judgments. And all of Zero Tenacity, by the way, are able to play into it. You know, you even saw like Marvel popping a Freedom Charge just to give Xe a red carpet, the royal treatment for what's to come.
Yeah, roll it out, and the Xe comes rolling in with KO after KO. Like, it was just fantastic work coming through, and this one was incredible. All in a straight line, and they were ready to just absolutely destroy their way past it. So, fantastic work coming through on Celestial Husk there. They're feeling primed up and confident into this series.
Yeah, and for Rival Esports, like I said, with every single point that Zero Tenacity amasses, the screws tighten a little bit more. You gotta get a map win, and it wasn't that one. So we will see on the other side of this break what their map pick is, and if they can get that dub and punch their way to playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Maximum pulse!
You made me angry. We are undefeatable!
Well, open and shut there on map number 1 for Zero Tenacity. 0 to 200 with Rival Esports finding no way in the door. But CB, as they say, when one door closes, another one opens. Off to map 2. Is there a way for Rival to turn this thing around?
I mean, if you look at the scoreboard from the last map, it looks like no, but there's gotta be, right? Like, you've got to take it to a map that you're comfortable on, and you got to be able to best Zero Tenacity. But, I mean, the strategy to try and ban out Xe's hero pool did not work out, all right? We were talking about it. A grand total of 5 final hits for all of Rival Esports, and Xe alone tripled that with 16. It's absolutely ridiculous. So the strategy of trying to ban this one out, toss that out the window, and try and find something new.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a reason why Xe is such a big part of the foundation of this Zero Tenacity roster. And teams have learned the hard way several times in the past that it is so tough to ban him out. Matsy, what are you looking for out of Rival in this next draft phase? Because banning out the Duelist is not it, I don't think.
I'm looking for something. I'm looking for anything.
Hold on, I'm
Hold
on, I'm looking at the map chat and Lick is typing. He's like, we need one map, guys, and Jerry just typed my bank account. Jerry's saying, you want this map? Pay up, buddy.
Oh, that's funny.
I'll say drop the cash app in the chat here, but here it is. We are speeding towards maybe, you know, I've got a little bit of Professor X in me here, just a little bit of a foresight. We are going to the Museum of Contemplation yet again, the pack special here for map number 2. That's the question, though. Is it possible to take Z10 down on this map, considering everyone here in Pacific is very familiar, like the back of their hand with this one?
Does anyone know offhand, like, what maps Zero Tenacity have lost in some of their other series? Like, what map did N1 Hex beat them on? Because if it was Museum of Contemplation, then, you know, wherever it is, we've proven in the past that Zero Tenacity can bleed, and Rival Esports just need to strike that one drop of blood somewhere. But if it wasn't spilled on Museum of Contemplation last time, then this might be, you know, again, just a Hail Mary comfort pick for Rival Esports, trying to go with something that they're well practiced on.
Well, lucky for you, CB, I have the answer. That matchup between N1 Hex and Zero Tenacity, the map they dropped, Museum of Contemplation. So Rival did their homework here. They see the vision, but that's the question is, can they deliver like N1 Hex did? We've seen it before. They got to answer that question right here and right now.
Right here, right now, the answers will be afforded to them, and we'll see if they can lock it in to this one, you know, whether it is going to be RVL looking to climb out of hell here and move it into heaven, or whether it will be Z10 coming out on top and sending them down to the depths. It's all or nothing on what could be our final map in group stage here.
Yeah, very, very much so. If you haven't heard the bells toll yet, they do toll now for Rivals' playoff hopes here. Heaven or hell is the question going forward. You have to imagine N1 Hex as well on the edge of their seats here, because Rival, if they take this map, they knock out N1 Hex. If they can't do it, then N1 Hex grabs that last spot.
And just like you said, it's a map that Zero Tenacity have lost before, so Rival Esports will have the ghosts of Zero Tenacity's failures haunting these halls on their side, and hopefully that's enough to give them an advantage. And like you said, N1 Hex gonna be watching with bated breath, hoping, praying, wishing that Zero Tenacity can overcome that this time around and buy N1 Hex a way into the playoffs. But as Rival Esports try to chunk through this ban phase, set themselves up for success, we've already established that banning out Xy's hero pool is not enough. You have to find something else, and this is the place to do it.
Exactly right. This is the place to do it, and let's see if they break through it now, as the mirror will be back on a full effect here, so no gambits, no rockets, plenty of dinos, and we'll see the Phoenix taken away in a second here as well. Yep, it's going to be a full mirrors all day.
Well, do we see the same as before? A Mantis Protect this time for Rival Esports, and I think, you know, that does kind of signal they want to go a little bit more for that triple strategist look. If you're Zero Tenacity, you're probably going to ban out something like the Loki to shut down the Vibrant Vitality, or potentially the Luna Snow. It's going to be the Vibrant Vitality that gets shut down. They can still leverage 2/3 of that combination with the Groot, as that's going to make it through, but we'll see what they end up coming out here with Zero Tenacity. They prefer the Luna Snow flavor when it comes to the backline, though.
Be preferring a little bit more of that one to have at least the Mantis locked in again for RVL here, and we'll be looking into a lockdown, maybe the Black Cat. They're thinking about it. Oh, it's going to be no Mantis, no worries there, so everything going to be locked down and locked in, folks, and we'll see our selections break their way through.
Rival Esports going to be first on the defensive side, and they need to stand their ground. They can't give Zero Tenacity that first cap. They definitely can't let them get a full cap. I think anything shy of that 3rd point cap is winnable for Rival Esports, but if this gets out of control, I kind of worry that Zero Tenacity might be able to run away with this, because this pick and ban draft, it looks pretty good for Z10, especially considering if you can't ban out Xy's hero pool, he's got access to the Star-Lord, and he was already hovering that frame 1. You know for a fact he's going to be coming out with that. Sure, you can bring your Devil Dinosaur. Xy's just going to farm it for damage.
Oh yeah, they'll be farming it all day long there, so very keen to see how things play out as we get started on into this here map here. Both teams are looking to just prepare themselves for battle. Looks like Zeft is taking a play out of Xy's book there. You know, they've got the Punisher this time around on the defense, and very keen to see if it works out for them. Will it? I'm not so certain, but anything can happen. You just got to believe in yourself.
Rival Esports leveraging, leaning very heavily on that triple strategist for the defensive, but without the Loki there, it's going to be Invis, Luna, and Mantis, and that's going to be a lot of healing and crucially a fair bit of damage boost as well for Zeft and for Proxy, so I think they do have the damage to keep things going on the front line, but it's if Xy gets access to the back line, things are getting a little bit worrisome, but no sweat just yet, as they do trade out Zeft for Soko, but you will take that because you do still have enough damage to keep this fight going. Netra, though, getting caught out and nearly kidnapped there from Creative as the orbs keep coming in. Zero Tenacity not able to find that second KO to get the Batmobile around this first corner, and Rival Esports can stand their ground for the time being and buy Zeft time to get back into the fray.
back into the fray and ready to play here. The damage gets layered up by Creative and Co. But not looking to stop the shot just yet. We'll be waiting around the corner here, playing around the barriers accordingly. Good to try and push them in, but to be able to spin it into traction yet. Exy almost on the way out, still going to break back in with the heels there, so good for it. But Jerry now ready on the flank and banking on it. Not locking it in for now, but they will lock it in for 2 in a second. And looking to see if they can catch any more in just a moment. There it is, the triple effect.
Yeah, and that's going to be a team wipe, and Zeph's going to make the swap over onto the Doctor Strange. There's a little bit of room to try and go for the contest here, but Zero Tenacity, they know it. They're already just fanning out, trying to scout out where their portal is going to come from. No guesswork needed. It's going to come right onto the point. There's going to be a visible boundary as well, so sending out a signal flare. You know exactly where we're coming from. Marvel, though, taking down Lick, drops the invisible boundary, and even through the Soul Resurgence, Zero Tenacity just burst Rival Esports down and kick the door to point B wide open.
Yeah, open wide, and they'll stroll inside there, looking to play around it accordingly and to give the best that they can. So, Z10 waiting patiently, looking to scout into this one. Do have the Galactic Legend at the ready if they need a little pump of action just to get themselves over the next checkpoint. They're still just going to be waiting for it. I love this. They're always scouting for the next fight here.
And they are going to find it. They don't got to search too hard. Jerry goes in deep and takes down Proxy's Lick on his sliver of HP, and Jerry will clean that up. Exy taken to the skies with the Galactic Legend, but it doesn't matter because the ground is where the problem is, as Jerry is still on the prowl. They'll find a triple, and HK Mario getting caught out in an unfamiliar location in between Soko and Creative, and it's going to be another easy fight win for Zero Tenacity, and Rival Esports getting staggered out. Even Netra on a sliver of HP will be healed back up, but this is a rough recontest.
Yeah, it's the roughest time for them, and I don't know if there's going to be any way through as the Psionic Seduction comes out from Netra there, and it's going to be combined with the Final Judgment now. Exy going down, a good start, and they won't catch Jerry, so Jerry could actually be very in play into this one accordingly. Oh, well, there you go, CB. They heard you eventually. It was a delayed communication.
Yeah, never mind. Jerry just throws himself in the wood chipper, but turns out they don't even need it. Even through that Fate of Both Worlds, Marvel is able to find Spocky. So, like, the damage from Zero Tenacity is just too overwhelming, even for these Strategist ultimates. But Zeph now with the shotgun is going to put Soko down, and this will be Rival Esports finally putting their foot down, stopping this cap from coming through. But Jerry with the calling card is going to try and push it even further, force Rival Esports to make a mistake, and they are making a huge mistake if they think they can tango with him, as he is just raking the claws through, takes down Zeph, takes down Proxies, will find a triple. HK Mario brings him to justice, but in no just world can Jerry be allowed to get away with that, and in this world, Zero Tenacity will find point B.
Find it and find maybe a little more where that came from. As they force them out as much as they possibly can. Here's Heft in deep trouble as Marvel is on deck here, fighting through with Jerry and Co. There's nowhere you look where Z10 are not covering right now. Lick going to be staggered out as well. Unlucky into that one. Face to face with Exy there, and they know the KO is going to be right to follow. But they're not going to wallow on it. They're looking to push this the full distance as quick as they can.
Rival Esports might have a spawn advantage here that they can leverage. They'll take down Jerry, and that'll give them an opportunity to move a little bit further up and try and go for a recontest. But the key thing about this point, right, is that Zero Tenacity, even if they're just playing the cart, they're going to have a permanent high ground advantage over Rival Esports, and that makes it so much harder for Zeph to hit these shots on the Punisher. So you're going to be looking for them to try and find a way in without just raw damage that comes out, because you can't rely on those picks, especially once Zero Tenacity start mashing Q.
Start mashing Q and see if they can pull through here, as they will be able to lock down the double strategist ultimate. Z10 really confident to play into the Kumio Unleashed and the Dance Floor there. Interesting to see that one coming in, right, CB?
I mean, it's pretty interesting to see a little bit of a layering coming out from Zero Tenacity. Rival Esports are going to come out with a Fate of Both Worlds advantage for this next fight, and off of that Final Judgment, Zeph is able to get just enough done to keep Rival Esports in this one, and winning that fight is crucial because now you are in control, but Exy is going to wrest that control right away from you. 97%, and Proxies can't get the ultimate, and that is a meal for Jerry now, and he's going to go in and have a snack. He'll take a triple and then a double for Exy, and every advantage Rival Esports had, Exy just robbed them of.
Yeah, we'll be able to take it out of this one, and we'll be looking to rob them away from any semblance of hope here as Jerry brings out the calling cards. Ionic Seduction to try and force them out of place, and Proxies, okay, we'll collapse them out of this place. Nicely done from our former duelist player here as they lay it on thick and look to see how they can tandem with Marvel, forcing out the dance floor into this one and looking to just drown out the time as much as they possibly can.
And hold on to the Devil Beast Rampage. Zero Tenacity are going to respect the healing that comes through, but no respect shown as Exi just deletes Spocky. It's going to be traded out for Soko, and a lot of the staying power for Zero Tenacity is gone, but not enough to remove Exi. And HK Mario taking down Jerry. Doesn't matter. Exi is still lodged in that side angle there. Going to rejoin the rest of his team as they slowly backpedal, but so much damage onto HK Mario that he can only charge so far forward past the point. Zero Tenacity going to be able to regroup and take another crack at this.
Looking to have another attempt at this one as RBL there done a great job to drown out the clock as much as they can into this one, but Z10 are just on the edge of having an overwhelming force of ults at their disposal, which could be exactly what they need to push it over the line here. Big pressure going to be on Zept and Code here to stop them in their tracks, and it looks like they go first into this one. Devil Beast Rampage on lock will shut down Soko there, stampeding their way through Creative. Maybe soon to follow. Kumio Unleashed is still sustaining. Will go down eventually, and there it is. Final Judgment now looking to force them off the line on this one, so it's good to buy a bit more time, maybe even get more with the KOs being locked through for RVL here, but Z10, they're not worried. They've still got a bit more time to try and fight this one.
37 seconds left. They can take one more fight on this. There might be a stagger that comes out. HK Mario is going to be forced back. Yeah, they couldn't quite get Exi. A lot of ults coming online for Zero Tenacity and only an Invisible Boundary. Potentially a Soul Resurgence to try and weather the storm. It's the Stratus ults versus the Duelist ults. A tale as old as time. Zero Tenacity going to be looking to try and take the initiative, force Rival Esports onto the back foot, see if they can get this full cap from coming. Rival Esports, HK Mario is taking so much damage right now from Wendy, just in neutral right now, and not flinching, is going to stand his ground, knows he's got the team at his back, can keep this one going, but more damage being pumped in. Devil Beast Rampage from Soko gets canceled. Zep goes in and just deletes Creative with a shotgun shots. It's just too much to bear. Soul Resurgence versus Fate of Both Worlds, but the damage is just too much. HK Mario will take Soko down, and the calling card from Jerry canceled. Zep is not going to be calling. He's got your number, and he's got it on speed dial. And the only number that matters is 2, because that's the only number of points Zero Tenacity walk away with. Rival Esports deny the full cap. They stand their ground.
They stand their ground and stand tall. Just when you think RVL will fall down, they say, no! We are still in this, and we are going to hold it down on the defense. So, they need any confidence boosters they can get, and that's going to be one hell of a booster, CB. So you love to see it for RVL, but now, Zero Tenacity on the defense could spell a lot of trouble.
There is still a clear finish line, though, now for Rival Esports. They reach it, that's playoffs right there. All they gotta do is get the cart to that checkpoint, and they had control. They set exactly where it is. There's gonna be no extra innings, no additional tasks piled on top of it. They just have to reach the finish line. Do they have what it takes left in the tank to do just that, or are the lights too bright, Matt?
Get ready.
They might be caught by all of the lights there. You know, I think that maybe looking to evade into the shadows on this one. We'll see how they rattle themselves up, though, in the last moments of preparation here. As a Marvel going to be ready and waiting on that penny there, putting the mines down, ready to stop them in their tracks there. Zepta playing into the Daredevil this time. You'll love to see the change up, but I lied. They're back on Primal Judgment. They love to play around with us, don't they, CB?
You love to see the change up as he changes it up and swaps back over onto the, like you said, the Primal Punishment. A good old team up that I'm not sure why the Devil Dinosaur and the Punisher can team up together, but it's fun, it's whimsical, it's interesting. And Jerry is having none of it, so he'll take Zeph down with a swift little rake of the claws into the back line. Even gonna throw up the Flame Orb. Now knows where Rival is playing as if there were any secrets, but you can see him through walls, pick his spots, look for a chance to isolate a backline, or either that or split Detra off from said backline. Neither is going to happen just yet, but for Rival Esports, every second that passes is one that you cannot afford, and Zero Tenacity know it.
Oh yeah, they have full awareness of the situation right now, and they are looking to do everything they can to just push them out of this endeavor. And It's going to be good webs coming out from Marvel as well. They're looking to lock them in place here and not allow them to even consider trying to run around the back there for a flank. But it's Proxies to open up the KO feed there. Circo down. They trade it out immediately, but Zeft locks it in. A pristine aim, and they take aim at more distance on this mission vehicle. And they are looking to clear them out as quick as they can.
It would have been nice if they could have gotten a couple more elims though, but they'll be fine with that. That first one from Proxies and then one there onto Jerry trying to clear out that back line. They trade out Proxies for it, but he'll be back into the fight before long. In fact, he's already there and got a snowflake for Zeph to amplify this Punisher damage. And without Marvel being set up, Xe has to try and make some space. Galactic Legend comes out. He just Thanos snapped Proxies out of existence. Invisible boundary from Lick to keep the rest of the team alive. And now the final judgment, hoping to ground Xe, and will do just that. A modern day Icarus. He crashes back down to Earth, but Zero Tenacity are not ready to give this one up just yet. Even through that Fate of Both Worlds though, HK Mario is just going to stop right on through, take down Marvel mid Spider Sweeper, and speaking of sweeping, Zeph with the shotties is sweeping Zero Tenacity under the rug, and Rival Esports setting a good pace. 4.5 minutes, they unlock point B, and ever so closer does that checkpoint feel.
Ooh, getting closer and closer to this one, but this is only the first hurdle here. They've got still a couple more they need to speed past onto this one. See if they can do it, if they can blast their way in now. Circo on the edge of the Psionic Seduction here could be exactly what they need, or maybe Jerry playing into the calling card here. Lick though facing a bit of punishment in the back line there. Desperately needs some sustainability if they want to keep themselves in the fight. And Marvel wanting the same, as getting a lot of damage being afforded to them right now. But not going to stop RBL from pushing the back bus right now. They're looking pretty good.
RBL being very careful not to overextend, but Xe has an opening and will take down Spocky. It's traded out for Jerry, but I think you will take that if your Rival Esports. You've alleviated a fair bit of the pressure, but down a strategist, the healing just isn't what you need right now. Zero Tenacity going to invest the Kumiho Unleashed. HK Mario going to be the last one to fall for his team, and there's going to be a quick reset coming out for Rival.
Going to be a quick reset there, and Regret. Z10 are going to be just looking to hold a position onto this one. See if they can stop RBL from trying to claim some distance onto the mission vehicle right now. They will play a lines aside. I'll play the angles here. If they look to push into that KO box, they're going to be in deep trouble. And that trouble might be looking to push straight towards them as Circo still holds from a distance. Psionic Seduction now coming out from Netra. And they're looking to fall back accordingly.
Double Beast Rampage coming out from HK Mario as well, but I think he thought there was going to be more people there, but it's only a Carbon Crush and a little bit of Dino Flipping waiting for him on the other side. Not going to be enough to take him down, though, as there is still enough healing and enough utility for the side of Rival Esports. They seemingly caught Jerry out all alone, and they will be having that. HK Mario swallows him whole, and his tummy is not quite sated yet. He has more in his sights. He is still hungry. He wants to chomp down on somebody else, but a Psionic Seduction now going to come out. Final Judgment now from Zeth. He's going to be able to put the damage down to punish it. Not with the Fate of Both Worlds. They're definitely not going to be able to burst through all of that. Feast the Abyss now from Marvel, and with a nice little charm thrown in there from Creative, they'll take down Zeft. The Invisible Boundary coming out from Lick. It's a little bit late to save him, and there's not really a whole lot of stopping power now for Rival Esports. So now Xe will take to the skies, Galactic Legend, and nobody is going to be writing the legend but Xe. A double KO for him, a pesky barrier in his way, but he'll charge right through it to get the triple, take down Lick, and only 2 minutes left for Rival Esports to reevaluate.
Well done from Z10 there. They will send them back in all over again here, gaining pace and stopping them in space here. RBL, they've still got some time afforded to them, but they need to desperately charge themselves up to have the right utility at their disposal here, because otherwise they're just going to get left behind onto this one. Jerry and Co, all the same, you know, they're ready to take aim at more fights here. They're scouting things out with the Flame Orb, and they're ready to divide them up accordingly.
Jerry going to go in and might be able to find one onto Spocky. Soul Resurgence is going to keep him alive, and Zeth is going to put down Marvel. That is a good start now for Rival Esports, and they're going to stomp forward with that Soul Resurgence, but they walk right into a Kumiho from Creative. They'll be able to burst it down and force him back to a lowly human White Fox form, but now Jerry going to pop the calling card, and Xe has the pinch set up. An easy KO for him. It's traded out for Jerry, so the calling card shut down, and Rival Esports still have a slight man advantage, but it is only ever so slight, and Zero Tenacity will respect it. Retreat back over to the cart and play play for cover. Rival Esports coming up on a fair bit of ultimates to push this the rest of the way forward. Both Vanguard ultimates and a final judgment, the latter of which is coming out to play right now. Zep says he wants to be judge, jury, and executioner, and he judges Zero Tenacity guilty of standing in his way, but HK Mario stood in the wrong spot, got cleaned up there by Jerry, is traded out for Marvel, but a late fadeable worlds from Wendy means Zero Tenacity are still in this fight, and Rival Esports may seemingly be out of it. They are going to take their lead for the time being. 30 seconds left.
Not much time here. Pressure going to be on Netra and Co to try and turn the pace of this one as they hold a position ready to play for the OT plays. F trying to lock down the KO. They succeed. Wendy is down. Trading out Psionic Seduction for Psionic Seduction. Now the boundary's up as well. Everything looking good for C10, you think, but no. RBL are ready to play here, but it's Galactic Legend time coming out from XE. Going to be able to shut down Link. Looking to see if they can catch anyone else around the back there, forcing out the dance floor from Proxies and looking to dial it back in. The portal was perfect from Z10 onto this one. Creative at the ready with a Kubio unleashed as well. They are ready to send them home out of this one as they will lock in KO for KO in the OT segment. Spocky desperately fighting to keep their team's hopes and dreams alive. Link doing the best they can, but it's just not enough. Z10 say your tournament is done. You are going home, and Z10 lock it in.
The lights got too bright for Rival Esports, and their visions now of making it to playoffs have gone dark, courtesy of Zero Tenacity. And it was just utter dominance from top to bottom. They gave up point A quite swiftly, but point B, they came to play, and they came correct. And Creative, a large part of the reason why this team right now with this lineup firing on all cylinders and showing us exactly why he was the guy, why this lineup are the way that they are. And as much as we hype him up and as much as we've hyped up Xe, 22 final hits for Jerry, running amok on the Black Cat in the back line. And try as they might, Proxies and Lick just didn't have the staying power. They just couldn't hang when Jerry came to play.
Yeah, when Jerry came to play, you know that it was the end of the day there. Just doing absolute incredible work for their team, but I got to put the highlight on Zeft as well, you know, managing to find a lot of impact for their team when it mattered. There's a big reason that they hit the SVP onto that one. So very impressed with how they managed to hold it together when it mattered there. But got to give a big shout out to Proxies as well. I saw some of those impressive freezes. I knew what your game was, so great to see some impact across the board there.
As great as it is to see, though, Matt, unfortunately, it will be the last that we see of Rival Esports here in Stage 1, as they are going to be forced to take their leave. We've run the numbers, we've crunched it, we've done every scenario. N1 Hex will now be going to playoffs in Rival Esports' stead, and Zero Tenacity, I mean, they got to be the great deciders, and on this day they decided no one was going to test them. They were not going to be bested. They have no equal.
Yeah, they've absolutely proven themselves here and now, and unfortunately that is the end of the road for RVL into that one. So, albeit an impressive showing, you know, they had a good defense as Z10 were able to get it over the line when it mattered, and you can see the showcase of some of those crucial moments on this map right now. It's the Jerry show through and through on that Black Cat.
Yeah, I mean, like triple KOs, quadra KOs, and like even if you're not getting the elims on the Black Cat, you have to turn so much attention to try and deal with someone who is a big of a threat as Jerry was on this map that it's just so difficult, right? Like you can't maintain a front line and a back line when your back line is constantly under siege. And it doesn't matter like what the front line looks like for Zero Tenacity, whether it was Marvel on that Venom or you know Devil Dino, Captain America, doesn't matter, Captain Korea, what have you. It doesn't matter because Marvel is always going to be there to help out Jerry, and that's just the mark of a well-practiced team. Dive takes practice, it takes coordination, it takes skill. It's very difficult, but a good dive team will almost always beat a good front-to-back team. And even though Rival looked good today, Zero Tenacity just looked better.
Well, what a final showdown here in the group stage. Massive respect to Rival Esports for putting up such a fight there on Museum of Contemplation. I could not believe the timing on that last fate of both worlds there, just to keep them alive for just that little bit longer. Not enough to overcome in the end, but of course, Zero Tenacity take the day here, and we've got a member of the team on the line here. Gonna get some last questions in before we wrap up this group stage and look towards playoffs. Z10, are you out there somewhere? Hello.
Hello.
The GOAT is back. Oni, welcome back to the show, my friend. 2 days in a row, and what a final match for you guys. How are you feeling over there?
Feeling pretty good, you know. It's been a long group stage, but finally it's over. We get a little bit of a break, but, you know, back into the action real soon as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a complete reset for you guys, as we're going to be on a new patch as well. You guys are looking to shake off some of the inconsistencies that you've had in this group stage and come, you know, full force for playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned yesterday as well, like, there are a few things that we just need to iron out, and I mean, we've more than truly identified what we need to be working on to carry on in towards the playoffs, and I feel like we're, you know, more than well on our way to rectifying these issues and kind of building upon what we already have. So yeah, I'm more than confident that that the team's really well set up to take playoffs head on.
I also saw in the pre-match chat, by the way, that Lick from Rival Esports was saying we need this map, guys, and Jerry was like, my bank account. I take it the check bounced. Is that correct?
Well, actually, funny you say that, because I did have a chat with Lick earlier in the day as well, and I didn't know what was happening down towards the bottom, but he did message me and said, yeah, we need one map off for you guys to win. It's a little awkward, that situation, but, you know, I wish them the best of luck. But yeah, I mean, they really did give it a really, really good shot, and, you know, that's not to say that the other teams didn't. You know, making it to Ignite is already a challenge in itself, so, you know, big congrats and big well done to all the teams that have participated here as well.
Love to hear it, and Mr. Oni, I've been expecting
Yes, Mr. Matsy. Oh, have you now? I've been waiting for this exact moment, Mr. Matt. You don't know how much I've been waiting for this exact moment, Mr. Matt. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, my brother. It's a pleasure to have you on the board.
To kind of leave? Like, is this gonna get uncomfortable?
No beef. It's all love between us, CB. Don't you worry. But Oni, so looking towards the playoffs, you know, you've said that the team's trying to focus up on the fundamentals and, you know, really lock things in. Like, where do you expect your team to place throughout the playoffs?
Oh, that's a really good question. You know, I have been known to curse here and there in terms of the things that I say and the predictions that I make. So, you know, I don't want to jump the gun a little bit here, but, you know, our ideal goal is to make it to mid-season finals. That would kind of be, I guess, a cherry on top for our kind of journey up until now. So I'd say that, you know, like I mentioned before, you know, we're rectifying our issues and we're just building upon them. So I'd say we have a very, very fair shot at making it to, I'd say, at least the top 2. You know, there's still teams out there that are definitely on our radar. You know, looking at you, Reject and Gen G, we are coming for you, and we're more than ready to take you guys head on. But yeah, I'd say, you know, we have a very fair shot of making it into the top 2.
So I'm not gonna ask will you, because I think that does kind of open the door for you to curse, but don't want that. But speaking of Reject and Gen G, do you think, do you believe, do you feel that they are beatable?
I mean, you know, we've
I don't like that. I don't like that hesitation. You thought about that too long.
I mean, you know, our recent performance might not kind of live up to our expectations, but, you know, they are mortal. You know, we have seen times in scrims where we have seen their weaknesses, where we have identified things that we could exploit to kind of break them down. And, you know, I feel like, you know, people say that Reject and Gen G are like gods, but, you know, every god does have their weakness. Like, for example, take Achilles. You know, his heal is a weakness. And, you know, every one of these teams, you know, how small it may be, will have a weakness somewhere. It's just a matter of kind of getting ourselves cool, calm, and collected, getting our strats in order, just getting our mental in order as well. It's a pretty important aspect that we do like to focus on as well, to try and pinpoint exactly where the critical point is to bring them down as well. They are mortal. It's going to be tough, but they can be defeated, in my opinion.
Yeah, very insightful. And I know that Z10, of course, has some secret weapons in the bank. I notice the cookies are no longer present in the background. Maybe used as fuel. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I spoke too soon. The box is open, though. I have to imagine there was some snacking on that Museum of Contemplation run. But I have heard the cookies are the secret weapon here, or the missing variable.
Yeah, I guess this open box is like a metaphor. You know, Pandora's box. It's been blown wide open. So get ready for the playoffs. Get ready for the playoffs. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say for now.
Fair enough. I mean, I guess last thing I'll ask, you know, kind of looking ahead, you know, when we come back for playoffs, it's going to be a different game state here, a whole new ball game, some changes in store for us for sure. You know, without revealing too much, I don't want you to open the playbook here right on the air, but I'm curious kind of what's the approach to a new meta or to a new patch for you guys? How do you go about learning and kind of figuring out what kind of game plans you want to try to put together?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a surprise that the playoffs would be played on a completely different patch. But, you know, we always welcome every new change. We always welcome challenge. So I think kind of we'll continue on this trend where, you know, we let the players free a little bit, play a little bit of rank to kind of get themselves acclimated to the new patch as well. Of course, we've got a new hero coming out as well, so that should be an interesting shake-up in the meta potentially. But yeah, if we just kind of let the players kind of expose themselves to the new patch, see how it feels, and then we kind of circle back and then take that into scrims, because, you know, ranked scrims are an entirely different ball game. But having the initial exposure to how the new patch feels will always lend itself better when we go into the scrims, where, you know, going into it a little bit raw, a little bit new, may be of a disadvantage to us. So just exposure therapy, if you will, I guess is the simplest way to put it.
Yeah, makes sense. Got to get those reps in for sure. Oni, congrats to you guys here on the group stage. Looking forward to seeing you back in action and filling in some of those dream matches for us. Best of luck, and we can't wait to see you back.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here. And Mr. Matt, I'll see you again sometime soon.
You sure will. Thanks for coming, Ernie. You're the GOAT, my man.
Was that a threat?
Top 10 anime rivalries of all time, Matsu and Oni.
Like, I know you're saying it's all love, but you guys are both so ominous about it. Mr. Oni. Mr. Matt stroking a cat in his lap. I expected you.
Yeah, feels like a James Bond kind of villain moment. Been waiting for you all along here, but yeah, glad you guys got to cross paths. But I like the philosophy there. Exposure therapy, as Oni says, it is all about putting time on the battlefield when it comes to learning something new. And these teams do have a big challenge ahead of them, as yeah, it's going to be a very different rivals when we come back here for those playoffs in just a couple of short weeks.
I can't wait, honestly. It's going to be, yeah, a whole different game. You know, as Oni talked about, we're going to be on a whole new patch there. We'll have Cyclops on lock. What that does to the game, only God can know for the moment, or only God and Guang Guang. But maybe they're the same thing, let's be honest. But yeah, going to be interesting to see how the new patch plays out. I'm excited, you know, whether it's a whole different game. We see absolute nerfs into the ground there. You know, there's no such thing as Black Cat anymore in Phoenix. It's just back to Hawkeye.
Depends on whose prayers Guang Guang decides to answer, let's be real.
Yeah, well, that wraps up the Asia group stage here. All matches in the books, and what a ride it has been. But of course, you know, if you've watched the Pacific region before, you'll know that that's how we tend to do things around here. Even we don't really know what's going to happen next. And, you know, we're here on the desk, we're watching all these matches, taking all these notes, and I could not even begin to tell you what's going to happen next, especially as, of course, Asia and Oceania set to collide here in just a couple of short weeks. And yeah, my dream match list, I feel like it keeps getting longer every single time I see these teams go out to play.
Well, we do already know who these teams are going to be. You know, we knew that it was going to be the Chiefs and Gen G coming in from OCE to join the top 6 from Asia. And I think we kind of knew who, like, maybe the top 3 to 4 might be, but from everything below that, it was battling tooth and nail, and ain't that just the Pacific way?
Absolutely. The whole Pacific way, whether it's OCE, Asia, it's just Pacific in a nutshell. You know, we go from tiebreakers to absolute skyscrapers there. There's no in between.
Yeah, I mean, no question about it. And what better way to end out that group stage with one more run on Museum of Contemplation. The good old reliable at this point here in Pacific, and of course not the only ones here. But yeah, great performances once again. Absolute photo finish like you guys said earlier. But yeah, that Zero Tenacity performance at the end, just insane. That last minute or two of that team fight, I just felt like it was never going to end. They just kept finding ways to keep it rolling. So beautiful stuff.
It was just enough to give you hope, wasn't it? And then just enough to stomp it out. Like, that's what really hurts, is when you're like, maybe they can come back into this. Maybe there's a way. And then just you're looking at the KO feed and just one comes through that you can't recover from. And you're like, oh, it's over.
Well and truly there. Unfortunate for RVL, but you know, hopefully this isn't the last that we see from some of the teams that did end up on, I guess, the lower side. You know, whether it's across OCE, whether it's across Asia, even the rest of the regions as well. You know, China, Americas, EMEA. I hope that the message to all the teams that might not have had the best showings, you know, out of their group stages that they would have been hoping for, that they look to take it back to the lab there and try and find those improvements in between, and then to showcase the next best version of themselves the next time we get to showcase their play.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for out of these next couple weeks, because of course this is the end of the group stage for stage 1 here in Asia, and Oceania of course already wrapped up. So now these teams got a couple of weeks to go back to the drawing board. Of course, you know, new hero on the way. I believe later this week we'll be getting that, so you have no doubt these teams are going to be running it down as much as they can. But yeah, not only a whole new ball game in terms of, you know, game mechanics and what we have on the board, but these teams definitely gonna come hungry here, because this is just one more step on the road to that first international land, the mid-season finals awaiting these teams, and even fewer opportunities to get there. So no doubt we are expecting some knockdown drag outs between all these teams, because I mean, truthfully, you know, Oni said it best, like, making it to Ignite is difficult in of itself. It is a task that you can't overlook. So for these teams to continue to elevate their game, to elevate their skill level, it is just insane to watch. And I cannot wait to see what happens next in those playoffs.
And like you mentioned, fewer opportunities. In fact, I think we get the fewest. We only get 2 alongside China as well. And, you know, I think smart money is on Reject and Gen.G to be our 2 slots that go in. You know, of course, you got to send the partner teams. But there's a lot of teams that could create an upset. You know, what if the Chiefs are better than we think and they're able to put in an upset, and then it's OCE on top, or maybe they're able to, you know, usurp Gen.G. Maybe we have Zero Tenacity come full force, make them all pay, and then everyone just slides on down. There's so many ways that it can go. It gets a lot more tight at the top, and now that these 2 regions are colliding, it's like we've had 2 kings, you know, in their own separate kingdoms, and they've been feuding for years, and only now do they get to get their hands on one another, and I cannot wait. But they are not the only ones vying for control. It is going to be juicy.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be the most fiery playoffs we've seen yet. You know, there's going to be competitiveness all the way through from each and every single one of our rosters there, you know. And such is the Pacific way, there's going to be upsets. Of course there's going to be upsets. We don't know which ones it's going to be, but I'm sure there's going to be upsets. I have no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, you know, be careful with those predictions going forward here in Pacific, because if we've shown you anything over these couple of group stages that we've had here, you never know who is going to come out on top. But I mean, that's really been a testament to Ignite across the board. No matter what region you are watching, teams have come with surprises this year, and some of the top dogs you thought would be back at the top and back on the throne have not necessarily found it that easy to reclaim their rightful place. No matter what region you watch, whether it's Americas, EMEA here in the Pacific, the China region as well has had some pretty big surprises, so plenty more in store where that came from along the road to the those mid-season finals. I mean, you know, I'm really just eyes on EMEA and AMER for the rest of the day as well, because their group stage is still marching on, and of course, if you haven't gotten your Twitch drops in either, still some hours to do that, so don't miss out on those either.
Yeah, I agree. I'm also looking forward to EMEA and Americas. I'm curious to see who's gonna come out ahead when it comes to the Americas, because I was hoping, I was betting for my Pacific brethren that NRG with Hoodie and Aztec would end up making it to playoffs, so we could actually see them at full force. But they are on the brink of not qualifying, and a matchup against Sentinels to decide it, that is one to keep an eye on for sure. And EMEA, they still have to try and lock down all of their brackets. You know, sure, they've got Na'Vi sitting ahead on their groups, but everything down below that there's a lot more room for wiggling going on there, that anyone could end up anywhere. I think there's still a few more teams that could end up not making it to their respective regions playoffs, and once we get to those playoffs, it's all going to kick off.
In a big way there, and very eager to see how everything unfolds, you know, whether we see the teams you expect to make it through to LAN, or whether it's a completely new face. You know, you think back to last year, right, when VP didn't make the mid-season finals in the beginning there. Crazy things could happen. Yeah, that's like how it all started, right?
The whole story, like, we can honestly see that again, like, with how dominant Navi has been looking over in EMEA. Like, we could see VP, like, not making it through if they get shut out and denied their spots. And even with teams like Rad, you know, potentially putting them down. I think Rad have kind of hit a little bit of a slump lately, but, you know, if they come correct, they could be another team that could surpass Virtus Pro. Like, their redemption is still very much so ongoing. We might need to see another redemption from that team.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we've talked about a lot. You know, the teams that were on top last year have had a lot of new challenges with so much new blood being injected into the Ignite system this year. Both players and teams coming out as stars, and we've had plenty of them here surprise us in Pacific. But now we've gotten to know them a little better. Plenty of group stage matches, plenty of tape, not only for us to take a look at, but for these teams to review and start doing their homework and prepping. So, you know, from there, the competition is only going to increase because those X factors slowly start to get figured out, completing some downloads on some of the teams that give you trouble, and going forward, you know, it is going to be an even closer race, and a big part of that contingency for Pacific playoffs specifically is going to be that changeover to the new patch. I am definitely interested to see what the balance changes are going to look like on the other side of that one, because that, you know, obviously new hero is going to be a big splash in the meta for sure, but no doubt there'll be some balance changes that really change things up, because even from preseason into stage 1, we definitely saw some things change.
We saw quite a few things change as well today. Here are the results. A lot of 2-0s, but a crucial 1-2 victory for N1 Hex over Loyalty. And then the mission for Rival was clear. They had to get a map up against either Reject or Zero Tenacity, and they just couldn't get it done.
Ooh, couldn't get it done when it mattered there. So unfortunate for them and theirs, but you see, there's a series of 2s all across the board there, except for Loyalty and M1 Hex. That's the difference maker there between those two teams. And M1 Hex, you know, they're making the world of difference in not just, you know, the match there, but across stage 1 in of itself. I got to pay respect to that team for turning things around in a big way from the preseason up until now. M1 Hex are on upward trajectory, and I really hope they continue in that fashion.
Oh, no doubt. Capable of taking maps off of teams like Zero Tenacity, some of the top dogs here in Asia. Definitely work cut out for them, but they have a golden opportunity that we will look for them to take advantage of. And here is how the chips fall at the end of the day. Of course, Reject complete their perfect run here through the group stage. No maps dropped, and they will sit comfortably there in that #1 slot. But really, it's the bottom here, the last 3 teams that we were looking at all night long. And here's how it shook out. N1 Hex in the tiebreakers, able to take that 6th place spot, that last key through the gate to the Pacific playoffs, just barely edging out their rivals in Rival Esports and Loyalty as well. No doubt looking for them to come back strong in stage 2. But these are your 6 representatives from Asia. They will be moving into the bracket to take on the likes of Gen G and the Chiefs from Oceania. And like I said, I've got a list of matches I'm looking for, and I'm ready to start checking them off.
Give me your top 3 right now.
Oh man, well, Reject versus Gen G, of course, gotta be like #1, right? You know, I want to see a Z10 versus Gen G. Of course, there's a lot of Gen G in here too, but you know, I gotta see the rematch here. I gotta see the Reject versus EXO, because EXO, their only opponents able to defeat them here in the group stage were Reject. I would love to see a run back, and in fact, here is a look at your bracket a couple weeks out, but we've got your first look. Some tough challenges here in this first round. Reject and N1 Hex gonna battle it out right out of the gate, and also got my eye on the Burgers versus Gen G too. Here is the card though. June 25th is the date. You will need to be here to see these matchups, and whew, man, these are some stacked matchups.
I was gonna say, as soon as you started cooking on thinking about your dream matches, I was like, you know which one sounds like it could be heat? Triple AD versus the Chiefs, and that is number 2 right there. That one is going to be cinema, I can almost guarantee it. And you know, they might even be one-upped immediately after XOXO01 versus Zero Tenacity. These two teams, man, like, even as far back as MRC season, 4? They have been like Hatfields and McCoys, always feuding, always getting one up over the other. This time it was EXO. Maybe next time it'll be Zero Tenacity. You will have to be here to see it and find out. And I can't wait. Why is it gotta be so far away? Why can't it be right now? Why can't we just start casting those games right this very second?
I'm ready. Let's do it. We're going to the playoffs right now. No.
All right, Reject, N1 Hex, get in here. Let's go. Lobby open. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Running it back.
Yeah, release the patch early. Let's do it. Get it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, plenty of new things in store for us on the other side of that patch, but there's some new things in Marvel Rivals right now. If you boot up your client, latest costumes, latest content. Guys, I think we've got one last look for you. What is the newest to hit the game?
That's it. Lead your allies with grace, but spare no mercy for those who cross you. Command the battlefield in style with Iron Man's Iron Samurai and Mantis's Mandy Celestine the Greeters costumes, and leave your mark forever etched into eternity. Available right now. Heed the call of glory. It's time to show them what you're made of.
And with the playoffs shaping up for all of the regions, it is more important now than ever that you support your team. Whether it's Gen G, Reject, TSM, Virtus Pro, FlyQuest, any of these teams, you gotta go in, grab the bundles, support your team, show them some love. The bundles are live in-game right now. Gear up with your favorite team's bundles, showcase your loyalty, and take your esports spirit into every match.
Yeah, definitely looking for everyone to fly their colors here because Stage 1, the group stage, is drawing to a close across all regions, and we look ahead to who will earn those invites to this year's first international LAN, the mid-season finals. Of course, more details on that coming in the near future, but yeah, guys, this is going to be a wrap for us here in Pacific, at least for a couple weeks. Any parting words for chat here before we wrap it up?
I mean, I imagine EMEA is going to be starting here pretty soon, so I wouldn't go too far because there's going to be more Marvel Rivals action coming your way, and every region is putting on heaters, and you will not want to miss it. Matsy, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, just want to say a big shout out to everybody for tuning in across Oceania games, across the PAC Asia games we've just showcased. It's been a pleasure to bring all the action to everybody, and we can't wait to see you again in the playoffs, right, Diatonic?
Yeah, just a couple of short weeks away, so we won't make you wait too long to see some of those dream matchups between the two arms of the Pacific region. But thank you all so much for joining us all throughout the Asia group stage. That is a wrap. All matches in the books, and teams are locked and loaded for that playoff bracket. We will see you in just a couple of short weeks, and you hope you will join us once again. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to our production team as well for helping us put on the best product absolutely possible for all of you. I have been Diatonic, this has been CB and Matsy, and we will see you in just a couple of weeks for the Stage 1 Pacific Playoffs.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해.